Chapter 1694 Jumping Clowns. Chapter 1694 Jumping Clowns. Qiao and Shan never dreamed that the heavenly Eagle Imperial City, which only had two celestial deity powerhouses, actually dared to have a battle with him. After guarding bitterly for 10 years, every important communication route of heavenly eagles yielded nothing, making Qiao and Shan badly depressed. One had to know he paid a considerable price in order to seal off Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After all, he, a powerhouse from Utmost Peace Imperial City, had no way of completely covering Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But the final result was pointlessly wasting 10 years. City Lord, the day of the Golden Sword Pact is getting closer and closer. So Shuja, that guy wouldn't really want to fight to the bitter end with us, right? When Yilin asked rather anxiously. Qiao and Shan had a feeling like his heart was dripping blood. Hearing that, he said in a cold voice, "Since Washuja himself wants to seek death, then this seat will fulfill his wishes. This time, we'll wipe out Heavenly Eagle Imperial City while we're at it, turning it into our puppet." When Yilin nodded and said, "This is them courting death, then we can't be blamed. Between imperial cities, if it was not a last resort, they would not exterminate the other party. Killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own." Although Qiao and Shan's strength was strong, if he really wanted to kill Washuja, he would pay a terrible price too. The truly weak ones had long been eradicated. Now, those able to survive were clearly all not weaklings. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was just relatively weaker. And Washuja was the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sea-stabilizing needle. But the situation this time was somewhat different. Qiao and Shan finally could not hold back anymore. As long as this seat refines the origin magnetic divine mountain, I'll be able to break through to become a third-layered heaven celestial deity. At that time, our Utmost Peace Imperial City will be sufficient to rank in the top 3 among the Southridge 10 cities. Therefore, even at the risk of severe injuries, we have to obtain the origin magnetic divine mountain this time too, Qiao and Shan said in a solemn voice. On this day, the cloud and winds above Heavenly Eagle Imperial City suddenly changed erratically. Over a dozen powerhouses stepped over through the air. The commotion created was astonish. Plusing. The faces of the powerhouses in the city all changed drastically. They knew that the moment of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's life and death had arrived. Receiving the Golden Sword token, it must be announced to the whole city. Everyone in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had long known that Utmost Peace Imperial City was going to activate the Golden Sword Pact already. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's powerhouses all looked up to the sky. That powerful lineup virtually made them despair. 4 great celestial deity powerhouses. This is finally coming? Wonder whether or not Heavenly Eagle can make it through the crisis this time. Fighting 2-on-4 this. I completely can't see hope. Sigh. Utmost Peace Imperial City's action is too fast. If give head Elder Yi Yuan some more time, perhaps it wouldn't be today's situation. In these 10 years, everyone in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City felt the danger. But this was also Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most united 10 years. The various major families gave up internal friction, putting more effort into cultivation. Under the catalyzing of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City gave birth to a large batch of powerhouses. Presently, in the city, just the 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lords were as many as 3 people. Except, 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lords were completely useless to battles at Celestial Deity level. In front of Celestial Deity powerhouses, forget about 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lords. Even half-step Celestial Deities were ant-like existences. Washuja, get out for this seat. A thunderous voice instantly reverberated throughout the entire city. Qiao and Shan shout. The commotion was extremely shocking. He was deliberately demonstrating his strength, awing the powerhouses in the city. At this time, 2 figures arrived high up in the air. They were precisely Washuja and Hichong. Washuja looked at Qiao and Shan and said coldly, "Qiao and Shan, the hour hasn't arrived yet. Lord Inspector hasn't arrived as well. Flaunting your prowess like this, are you really bullying that my heavenly eagle imperial city doesn't have anyone? Qiao Anshan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Zwashujia, the golden sword token has already been issued. We're naturally avenging grievances if there are, taking revenge if there's grudge. Lord Inspector hasn't arrived yet, so let's settle the previous scores. Shujia's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, What trouble do you want to stir up again? At this time, a figure on Utmost Peace's side stepped out of the ranks and said in an angry voice, It's me. The enmity of killing my master is irreconcilable. The last time, City Lord was in close seclusion. That's how you forcefully stopped it. This time, I must take revenge for Master. Hurry up and let that Zheng Qi guy come out to die. This person was none other than precisely Gao Yuan's disciple, Yang Fan. Celestial deity powerhouse Wen Yilin was Gao Yuan's master, while Gao Yuan was this Yang Fan's master. Speaking of which, Wen Yilin and Cold Feather were considered people of the same generation. This Yang Fan's talent was clearly limited. Until now, he was merely an eighth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, being far worse than Zheng Qi. If not for knowing that Zheng Qi's essence was lost, even by lending Yang Fan a few galls, he also would not dare to come to challenge Zheng Qi. However, after Zheng Qi recovered, he rarely showed face. Hence, Utmost Peace Imperial City that side did not know that Zheng Qi had actually long gone up a level already. This attitude was struck too dazzlingly. At this time, in everyone's eyes, this Yang Fan was like a jumping clown. Clearly, someone who bullied the kind and feared the wicked, yet still wanted to put on eagerness to take revenge for his master. Bluffing who? One had to know, back then, when Zheng Qi went to take revenge, he went to Utmost Peace Imperial City all by himself. Shuji did not know it beforehand. When he found out, he rushed to Utmost Peace Imperial City straight away, only then saving the seriously injured Shuji, who was dying. But this Yang Fan? That was Wen Yilin leading him over. With Wen Yilin around, could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City really dared to do anything to him still? Prating on and on about taking revenge, it was truly a bit too fake. Putting it bluntly, it was bullying that he was injured. The great battle was about to commence. Getting a jumping clown to come out made the powerhouses on Heavenly Eagle's side relax a little. Shuji had the intent to mess with Qiao Anshan. At once, his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, Yang Fan, your Hara S. sing with unreasonable demands. Last time, Zheng Qi was already beaten to severe injuries by you. What do you want still? Yang Fan sneered and said, Zheng Qi, this guy wanted to harm Master many times. Now he finally succeeded. Humph, not killing him, I'm not worthy as a man. Shuji gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves grandly, and said, Zheng Qi is currently in close seclusion and isn't convenient to accept the challenge. At this time, Qiao Anshan said with a broad smile, Shuji, back then, Zheng Qi came to find Gao Yuan to take revenge. This seat didn't stop it. What's with their deal now? Yang Fan and Zheng Qi are of the same generation and can be said to have a reconcilable enmity. This kind of enmity, how can we intervene? If you don't let him come out, then this seat will take action and destroy his manor first before talking. Even if Lord Inspector came, he wouldn't say much either. Shuji felt great in his heart, but he had rage on his face as he said, Qiao Anshan, you don't push people too far. Qiao Anshan smiled and said, Blood debt is paid for by blood. How is this called pus? Plussing people too far? Shuji's expression changed several times, and he shouted to the city below, Send people. Go and invite head elder Zheng Qi here. Yes, city lord. A deacon received the order and left. Actually, Zheng Qi was really in close seclusion. Even Shuji did not know his current situation as well. His current mood was also in a mess. Success or failure lay in this one fell swoop as well. If Zheng Qi was unable to break through to the celestial deity realm, then Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will really perish this time. Chapter 1695, Nowhere to Put Face. Chapter 1695 Nowhere to Put Face Invite Here? Ha ha ha. In my view, it should be being carried over. Yang Fan laughed loudly, as he said with a mocking look. A wave of loud laughter sounded out at Utmost Peace's side. They all knew that because Zheng Qi used the crazed sword evanescent, he lost too much essence and was already not long for the world. Now, he must be in a half-dead state. This kind of trash still need to go and invite him? Yang Fan looked even smugger. The feeling of stepping on Zheng Qi's face was really too awesome. He and Gao Yuan could not be said to be very close in the past. With Gao Yuan's personality, how could he possibly sink in the capital on his own disciple without holding anything back? However, Yang Fan's potential being lacking was a fact. He had always been chastised because of this as well. As someone in the same generation, Zheng Qi was respected as Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder, but he was just a small elder. The disparity between the two was too great. Hence, taking revenge for his master was merely a cover. He wanted to borrow this to give vent to the dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart. Yang Fan understood that having him take action as merely in order to find an excuse that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could not refuse. But so what? Being stifled for too long, he had got to release it. Hence, Yang Fan was like a jumping clown, talking drivel there, his words being very disdainful toward Zheng Qi. Hey, Zheng Qi, this cowardly turtle, why haven't you come out yet? I say, your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City wouldn't deliberately want to S-H-I plus ELD him, right? Since he's already dying, then hurry up and get him out so that this Yang can send him off. Yang Fong talked in high spirits over there, but did not detect that a hint of ripple surfaced in S-P-A-C. Xiao Anshan and the rest were powerful and had long detected something amiss, faces involuntarily changing slightly. At this time, a figure slowly walked out. Xiao Anshan and the rest suddenly changed countenance. Yang Fan's haughty voice suddenly stopped, just like a duck with its throat squeezed, emitting a strange cry. Zizi Zheng, why you? Impossible. My eyesight must be failing. Yang Fong was frightened by the scene in front of him until his entire face turned purple. He rubbed his eyes hard, discovering that Zheng Qi was still standing there perfectly fine, his aura shocking. At this time, Zheng Qi's eyes were profound, aura shocking. How was there still any hint of his essence being in a deficit, an appearance that he was not long for this world? Of course, what they were shocked at was far from this. Even though Zheng Qi did not deliberately release his realm pressure, the aura faintly given off his body was D knows how many times stronger than people in the Divine Lord realm. Even a fool could also tell that Zheng Qi was currently a true blue celestial deity powerhouse. On Utmost Peace Imperial City's side, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. They scratched their scalps till it hurts, and also could not understand why a dying man suddenly became a celestial deity powerhouse. Back then, about Yang Fan beating down Zheng Qi with one palm, when Yilin saw it with his own eyes. Just how long had Pa S said, not only did Zheng Qi come back from the dead, he even broke through the Ma'S Civ shackle and became a celestial deity powerhouse? The faces of when Yilin and Zhua Shujia revealed a look of wild elation when they saw Zheng Qi's breakthrough was successful. Yi Yuan, this boy, truly turned something rotten into the magical. It also could not be blamed that Xiao and Shan, they all opened their mouths wide, not daring to believe. Even they themselves were affected. So how did the others not also feel like they were dreaming? City Lord, I heard that. Someone wants to find me to take revenge? Zheng Qi said coolly. One sentence. Yang Fan's face turned pale with a whoosh. Take revenge? Finding a celestial deity to take revenge? My head F*King burned out, right? Yang Fong wished to find a hole in the ground to bore into at this time. He finally realized that he was simply a clown jumping around just now. He wanted to send Zheng Qi off. Zheng Qi sending him off was more like it. Zhuoshuda had a broad smile and said by nudging his mouth, There, it's that person, Gao Yuan's disciple. He said that he has the enmity of killing his master with you and cannot live under the same sky as you. He even said to let everyone be a witness. He wanted to help his master, Gao Yuan, take revenge. Why don't you grant his filial piety? Ha ha! The powerhouses in the city finally could not hold it in anymore, all letting out wild laughter. This scene was simply comical to the extreme. It's really killing me. A divine lord realm actually wants to find a celestial deity powerhouse to take revenge. His head was kicked by a donkey, right? You look at his KY appearance just now, he probably only knows how to bully the old, weak, sick, and disabled, right? Is this guy really utmost peace Imperial City's elder? This is clearly a clown. Ha ha ha. The entire city roared with laughter. This scene was simply wonderful to the extreme. Yang Fan's face simply had nowhere to put. City Lord, Yang Fan had a bitter look, looking at Xiao Anshan anxiously. Xiao Anshan's expression at this time was not much better than Yang Fan's. This was Yang Fan losing face. Could it be that he wasn't losing face? Scram to one side. Disgraceful thing, Xiao Anshan said in a solemn voice. Yang Fan felt akin to being granted amnesty and hurriedly retreated to the back of the group. But at this time, how could Zhuge be willing to yield? Don't go. Just now, it was you all who were shouting and wrangling, calling to have Zheng Qi come out, saying to find him to take revenge. Now that I called him out, why don't you all take it? Yang Fan, where's your filial piety? Zhuge pressed on relentlessly. Now, it was turning one spear against himself. Even Xiao Anshan also did not know how to dodge it for a while. Xiao Anshan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said in a low voice, "Who can tell me what's going on?" When Yilin still had not come back to his senses until now. Hearing Xiao Anshan questioning people, he answered, "This might be that the heavenly eagle Imperial City obtained a natural treasure of heaven and earth recently. This punk hit the jackpot, breaking through by a fluke." Another celestial deity powerhouse, Peng Ji, also said, "It must be so. Celestial deity realm isn't as common as cabbages, being able to break through when one wants to break through. Zheng Qi was just lucky. A first-layered heaven celestial deity who just broke through. There is nothing to fear at all." Xiao Anshan nodded slightly. He also felt that this was the most likely scenario. Hence, he gave a cold snort and said, "Zhuge, do you still want face or not?" Forcing a divine lord realm powerhouse to seek revenge on a celestial deity realm powerhouse? Since Zhuge already broke through, then he's someone of our generation. How can he go and get involved in the matters of divine lords again? When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This degree of shamelessness was unparalleled. It was clearly you all who pushed people too far. Now, you even played the blame game, saying the heavenly eagle Imperial City was shameless. So Zhuge clasped his hands and said with a look of admiration, "Xiao Anshan, this what got to hand it to you today? Your face is even thicker than my heavenly eagle Imperial City's city walls. Even if this brings out 100% of my power, it probably can't breach the skin of your face either." Xiao Anshan's face turned black and was just about to flare up when another horrifying aura descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in azure clothing slowly stepped out of the void. The horrifying aura exuding off his body made the faces of heavenly eagles' powerhouses change greatly. This aura was much stronger than even the two great city lords. So Zhuge's and Xiao Anshan's face changed at the same time, saying to the middle-aged man in azure clothing respectfully, "Paying respects to Lord Inspector." The middle-aged man in azure nodded slightly and said coolly, "Southridge 10 Cities has already not activated the Golden Sword token for several tens of thousands of years. What is it for this time?" Chapter 1696 Magic won out for you. Chapter 1696 Magic won out for you. Reporting to Lord Inspector, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City killed my utmost piece's head elder inside a mystic realm with extremely shameless means. ITC. Hing away the origin magnetic divine mountain. Head Elder Gao Yuan was the most promising to break through to the celestial deity realm in our utmost peace Imperial City. This time, Our utmost peace suffered heavy losses. Therefore, that's why this lowly official activated the golden sword token out of rage. Lord Inspector, Qiao Anshan is making slanderous charges. Gao Yuan plotted to harm my heavenly eagle's martial artists many times in the mystic realm and more than deserves death. The moment they came up, Qiao Anshan and Zhushujie engaged in a war of words. Each side believed that they were correct, both sides having their merits. But this kind of thing was clearly unable to distinguish between true and fake. When a middle-aged man in azure heard "Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain," these few words, his brows raised up slightly, clearly somewhat surprised. Enough. When a middle-aged man in azure saw the two people quarrel without stopping, he could not help shouting in a low voice. Sure enough, the two people did not dare to speak anymore. The middle-aged man in azure said, "I didn't expect that the Southridge 10 cities, this kind of remote place, can actually give birth to a treasure like the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. No wonder you all did not stint to activate the Golden Sword Pack for this. Since the Golden Sword token is already issued, then follow the rules. The victor gets the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain." The middle-aged man in azure clearly saw it very clearly. This kind of debate, arguing for 10,000 years, and it was also hard to determine the winner. The crux of the problem was the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Qiao Anshan's goal for activating the Golden Sword Pact was clearly for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain too. It was no use fighting a war of saliva. There was only showcasing one's true ability. At this time, Qiao Anshan suddenly said, "Lord Inspector, we didn't activate the Golden Sword Pack this time just for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. It's also for a person." The inspector was slightly surprised as he said, "Oh, who is it?" Qiao Anshan said, "He's called Yi Yuan, the main culprit who killed head Elder Gao Yuan. If we win the Golden Sword Pack this time, we still want Heavenly Eagle to hand this kid over." The inspector nodded his head when he heard that and said, "If you can win, you naturally have the final say." In the eyes of the inspector, only celestial deity realm powerhouses could enter his arcane sights. The life and death of a divine lord. He would not go and pay attention at all. Losing the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, would Heavenly Eagle still care about one person? But Zhushujie's expression changed, and he said, "Qiao Anshan, you're shameless." Qiao Anshan sneered and said, "Where's Yi Yuan? In front of Lord Inspector, you wouldn't want to hide him, right? Or is it that that kid is already scared until he doesn't dare to come out? You're too ugly, scaring this elder badly until I don't even dare to come out." See, right then, a languid voice suddenly sounded out. Yi Yuan's figure stepped on the air and arrived. "Puchi." Yi Yuan's words immediately aroused a burst of laughter. Qiao Anshan was very short and his appearance very ugly. It was indeed somewhat frightening. Qiao Anshan was greatly enraged the moment he heard and said, "Brat, you're courting death." Yi Yuan still had a lazy expression as he said coolly, "The Golden Sword Pack hasn't started yet, and you want to make a show of authority already? Do you have any respect for Lord Inspector?" Qiao Anshan's expression changed and indeed did not dare to make a move anymore. Yi Yuan gave a bow to the inspector and saluted as he said, "Heavenly Eagle's Yi Yuan pays respect to Lord Inspector." A hint of surprise briefly flashed across the inspector's eyes. He discovered to his surprise that with his strength, he actually could not quite see through this young man. This kid was not simple. Virtually at once, the inspector drew a conclusion about Yi Yuan. The inspector asked with some confusion, "You're Yi Yuan?" Qiao Anshan said that it was you who killed Utmost Peace's head elder, Gao Yuan. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's realm, it was impossible to kill Gao Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan nodded his head, admitted it very shamelessly, and said, "Gao Yuan, that guy wanted to kill me time and again. In the end, his strength was lacking and was quashed by me using the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain instead. Inside mystic realms, killing people in S, in A, TC. Hing treasures is a common occurrence. What's the big deal? Qiao Anshan, if you want the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, say it open and above board. Want to be a prost. 1, 2, and also want to set up a memorial archway. Your heart is indeed as ugly as your face." Xiao Anshan's face turned from green to yellow. He discovered that he really was not Yi Yuan's match in arguments. At this rate, he would be angered to death by Yi Yuan for sure. Xiao Anshan glared at Yi Yuan and said, "Razor-tongued little bastard, wait till the Golden Sword Pact is over. I'll see if your mouth can still be glib or not." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Is it just two more people in the celestial deity realm? Look at how you're showing off." Mentioning celestial deity realm powerhouses, Xiao Anshan finally found a reason to be proud of himself and said with a big laugh, "What reason do I have to not show off? The strong reign supreme. An ant-like person like you only has the right to be trampled underfoot by this seat. If you have the capability, magic out two more celestial deity realms for me." Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Anshan like looking at an idiot and suddenly reached his hand out and pointing in the direction of the Marshall Tower, and said coolly, "Ugly, you look closely. I'll magic one out for you right now." Xiao Anshan's expression changed, looking in the direction that Yi Yuan pointed, but there was no activity at all. His face could not help turning dark as he said, "Little B, S-T-A-R-D, you dare to toy with me?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Toy with you? You take a look again." Xiao Anshan turned his head again and still did not discover any movements. He was practically about to lose it. Xiao Anshan could not wait for a moment longer. He swore in his heart, and he must kill Yi Yuan. Xiao Anshan gnashed his teeth in hatred and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, "Little B, S-T-A-R-D, very good. You're very good. After the Golden Sword Pact, you'll know what's called a life worse than death." Yi Yuan had a wide grin and looked at Xiao Anshan as he said, "You take a look again, really magic them out. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, are you done?" Lord Inspector, this lowly official request to immediately start the Golden Sword Pact. Xiao Anshan was virtually about to break down and said to the inspector, but he waited for a long time and the inspector did not even move. Lifting his head and looking, Xiao Anshan discovered that the inspector had a solemn look, and the direction that he was looking in was precisely the direction of the Marshall Tower, which was also the direction that Yi Yuan pointed at. Xiao Anshan was alarmed inwardly and instinctively turned his head to look, his expression instantly changing drastically. It was only to see that the original peaceful Marshall Tower actually raged with a fierce storm at this time. Violent spiritual energy poured over in that direction frenziedly. This commotion was clearly someone breaking through to celestial deity realm. Already magicked out, it was only to see a figure fly out of the Marshall Tower, standing high in the sky, absorbing spiritual energy frantically. That commotion was extremely shocking. That's Cold Feather. How is it possible? He broke through too. When Yilin cried out strangely and shouted in disbelief. When Yilin was not foreign to Cold Feather. They were geniuses in the same era and had once contended for a long time in secret. It was just that the final result was that when Yilin stepped into the celestial deity realm, while Cold Feather ended up missing. Even though Cold Feather came back now, he was already no threat to Wen Yilin. How could more than 100,000 years of idling away be that easy to remedy? When Yilin coming this time, he originally wanted to see Cold Feather and even chastise the latter a bit. But who knew that what he waited for was this kind of result? Chapter 1697 4 Celestial Deities Gathered Together. Chapter 1697 4 Celestial Deities Gathered Together. Xiao Anshan's pupils constricted. His head felt like it exploded with a buzz. Another celestial deity realm powerhouse. This way, wouldn't Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's celestial deity powerhouses be the same as Utmost Peace Imperial City? Xiao Anshan stared fixedly at the Cold Feather above the Marshall Tower's sky, his eyes full of disbelief. When did celestial deity powerhouses become cabbages? Overnight, Heavenly Eagle actually had 2 more celestial deity powerhouses. This is impossible. He had wasted more than 100,000 years and has long past set his prime already. How can he possibly break through to reach the celestial deity realm? If say 1 was ting the jackpot, then what about 2? This is also too ridiculous, right? Who can tell me what on earth happened? Utmost peace Imperial City sighed. Each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. The shock that Cold Feather's breakthrough brought to them was too much. To the Southridge 10 cities' divine Lord realm powerhouses, the celestial deity realm was like a heavenly chasm, unable to surmount it at all. How many divine Lord realm powerhouses were there in the Southridge 10 cities? No one knew. However, these 10 cities' celestial deity powerhouses added up were merely a scanty few 20 to 30 people. This kind of breakthrough ratio virtually made people despair. Hence, don't look at how those in the celestial deity realm, such Zheng Qi, Ning Tianping, they were extremely talented. When arriving in front of the threshold of celestial deity realm, that was an insurmountable high mountain. Put in the past, it was hard for the Southridge 10 cities to produce one who broke through to the celestial deity realm in 10,000 years. But today, 2 broke through all at once. The inspector's gaze flickered incessantly. Tanic waves stirred up in his heart too. With his eyes, he could naturally see through that Zheng Qi also just broke through not long ago. Now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had another one who broke through. What was going on today? Could this really be a coincidence? Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. Just as the inspector and utmost peace Imperial City's powerhouses were in immense shock, a tsunami-like clamor came from below. Coincidence? How is this possible? Experiencing the initial most shock, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's powerhouses came to realize the truth very quickly. Zheng Qi's and Cold Feather's breakthroughs were absolutely not some coincidental events. All of this was thanks to Head Elder Yi Yuan. If it were before, they would naturally feel that this was nonsense. An initial rank 4-star Alchemy G. O. D. Could he dictate the breakthroughs of celestial deity realm powerhouses? This was utterly rubbish. But now no one would doubt it. During these 10 years, Yi Yuan created countless miracles with his power alone. Very old, undying existences who already could not possibly break through long ago, all gained a new lease on life, making breakthroughs again under Yi Yuan's rank for divine pills. Therefore, they had reason to believe that today's miracle was bestowed by Head Elder Yi Yuan. It was not simple a coincidence. The inspector trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan in incredible shock. Only now did he know that this little fellow who was merely first-layered Heaven Divine Lord was actually even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder. What kind of concept was this? Either Zhuoshujia's brain was spoiled, or this kid had extremely extraordinary aspects. Clearly, Zhuoshujia's head could not possibly be spoiled. Then, the answer was self-evident. It was just that he racked his head and also could not figure out how Yi Yuan dictated 2 great celestial deity powerhouses to break through. He did not think of medicinal pills at all. A first-layered Heaven Divine Lord refining the supreme Jade Void Pill? Are you kidding me? Ha! Xiao Anshan. Now, my Heavenly Eagle has 4 celestial deity powerhouses too. I see what you have to be arrogant. Zhuoshujia said with a loud laugh. Among the Southridge 10 cities, Heavenly Eagle was considered as an existence with the lowest strength. He, this city lord, had always tucked his tail between his legs and behaved. Today, he could finally hold his head up high, giving birth to 2 great celestial deity powerhouses within one day. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength could soar to the front ranks all at once. Xiao Anshan's expression was ugly to the extreme. This sudden change caught him by surprise. Hearing the shouts from below, he was similarly extremely shocked in his heart. Could it be that Zheng Qi and Cold Feather's breakthroughs were actually thanks to Yi Yuan? It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, Zhuoshujia, don't get arrogant. The Golden Sword Pact is a life-and-death battle. Can two celestial deity realms who just broke through change the battle situation? Shuja simply ignored him, turned to Yi Yuan, and laughed loudly as he said, Yi Yuan, you actually really did it. This battle, you've earned the most credit. Yi Yuan smiled and said, arranged some means in order to enter the martial tower and delayed some time. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Shujia's gaze turned intent, sniffing a hint of something unusual from Yi Yuan's words. Why did Coldfeather's breakthrough have to be inside the martial tower? Seemed like there was some story. Xiao Anshan could not quite stand still anymore. He gritted his teeth, toughened his scalp, and said to the inspector, Lord Inspector, this lowly official request to immediately start the Golden Sword Pact. Although Coldfeather and Zheng Qi both just broke through to the Celestial Deity Realm. Celestial Deity Realm was Celestial Deity Realm. If it was really 4 versus 4, the variables were too great. However, the inspector's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Are you teaching this envoy on how to do things? Xiao Anshan was startled inwardly and hurriedly said, This lowly official dare not. The inspector gave a cold snort and said, Good that you don't dare. Once the breakthrough starts, he's a member of our generation. How can the Golden Sword Pact, such a major event, be treated as a child's play? Starting the Golden Sword Pact now. Are you trying to have everyone talk behind this envoy's back? Amen? Xiao Anshan broke out in cold sweat and repeatedly said that he dare not. The inspector said in a cold voice, If this matter was Pot S, said back to the imperial capital, do you think that I can continue to be an inspector? Or is it that you want this envoy to show partiality to your utmost peace imperial city and slaughter the entire heavenly eagle? Xiao Anshan's sweat fell like a waterfall and did not even have time to wipe away sweat as he hurriedly said, This lowly official knows my mistake. This lowly official was just anxious and didn't expect that it offended your excellency. I hope that your excellency doesn't blame me. The inspector said in a cold voice, Stand down. After he breaks through, the Golden Sword Pact will commence immediately. How could Xiao Anshan still dare to speak? He could only retreat to one side and did not even dare to let out a fart. Time slowly trickled by. Spiritual energy also gradually dissipated, but the aura on Coldfeather gradually became stronger. Ha! I didn't expect it. Truly didn't think that this old man actually still has a day where I broke through to the celestial deity realm. After breaking through, Coldfeather let out a wild laugh, reverberating throughout heaven and earth. Over 400 years ago, he was still trapped inside the spatial inheritance, unable to escape at all. At that time, he never dreamed that he would actually still have a day where he could break through to the celestial deity realm in this lifetime. This was something that he did not even dare to dream about during the past 100,000 years. But today, Yi Yuan actually helped him to actualize it. Swuz. H. Plus Coldfeather strode out, crossing a distance of 100,000 feet, directly arriving at Yi Yuan's side. The supreme jade void pill is indeed wondrous. Yi Yuan, the favor that this old man owes you can't be repaid entirely in this lifetime, Coldfeather said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Suddenly, he felt the powerful pressure on the inspector's body. Coldfeather's expression changed, and he bowed as he said, Heavenly Eagle's Coldfeather pays respect to Lord Inspector. The inspector nodded slightly and said, Amen. Since you've already broken through, the Golden Sword Pact will start at once. Chapter 1698, Preserve Your Little Life. Chapter 1698, Preserve Your Little Life outside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. 8 great celestial deity powerhouses stood in the air. The great battle had yet to start, and the commotion was already monstrous. In the distance, there were already countless heavenly eagle powerhouses surrounding and watching, being stunned by this powerful lineup. Celestial deity powerhouses, they normally could not even see one. Today they saw 8 all at once, as well as the inspector. Zwashujia, prepare to suffer my wrath. Today you must die. Xiao Anshan had a furious look. Today's situation already completely stepped out of his control. The reason why he dared to activate the Golden Sword Pact was that utmost peace imperial cities, celestial deity realms were powerful. But now both sides were actually evenly matched. This fight, the variables were too great. However, as long as he could kill Zwishujia, everything could end. The Golden Sword token was already issued. Qiao Anshan did not have any way out as well. Either you die, or I perish. H. Plus Zwishujia smiled coldly and said, that will have to depend on whether you have this ability or not. Qiao Anshan snorted coldly, the aura on his body releasing fully. Zwishujia's expression could not help changing. This guy, his aura grew a lot stronger again. Looks like he's already very close to a third-layered heaven celestial deity. Zwishujia's strength was still some distance away from peak second-layered heaven celestial deity. There was a massive difference in strength between each minor realm of the celestial deity realm. Even each minor realm was also ACCU, Mulat, over countless years. Qiao Anshan's strength had always been half a notch stronger than Zwishujia. But moving out this time, Qiao Anshan's strength seemed to be much stronger again. If without the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, this battle was really fraught with grim possibilities. Upon thinking of the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, Zwishujia was shocked in his heart again. Because the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain was already thoroughly refined by Yi Yuan. The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain was extremely difficult to refine. If it were him, even several thousand years, and he might not be able to refine all of it either. But how many years had it been since Yi Yuan obtained the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain? This kid was full of secrets everywhere on his body. Over there, Wen Yiling looked at Cold Feather, his eyes full of disdain. Cold Feather, even if you broke through to the celestial deity realm, you're still just an ant in my eyes. You've just entered the first-layered heaven celestial deity realm, while I'm already a peak first-layered heaven celestial deity. Cold Feather laughed in spite of himself and said, more than 100,000 years have already passed, and yet you're still so KY. When Yilin's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, courting death. Right at this time, the inspector said in a clear voice, Golden Sword Pact, life and death battle, begin. Qiao Anshan's expression turned intent, and he yelled coldly, kill. The moment the word kill came out of the mouth, Qiao Anshan's entire person was akin to a cannonball, charging towards Zwishujia. For pairs of celestial deity, powerhouses instantly clashed together. That commotion could be said to be earth-shattering. Above in the sky, a cloud of smoke floated over the battlefield, auras surging to the sky. That violent aftershock, even if a trace leaked over, it could still crush them into minced meat. Those Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were far away, but their faces were already white-faced without any blood. This battle was on a completely different level from them, especially Qiao Anshan and Zwishujia. The commotion of these two people's battle was tremendous, overshadowing the other three pairs of celestial deity powerhouses. The inspector shot a glance at the Yi Yuan, not far away, and asked rather curiously, you don't seem worried about them at all? In reality, even if Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produced two more mighty celestial deity powerhouses all at once, he was still not optimistic about Heavenly Eagle. After all, Utmost Peace Imperial City's celestial deity powerhouses held an overwhelming advantage. Powerhouses who just reached the celestial deity realms and veteran of the celestial deity realms, their strengths were completely different. If without a very powerful trump card, wanting to defeat the opponent was simply wishful thinking. But when the inspector glanced at Yi Yuan, he discovered that he was calm and composed. There was no worry on his face at all. This made him very curious. Yi Yuan smiled and said, those few fellows are dead for sure, so what's there to be worried about? The inspector was stunned when he heard that and said in astonishment, dead for sure? Yi Yuan said, otherwise? From that moment Qiao Anshan activated the Golden Sword token. The final result was already decided. These words were domineering. It was just that coming out from the mouth of a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord Jr., It seemed very comical. The inspector was somewhat at a loss whether to cry or laugh. He shook his head, rather disappointed in Yi Yuan. Unable to even judge the overall situation, it seemed like he was just a prodigy who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. However, even though disdainful, he was still very curious about Yi Yuan. After all, a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord was actually able to refine the supreme Jade Void pill, this kind of peak rank for medicinal pill. This was seriously too amazing. One had to know, even the imperial capital's genius alchemists could not possibly refine peak level 9 medicinal pills when at this realm too. Therefore, even though everyone pledged in all sincerity and solemnness, the inspector himself still had some reservations. The inspector said with a faint smile, "Oh, Junior, you might not know how great the disparity between celestial deity realms is. Even though Heavenly Eagle has 2 more celestial deities, they have just entered the celestial deity realm and are far from those veteran celestial deity realms match. This matter, I think that Heavenly Eagle is a little unreliable." Yi Yuan turned his head and looked at the inspector with a smile as he said, "Does Your Excellency still have something you want to say?" The inspector was slightly startled in his heart. He only said half a sentence, and this kid already knew his intentions? This kid was shrewd. The inspector said coolly, "If Heavenly Eagle is defeated, your little life will be lost. That Xiao Anshan absolutely won't let you off." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What does Lord Inspector want? The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain or the Supreme Jade Void Pill?" The inspector's expression became slightly austere, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. He suddenly discovered that he really underestimated this kid. This fellow was sly and shrewd. He was like an old fellow wise in the ways of the world and not like a young man at all. Since they were clever people, the inspector did not beat around the bush anymore as well. He opened his mouth and said coolly, "The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain is the Golden Sword Pack's wager. It isn't convenient for this envoy to intervene. Rather, your little life, this envoy can save it. At that time, you just have to help this envoy refine a Supreme Jade Void Pill will do. However, this envoy wants high grade and above. Do you have the A.S. assurance to refine? A Supreme Jade Void Pill. Even in the Imperial capital, it was an extremely hard to come by medicinal pill too. Even 5-star Alchemy DS might not be able to refine it too. For the inspector to want to get such a medicinal pill, the price expended was still considerable. People should not look at how he was awe-inspiring in the Southridge 10 nations. If they really settled down at the Imperial capital and got to know things, he was also merely an unimportant character. Yi Yuan knew that Lung Qiuling came from an Imperial capital. She was already about to break through to the celestial deity realm at a young age. This at least showed that celestial deity realms were nothing in imperial capitals. Hearing the inspector's words, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Lord Inspector is worrying too much. If you want a supreme jade void pill, this he will just help you to refine. There is no need to use this Ye's life to secure one. Your Excellency, rest assured. Heavenly Eagle will definitely win this battle." The inspector was speechless. He suddenly felt like he could not quite figure out this brat anymore. Clearly an incomparably clever person, but why was he so far off the mark when talking? Win? Use what a win. Right at this time, a series of loud noises came from the sky. Xiao Anshan completely rampaged, berserk strength suppressing Zhushujia firmly. The inspector looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "This is your certain victory?" 1. Southridge 10 cities and Southridge 10 nations seem to be used interchangeably. Chapter 1699 Heavenly Eagle's Trump Card. Chapter 1699 Heavenly Eagle's Trump Card. In the distance, the cluttered and violent attacks shook until S.P.A.C. was trembling. Utmost peace imperial cities, 4 great celestial deity powerhouses already suppressed Heavenly Eagle's side all round. They were well deserving of being veteran celestial deity realms. Regardless whether it was divine essence or world power, it was much more stronger compared to Cold Feather. They all newly advanced celestial deities. At that start, it still did not show. But along with the Pa-S, Sing of Time, this kind of advantage was clearly magnifying continuously. Even Zwashuja already showed signs of defeat too. Continuing like this isn't a solution. City Lord, they all almost can't hold on anymore. Utmost Peace's celestial deity realms are too strong. Ancestor they all. The time they broke through is still too short. What to do? Could it be that Heavenly Eagle's Tao teachings are going to wither away henceforth? Far away, Heavenly Eagle's martial artists all revealed worried looks. The joy of two great celestial deity realms appearing was already swept clean. Ha ha, Zwashuja. So what if 4 celestial deities? Just based on your bit of means, can you be my match? Xiao Anshan laughed wantonly as he unleashed martial techniques frenziedly, continuing his victorious pursuit. Zwashujia's aura gradually weakened, virtually losing the strength to retaliate. The other few people all encountered similar situations. When Yilin laughed loudly and said, "What did I say? Answer Antony end. Do you think that the disparity of more than 100,000 years can be made up for by breaking through to the celestial deity realm? Haha, prepare die." The inspector smiled as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Now, do you still think that I have no need to state this condition?" Exchanging pill for one's life and Yi Yuan directly helping him refine pills, this was 2 different concepts. Yi Yuan directly helping him refine pills was equivalent to him owing Yi Yuan a favor. To martial artists, what they were most unwilling to do was to owe others favor. If the favor could not be repaid, when breaking through, it might produce a mental demon. The consequences would be very severe. Therefore, between martial artists, what was valued more was an equivalent exchange and not owing favors. To Yi Yuan, it was similarly likewise. The inspector's status was extraordinary. Having him owe him a favor was equivalent to having a safeguard in this Southridge 10 nations. This kind of bargain deal, not making it was a fool. But Yi Yuan's face did not have any hint of worry as he said, "Yes, it's not necessary." The inspector shook his head, feeling that Yi Yuan would not shed tears without seeing the coffin. But he was not in a hurry either, and said with a faint smile, "This envoy is giving you this chance now. In a while, it will be you coming to beg this envoy." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "If I agree now, in a while, Lord Inspector's face won't look good." The inspector chuckled when he heard that and said, "You, kid, are rather interesting. This envoy wants to see if a miracle will appear today or not." Yi Yuan said, "Not a miracle. It's strength." The inspector shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He could not be bothered to bicker with Yi Yuan anymore. While up in the sky, signs of Zwashuja and the rest's defeat were already more evident. Xiao Anshan's face was even more proud of himself. He held a Ma-S Civ great axe and shouted fiercely, "Zwashuja, this axe will send you to the west. Overlord Heaven-splitting axe, kill for me." This Ma-S Civ axe was a celestial deity, mystic treasure. This axe-cleaving out seemed to have the power to split apart heaven and earth. Clearly, this was Xiao Anshan's true killing move. A series of exclamations came from below. Quite a number of people all shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of seeing Zwashuja being hacked to death. Rumble. An earth-shaking loud noise came over, but Zwashuja was not split in half. Rather, Xiao Anshan himself had been repelled backward several tens of thousands of feet. Xiao Anshan's expression changed, and he cried out, "Origin magnetic divine mountain. Impossible. You refined the origin magnetic divine mountain? No, wait, this isn't your origin magnetic divine mountain." The current Zwashuja appeared slightly wretched, supporting a dark small hill on his palm. That small hill emitted waves of powerful aura on Zwashuja's hand. Hearing that, Zwashuja smiled coldly and said, "Didn't expect it, right? Yi Yuan already completely refined the origin magnetic divine mountain. Haven't you always wanted it very much? Then come and taste its true power today." Done talking, Zwashuja pushed with his palm. The origin magnetic divine mountain turned into a streak of black light. Instantly, SMAs. Plussing toward Xiao and Shan. The speed was too fast. Xiao and Shan could not avoid it in time at all and could only block with the giant axe. Bang! Xiao and Shan was directly smashed, flying away, fresh blood spewing wildly. He revealed a look of astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief as he said, "Impossible. Just how many years has it been? How can he, a divine lord realm brat, possibly refine the origin magnetic divine mountain?" So Shujia chuckled and said, "If you're able to survive, you can go and ask Yuan. But as for now, haha." So Shujia controlled the origin magnetic divine mountain and clashed together with Xiao and Shan once more. The origin magnetic divine mountain in Shujia's hands. That power was a completely different concept than in Yi Yuan's hands. Xiao Anshan's giant axe was already extremely powerful. But as long as it be, you imped into the origin magnetic divine mountain, Xiao Anshan immediately flew out backward. Such a battle was simply unreasonable. The might of a Xiantian celestial deity, mystic treasure, was displayed beyond all doubt at this moment. If the origin magnetic divine mountain could not be completely refined, it would not be able to fully unleash its true power. Yi Yuan could still use it to smash people, but using it in a battle of celestial deity powerhouses would not cut it. Yi Yuan refining it fully, even though he was unable to unleash its true power due to his realm being low, lending it to Shujia to battle, that power was totally different. Therefore, that was why Xiao and Shan would be so shocked seeing the origin magnetic divine mountain. The origin magnetic divine mountain was extremely difficult to refine. Xiao and Shan did not think that this thing could be used to battle at all. Otherwise, lend him a few gallbladders, and he also would not dare to issue this golden sword token. For Yi Yuan to be able to refine the origin magnetism spirit would so quickly, it was naturally because of the origin magnetism spirit would. Yi Yuan's comprehension in origin magnetic law was already extremely high. Coupled with the natural affinity of the origin magnetism spirit would, he naturally refined the origin magnetism spirit would many times faster than others. The current Xiao and Shan wanted to vomit blood several times. Under the circumstances where the strength difference was not great, the suppression of the origin magnetic divine mountain was simply too terrifying. The moment the origin magnetic divine mountain came out, the battle situation immediately had a great reversal. Over there, He Chung suddenly brought out the immortal binding rope, catching his opponent by surprise all of a sudden. He Chung was a veteran celestial deity realm too. The difference from his opponent was not big. Now, suddenly having an additional celestial deity, mystic treasure, he took the absolute upper hand all of a sudden. When his opponent saw the immortal binding rope, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This was utmost pieces celestial deity, mystic treasure. Now, it was actually being used by He Chung to deal with him. The most blinding one still had to be Cold Feather. He did not take out any magic treasure, but his figure suddenly became erratic, his entire person seemingly shuttling back and forth in S.P.A.C. Spatial laws. It's spatial laws. Ancestor Cold Feather He comprehended first-layered heaven spatial laws. Understand. No wonder he wanted to break through in the Marshall Tower. Turns out that he went to comprehend spatial laws. These 100,000 over years were also not completely wasted away. With spatial laws, even if it's just first-layered heaven, one's strength will be totally different too. Watching the scene, Heavenly Eagle's martial artist cried out in shock. Chapter 1700 Flames of War Extinguish. Heavenly Eagle rejoices. Chapter 1700 Flames of War Extinguish. Heavenly Eagle rejoices. When martial artists broke through a major realm, that was when they were closest to the heavenly Tao, and it was also the easiest time to comprehend the Tao. Cold Feather had the foundation of spatial laws, and his comprehension ability was not poor either. Hence, Yi Yuan set up an inheritance S.P.A.C. anew, making it more suited for Cold Feather. It was all to help him achieve a breakthrough in spatial laws. And Cold Feather did not disappoint Yi Yuan's expectations either. When breaking through, he finally grasped first-layered heaven spatial laws in one stroke. In normal situation, even if having another few tens of thousands of years, he also might not be able to completely comprehend it. Yi Yuan integrated the power of chaos into the supreme Jade Void Pill. To begin with, it was extraordinary. Coupled with Yi Yuan's ataraxia and tranquil heart, that was how it helped Cold Feather successfully to break through. And now, it was finally Cold Feather's turn to display his abilities. Even though Cold Feather did not fuse Sword Dao and spatial laws into one like Yi Yuan, coupled with spatial laws, his strength became totally different. Although, when Yilin's strength was decent, he was still considered a newbie in the celestial deity realm. His breakthrough was also something that happened in these few tens of thousands of years. In an instant, his pressure surged. Among the four people, only Zheng Qi's strength was slightly weaker, but his opponent's strength was also average. He could still barely hold on. Therefore, after Heavenly Eagle's people showed their trump cards, the situation instantly reversed. Swiss H plus a swift and fierce sword light flashed past. When Yilin directly had a whole board through, Cold Feather continued his victorious pursuit, one sword faster than the other. When Yilin was routed like a landslide, how did he still have any strength left over to counterattack? Bang! Another streak of sword light pa-s said through the void, landing on Wen Yilin, directly knocking him into the ground. Cold Feather raised his long sword, looked at the half-dead Wen Yilin, and said coolly, "I've indeed wasted more than 100,000 years, but my life is better than yours. Because when I was at my most hopeless, I ran into the person who rekindled my lease of life." When Yilin was already heavily injured, currently on the verge of death, his eyes were full of terror as well as the desire to live on. He was actually defeated just like this. Cold Feather did not have the slightest compa. Shaun, swinging his long sword, ending Wen Yilin's life. When the inspector saw this scene, he was speechless for a long time. Truly, in a blink of an eye, the whole world was turned upside down. Heavenly Eagle actually really turned things around. He never dreamed that Heavenly Eagle actually prepared so many contingencies. The inspector opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Up in the sky, the battle still continued. Zhua Shudya controlled the origin magnetic divine mountain, sweeping forth ever victorious. Qiao and Shan became increasingly unable to hold on. Their strength was originally very close. Zhua Shudya relied on the power of the mystic treasure and became braver as the battle progressed. Bang! A moment of carelessness, and Xiao Anshan was smashed flying out backward. Who would have thought that Xiao Anshan actually turned into a stream of flowing life and fled at the risk of heavy injuries? This sudden turn of events caught everyone by surprise. The inspector gave a cold snort, figure Russ. Plussing out swiftly. A powerful to the extreme aura surged straight for the horizon. A swift figure pa-s, said by. The inspector actually reached first despite moving later, stopping Xiao Anshan. The inspector said coolly, "Where are you going?" Xiao Anshan's entire person had already gone berserk, and he roared furiously. "Why do you care where your father is going? Your father doesn't want to die, so get lost." Done talking, the frenzied Xiao Anshan actually cleaved an axe blow towards the inspector. Courting death. The patrolling inspector was a paramount existence in the Southridge 10 nations. This Xiao Anshan had also lost his head in defeat to actually dare attack him. It was only to see the inspector suddenly erupted with an imposing manner. It was world power. He suddenly punched out. Bang! A loud noise came from the sky. After that, there was no more after that. The inspector put away Xiao Anshan's giant axe and said with a cold snort, "Blind and reckless thing, to actually dare make a move against this envoy." In a blink, two great celestial deity powerhouses fell. This battle no longer had any suspense. Following Cold Feather and joining the battle royale. Heavenly Eagle completely wiped out utmost pieces, celestial deity powerhouses neat and tidily. Once the golden sword token happened, that was a situation of not resting until they were dead. Either you die or I perish. It was just that Xiao Anshan never dreamed that utmost peace Imperial City actually ended up in this conclusion in the end. Heavenly Eagle is mighty. City Lord is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City seethed with excitement, from despair to hope, then to victory. This battle met with life in a desperate situation, bringing them too many surprises. No one could have thought that the powerful utmost peace Imperial City was actually wiped out just like this. And the ones who launched the war were even utmost peace Imperial City themselves. A few people's faces also revealed looks of wild ecstasy. This battle was fought until it was really to their heart's content. As the weakest existence among the Southridge 10 cities, Zhuge, this city lord, was actually very vexed and timid. But today, they announced their might to the other 8 imperial cities. Haha, it's really too great. I don't even remember how long it's been since I felt so refreshed. Hichong said with a big laugh. Zhuge smiled and said, yeah, after this battle, our Heavenly Eagle is sufficient to rise to the top 5 ranks of the Southridge 10 nations. In the future, no one can think about bullying us anymore. Come, we have to thank Yuan properly. Without him, today's result will be completely different. Everyone secretly nodded their heads when they heard that and followed Zhuge over. For great celestial deity, realms arrived together. Zhuge directly returned the origin magnetic divine mountain to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Yi Yuan, this battle, I represent Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to thank you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, City Lord's words are too serious. This Yi is Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower's head elder. I naturally have to contribute effort to Heavenly Eagle. The 4 great celestial deities were all extremely grateful to Yi Yuan in their hearts. Except, what they could give Yi Yuan was seriously not much. Furthermore, they similarly knew that Yi Yuan's end journey was absolutely not at a tiny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Even the Southridge 10 cities could not pin him down. Sooner or later one day, he would leave. But without a doubt, the transformation that Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly Eagle was tremendous. At this time, the inspector slowly came over. His gaze swept past Yi Yuan, but he said to Zhuge, the Golden Sword Pact has already concluded. This envoy has to make a trip back to the imperial capital and report the situation of the Southridge 10 nations to the higher-ups. According to the rule, Utmost Peace Imperial City will be under Heavenly Eagle's jurisdiction now. You guys should send people to take over control of Utmost Peace as soon as possible, but don't make any trouble. Zhuge hurriedly said, Yes, Lord Inspector. The inspector nodded his head and said to Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan, you come with me for a bit. Under everyone's wondering gazes, the inspector brought Yi Yuan to one side and said, Kid, this time, count it as this envoy owes you a favor. Returning to the imperial capital this time, this envoy will bring over the spirit medicines to refine the supreme Jade Void Pill. At that time, you take action to refine one for this envoy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your Excellency is too serious. It's just a minor favor. Your Excellency, you don't need to take it to heart. The inspector gave Yi Yuan a deep glance, feeling secretly alarmed in his heart. He finally understood now that this kid already had prepared plans to deal with the situation. When saying and doing things, he seemed very wild. Actually, everything was within his control. No need to take to heart. Even if he, Yi Yuan, did not take it to heart, could he not care about it? But Yi Yuan did not say a word and just said that it was a small matter. This way, it saved his face and also made him owe a favor. This kid was impressive. Chapter 17:01 100 years later. Chapter 17:01 100 years later, becoming famous under the heavens in one battle. Heavenly Eagle's domineering rise swept across the Southridge 10 cities like the wind. 4 great celestial deity realms, without losing a single person, completely annihilated utmost pieces 4 great celestial deity realms. The battle's outcome was extremely dazzling. Among the Southridge 10 cities' celestial deity realms, even though there were strong and weak ones, their strengths were more or less very close. Under normal circumstances, such a tragic great battle, both sides having casualties, were bound to happen. But none of Heavenly Eagle's celestial deity realms was lost. What did this show? It showed that Heavenly Eagle's 4 great celestial deities were powerful, completely cruise. Plusing utmost peace Imperial City. However, this was not what made the other Imperial cities most shocked. What shocked them the most was that Heavenly Eagle produced an alchemist who could refine the supreme Jade Void pill. This was the thing that made them most jealous. Yi Yuan's name instantly echoed throughout the entire Southridge 10 cities together with Heavenly Eagle, a genius alchemist who could refine the supreme Jade Void pill. What did this mean? This meant that as long as he had sufficient spirit medicines, Yi Yuan could create celestial deity powerhouses non-stop. That was right. It was Ma's production. This ability simply drove people insane. What did the Southridge 10 cities lack the most? Powerhouses in the celestial deity realms. But with Yi Yuan's ability, celestial deity realms could actually be produced. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? For the other imperial cities, there was nothing they could feel other than jealousy. Fortunately, even though there were many divine lords, there were very few half-step celestial deity martial artists. Furthermore, the spirit medicines that the supreme Jade Void pill required were extremely scarce in the Southridge lands. Those truly able to gather them were very few. Otherwise, the entire Southridge 10 cities would really change heavens. Even so, Cloud Jade Imperial City still offered a sky-high price of 300 billion, wanting to invite Yi Yuan to take action to refine the supreme Jade Void pill. Cloud Jade Imperial City was the Southridge 10 cities' strongest imperial city. Just the celestial deity powerhouses were as many as 5. Only the Cloud Jade Imperial City, this kind of existence, could gather the supreme Jade Void pill's spirit medicines. These spirit medicines were extremely hard to come by. If not for Yi Yuan going to Riverluck Capital City, wanting to gather them would really not be an ordinary kind of difficult. The spirit medicines to refine the supreme Jade Void pill, the total value was around 20 billion. It could be seen from this how valuable the medicine pill was. The sky-high price of 300 billion that Cloud Jade Imperial City offered was merely just to have Yi Yuan take action to refine it. The spirit medicines were prepared by them. It was just that if Yi Yuan could refine successfully. 300 billion to buy a celestial deity realm was extremely worth it. However, Yi Yuan still refused. Increasing other imperial cities' strength, this kind of thing, Yi Yuan naturally would not do it. But since that day, the other 8 cities would frequently send envoys to Heavenly Eagle to request pills from Yi Yuan. No choice, the rank 4 divine pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was too good. The other imperial cities' divine lord realm powerhouses, once cultivated to a critical juncture, ordinary medicinal pill quality would not be able to satisfy at all. In the past, they could only be stuck at the gateway and take time to slowly grind. But now, they had one more choice, that was to request pills from Yi Yuan. The powerhouses of the 8 great imperial cities, as long as they could obtain a medicinal pill from Yi Yuan's hands, breaking through for them were virtually something already guaranteed. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were highly popular. However, it was hard to request for even one pill. Of course, even if it was ordinary rank 4 divine pills, Yi Yuan would not casually refine them as well. Some key medicinal pills he would not refine for outsiders. This was his principle. Furthermore, wanting to request Yi Yuan to take action, the prices were all extremely high. But even so, Yi Manor's front door was still almost trampled flat. Hence, after the Golden Sword Pact, Heavenly Eagle became a very special existence. Even Cloud Jade Imperial City would not easily offend him either. Furthermore, There was a legend that Heavenly Eagle's head Elder Yi Yuan was on very friendly terms with Southridge Patrolling Inspector Jiang Jade Hall. This legend made everyone even more cautious in taking action, not daring to have the slightest notion towards Heavenly Eagle. An empty hole invited the wind, but who knew if it was real or fake? The key point was that Jiang Jade Hall himself had not come out to clarify it either. Ever since the Golden Sword Pact, Yi Yuan's prestige in Heavenly Eagle had no equal, and he had basically become a hands-off manager as well. Currently, the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's affairs were already handed to Ruo Su and Ning Ziyuan to deal with. How could the present Ruo Su still dare to even mutter dissent towards Yi Yuan's words? As for Ning Ziyuan, with Zheng Qi and Cold Feather both breaking through, he also became the Marshall Tower's head elder as a matter of course. Yi Yuan would give sermons in the Pill Tower every once in a while. At that time, even Xian Yu and Ruo Su would also be like well-behaved little pupils, listening to the lecture quietly below. Finally, one day, when Yi Yuan was giving a lecture, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. Xian Yu gained enlightenment on Tao. At this point, Heavenly Eagle added another celestial deity powerhouse. Furthermore, it was even a 5-star Alchemy G.O.D. Southridge Land's one and only 5-star Alchemy G.O.D. The sad thing was that Xian Yu, this 5-star Alchemy G.O.D. fell short of reality. Southridge's rank 5 divine, rank spirit medicines were too scarce. Xian Yu had no way of studying rank 5 divine pills at all. However, 5-star Alchemy G.O.D. was 5-star Alchemy G.O.D. His strength was far from what 4-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. could compare to. In a blink, 100 years already passed, said. On this day, a figure drifted into Yi Manor and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha, little friend Yi Yuan, this old man came to beg for a drink again." Yi Yuan came out to welcome and said with a smile, "Elder brother Jiang, you've been coming rather diligently recently. My 100 flowers heavenly immortal wine can't support your drinking like this." 100 flowers heavenly immortal wine was a kind of rank 4 spirit alcohol that Yi Yuan created, gathering the essence of 100 types of spirit flowers and brewed with a secret method. Not only was the taste superb, but it was also greatly beneficial to martial artists. This flask of alcohol was very valuable. Ever since Jiang Jade Hall knew that Yi Yuan had this wine, he would come to ask for a few cups to drink every now and then. In the long run, he became Yi Manor's frequent guest. Just as rumored in the outside world, these two people's relations, H.I. plus B, was really not ordinary. This reason was naturally due to the supreme Jade Void Pill. Jiang Jade Hall's request of Yi Yuan was high grade, but in the end, Yi Yuan gave him a huge surprise. It was a divine grade pill, a divine grade supreme Jade Void Pill. This was an existence that could not be purchased even by spending money in the imperial capital. The effect of the medicinal pill was naturally extraordinary. Jiang Jade Hall requested the pill for his niece. After his niece consumed the medicinal pill, she naturally broke through to the celestial deity realm as a matter of course. Furthermore, the same as Ning Tianping, her celestial deity realm could not be compared to the normal celestial deity realm. The effects of the medicinal pill would last for many years. Presently, inside the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined contained his chaos power. Divine-grade Supreme Jade Void Pill was not the least bit inferior to the previous Void Spirit Divine Grade. Ever since then, Jiang Jade Hall treated Yi Yuan as a bosom friend. Furthermore, Jiang Jade Hall understood that this was not Yi Yuan seeking connections with someone of higher standing. It might even be him, Jiang Jade Hall, who was seeking connections with someone out of his league. With Yi Yuan's talent, he would absolutely not be limited to just Southridge 10 cities in the future. The land of the Southridge 10 cities was barren with a shortage of resources. This place already did not have much SPAC for his development. Drinking a cup of 100 flowers heavenly immortal wine, Jiang Jade Hall was very refreshed and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Younger brother, have you considered the matter that I talked with you about?" With your talent, staying in this Southridge land is too unworthy of your talents. The imperial capital is the land where you put your talents to great use. Yi Yuan's expression dimmed, and he let out a sigh as he said, I know that elder brother has good intentions. However, let's wait a while more. Chapter 1702 Extreme Light Imperial City. Chapter 1702 Extreme Light Imperial City presently. Several years had already passed, said since the 500-year agreement. But no matter whether it was lure, or white light, there was no news. So these few years, Yi Yuan was unable to cultivate in peace too, looking forward to their news every single day. But along with the passing with time, Yi Yuan also became more and more restless. Actually, several decades ago, Jiang Jade Hall already invited Yi Yuan to the imperial capital. But Yi Yuan had the 500-year agreement and naturally would not go. Now, you would not go even more. Jiang Jade Hall gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, Rest assured, sister-in-law, they all will be blessed by the heavens and turn calamities into blessings. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Brother Jiang, these words, you yourself don't even believe it, right? Jiang Jade Hall was a little embarrassed, said when he heard that and laughed awkwardly. The heaven-span world was too big. Danger was everywhere. The few of them, their strengths were not strong either. Something happening outside was not surprising. Back then, when they all left, what Yi Yuan was most worried about was this situation today. He did not expect that it still happened. The reason why he set the 500-year agreement was in order to not let them run too far. Looking at it now, the development of things still could not be as he wished. Jiang Jade Hall saw that Yi Yuan was dejected and urged, Don't blame yourself too much either. Saying something a little pretentious. Want to blame? Blame that you're too outstanding. Being by your side requires enormous pressure. Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Jade Hall and could not resist rolling his eyes. However, what Jiang Jade Hall said were heartfelt words and did not have the intention of tearing him up, even though these words indeed sounded rather flattering. These few years, Jiang Jade Hall and Yi Yuan had a close friends. H.I. plus P and naturally knew how Estonies. H.I. Plusing Yi Yuan's talent was such an outstanding genius. Ordinary people being by his side had to bear tremendous pressure. And this was also precisely the reason why they all left. Jiang Jade Hall continued, Got to look at the bright side of things. You think about it, they're training outside. Perhaps they had some lucky encounter or are hindered by something. Who knows? Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, Can only think like that. Jiang Jade Hall said, So next, what do you plan to do? Yi Yuan said, In another few years, if there's still no news, I plan on making a trip to Extreme Light Imperial City. Jiang Jade Hall's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, Extreme Light Imperial City. That's the Jin family's territory. D knows how many imperial cities in the heaven-span world. Imperial cities that were contented to exercise sovereignty over a part of the country, like Heavenly Eagle, were completely unknown to the public. But some imperial cities were resounding like the roar of thunder. Everyone knew about them in the entire heaven-span world. Extreme Light Imperial City was one of them. The reason why it was so renowned was naturally that it was one of the territories of the Jin family. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' descendants spanned all over the heaven-span world. But some rendezvous points were the Jin family's private plots. Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. The Jin family's aura viewing art is unparalleled under the heavens. I want to invite them to take action. At least, I got to make sure of their safety. Jiang Jade Hall's expression changed, and he said, The Jin family's members are all unbelievably proud. You, a first-layered heaven divine lord, they won't recognize you when you arrive there. Who will give you face? Yi Yuan said, The last time I went out to train, I became acquainted with a member of the Jin family. See if he can help or not. All in all, not getting their news, I can't even continue cultivating. Jiang Jade Hall was incomparably shocked in his heart. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually even got acquainted with a member of the Jian family. One had to know, precisely because members of the Jian family all knew the aura viewing aura, so the people that they made friends with were all people with great potential. Ordinary people could hardly enter their arcane sites at all. One should not make the assumption on how he, Jiang Jade Hall, was a celestial deity powerhouse. Once a Jian family member saw that he did not have potential, they would not even be bothered to look at him. But thinking about it, Jiang Jade Hall was also relieved. With Yi Yuan's talent, the Jian family members regarding him highly were also reasonable. If let him know that Jian Jintao only took one look at Yi Yuan and blinded his eyes, who knew what he would think? Jiang Jade Hall nodded when he heard that and said, "May as well. Extreme Light Imperial City is powerful. If you can get acquainted with members of the Jian family, it will be infinitely beneficial to you." Yi Yuan suddenly took out a large jar and said, "Brother Jian, after I leave, Heavenly Eagle's affairs will be entrusted to you. Here is a jar of 100 flowers heavenly immortal wine. You take it and slowly savor it." Jiang Jade Hall's gaze turned sharp, and he stared at Yi Yuan as he said angrily, "You punk, complaining to me daily about how hard up you are, but turns out that you actually hid so much." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I brewed a total of 3 jars. This is the last jar. The spirit medicines that this 100 flowers heavenly immortal wine requires. You're also aware of it. After finus, plussing this, who knows what year and month you'll have to wait until to drink it again." The moment Jiang Jade Hall heard, his expression calmed down slightly, and he said with a cold smile, "You punk, want to use this jar of wine to bribe this envoy?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then will you accept the bribe or not?" Jiang Jade Hall suddenly cracked in smile, hugging that jar of wine, and said with a big laugh, "Of course I accept. Such a delicious wine. Whoever doesn't drink is a fool. You go ahead, Southridge's matters. Even if you don't give a heads up, could it be that I can still sit by idly and remain indifferent? It's just that with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's current strength, it doesn't need me to intervene at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This place is my base camp. Not handing it over well, how can I leave with peace of mind?" Jiang Jade Hall, as the Southridge 10 City's patrolling inspector, the authority that he possessed was tremendous. Holding power over life and property was up to his whims. Jiang Jade Hall was not the kind of person who perpetrated whatever evils that he pleased. If not, Southridge 10 Cities would never know peace at all. As long as Jiang Jade Hall was willing, he could even concoct various pretexts and abolish or establish the Lord of the City. Hence, with Jiang Jade Hall around, Yi Yuan was still very short. As long as Jiang Jade Hall was willing to take care, Heavenly Eagle would have no worries about troubles back at home. This is Extreme Light Imperial City? Indeed magnificent. After more than 10 years, Yi Yuan still stood outside the city gates of Extreme Light Imperial City in the end. Waiting for another close to 10 years at Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan seriously could not carry on waiting anymore. Hence, he left behind Long Zhan to guard Heavenly Eagle, while he himself brought Ning Tianping to Extreme Light Imperial City. Extreme Light Imperial City was indeed worthy of the name Extreme Light. Sun glow surrounded the skies of the city, akin to colored ribbons. It was extremely spectacular. Similarly, in Imperial City, Heavenly Eagle, compared to Extreme Light, was simply a remote hinterland. Of course, the truth was also like this. Extreme Light Imperial City belonged under brilliant, true Heavenly Emperor's command, a different Heavenly Emperor than Heavenly Eagle. The place where brilliant, true Heavenly Emperor resided was naturally much more abundant in spiritual energy. Compared to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Extreme Light Imperial City's spiritual energy was several times more abundant. In contrast, Heavenly Eagle was really a remote village. Indeed, well-deserving of being the Jian family city. This kind of atmosphere, probably only the Jian family can create it, right? Ning Tianping said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The art of viewing auras is indeed peerlessly marvelous." Ning Tianping said, "Your Excellency, where should we go to find Elder Jian?" Yi Yuan said, "The last time he told me that it was a place called Profound Secrets Pavilion. I'm completely clueless about this place, too. Let's enter the city first and take a look at the situation." Done talking, the two people paid the costs of entering the city and entered Extreme Light Imperial City. Chapter 1703, Because Your Eyes Didn't Go Blind. Chapter 1703, Because Your Eyes Didn't Go Blind. This little brother, I see that your bones are special and you're unusually endowed with talent. But you have an ominous sign. Quick, let me divine for you and help you resolve this disaster. This little brother, this seat is a Jian family's direct lineage successor. I see that your glabella is dark. There must be a great calamity recently. Quickly come to my place, and this old man will teach you the method to resolve it. High as mountains and long as rivers, exposed to the winds and rains and travel. Little brother, you're here to find someone, right? Within Extreme Light Imperial City, it had a totally unique atmosphere. Yi Yuan walked on the streets, feeling like he entered a base camp of con men and fortune tellers. There was someone pulling him to go divine his fortunes nonstop. Some people said it was too profound to understand, making it really seem like the case at first glance. These guys are also too obvious in swindling and bluffing people, right? Will there really be this kind of idiot who will fall for it? Yi Yuan was speechless as he said to Dustless. But Dustless said, "You're mistaken. They aren't swindling or bluffing." Yi Yuan was surprised when he heard that and said, "No? Could it be that they can really fortune tell?" Dustless nodded and said, "They naturally can. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret Skill is involved in good fortune. These people peddling on the streets, most have the Jian family's bloodline. It's just thinner. A person whose destiny is two flurries. I plus ing, they can't divine it. But how can there be so many people with exuberant destinies? The vast majority of the people are merely mortals. Us cultivators are the most sensitive to matters of good or ill luck and weal or woe. Some martial artists will specifically make a trip to Extreme Light Imperial City before entering a mystic realm to divine their fortunes. How can they come into contact with members of the Jian family? These people naturally become their first choice. Although it might not be accurate, it can more or less still achieve the goal of pursuing good fortune and avoiding disasters. Yi Yuan was also extremely surprised when he heard that, not expecting that there was still so much involved in this. These people looked too debased. Hence, it gave him a very unreliable feeling. He did not expect that these people actually all had some skill. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked in his heart. Just how powerful was this Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? Even just getting tainted by a tiny bit of bloodline, and they could have such divination and scrying skills. No wonder the martial artists in Extreme Light Imperial City were so many. It turned out that they were all aiming for the aura viewing art. Different from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the majority inside Extreme Light Imperial City were clearly foreign martial artists. Divine Lord Realm powerhouses could be seen everywhere on the streets. Using Divine Lords walking all over the place to describe was also not the least bit of exaggeration. These people should know where the Profound Secrets Pavilion is. Let's go over and ask, Yi Yuan said to Ning Tianping. At this time, a shy little girl came up to greet and said to Yi Yuan weakly, "Sir, fortune-telling? Come to our house. My father still has quite a bit of attainment in the path of divining fortunes." Yi Yuan originally had no plans of divining fortunes and was just asking for directions. But this little girl had a pitiful appearance. Yi Yuan somewhat did not have the heart to do so. "Then, fortune tell then. Tianping, you go," Yi Yuan said. Ning Tianping froze and pointed at himself as he said in surprise, "I go." Yi Yuan scolded with a smile. "Ask you to go, just go. What's with the nonsense?" Ning Tianping nodded and said, "Okay." These stalls were all placed on the streets and could be seen everywhere. One look, and it was clear that the level was very low. Not far ahead, there were still shop fronts that also had signboards that wrote augury and aura viewing on it. Clearly, they were much more high-end. At these stalls, everyone was calling out, trying to pull people to come and fortune tell. Those who dared to yell, the business was all pretty good too. Rather, this little girl's home was deserted, with bodies showing any interest. Clearly, the people setting up stalls on the streets, their bloodline were all extremely thin, even the Jian family would not acknowledge. They were forced to make a living. That was why they did this kind of thing. Otherwise, with Heavenly Emperor profound secrets as prestige, they would not be reduced to such a plight. Yi Yuan went over to take a look. This little girl's father was actually a cripple. Even walking was somewhat difficult. No wonder he would let a timid little girl go to the streets to pull people. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he stepped forward and said with clasped hands, "Elderly person, give this little brother of mine a good aura of viewing and divination." This old geezer was very haggard, his face with the vicissitudes of life. Seeing that there were guests, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said to Ning Tianping, "Please sit. I wonder what this little brother is testing." Ning Tianping said, "We came to Extreme Light Imperial City to find people. Elder, just help me to test whether this trip will go well or not." That old man nodded his head, fished out a tortoise S-H-E-L-L, and started to infuse divine essence. A profound divine essence aura spread out. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head inwardly. The mysterious aura on this old man was far too weak. Compared to Jin Tao, it was simply one up in the heavens, the other down on earth. No wonder they would end up in such a plight. The old man fiddled for a bit, his brows could not help furrowing, and he said, "This little brother, pardon this old man for being blunt, but your trip likely won't go too well. However, you have the help of Blee Lord. All troubles can be easily resolved." Ning Tianping laughed when he heard that and said, "Haha, then that's good. Elder, how much?" As he said, Ning Tianping was about to pay up, but Yi Yuan's heart stirred and he asked, "Elder, since you know the art of viewing auras, help me take a look at how my brother's destiny is." The old man nodded his head and mustered up divine essence once more, looking over toward Ning Tianping. With this look, his expression could not help changing, and he shook his head and said, "Two little brothers, pardon this one for being ignorant, but I truly can't see through the two of your destinies." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Say whatever there is, don't need to be apprehensive." The old man's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, "Then, all right, this little brother, his destiny is exuberant. This old man's strength is meager and can't see through it. But with this old man's experience, his destiny likely won't be lower than Cyan." Ning Tianping was also overjoyed when he heard that. Cyan destiny was already a very high-level destiny. The vast majority of martial artists were only yellow destiny and below. Looks like ever since encountering his excellency, his destiny became much more booming. Ning Tianping asked, "Then what about my lords?" Seeing Ning Tianping ask, the old man's expression became even uglier and he said, "This little brother has no color. It's likely unranked." The old man looked towards Yi Yuan and there was nothing exciting. The aura viewing art could not stir up a trace of wave at all. He had inspected countless people and had never seen before such a poorly endowed person. "Ha! A trash who can't even enter the ranks actually dares to come and fortune tell too. I say, kid, do you still want face or not?" Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter sounded out. A young man brought several guards and slowly walked over, a mocking expression on his face. The little girl's expression changed, and she hurriedly pushed Yi Yuan away, saying anxiously, "Sir, sorry, you hurry up and go." Yi Yuan was naturally not what she could push. He looked at that young master with furrowed brows and said coolly, "You also know the art of viewing auras?" That young man seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and said with a big laugh, "I also know. Are you joking? This young master, Jian Yu, is a direct lineage descendant of the Jian family. Do you think I know or not?" Yi Yuan came to a realization and said, "Then do you think that my destiny can't enter the ranks?" Jian Yu said disdainfully, "Rubbish. Plus this young master used the art of viewing auras to look just now, a stretch of stagnant waters. This young master has never seen before a person with such inferior aptitude. Aren't you getting lost in your head there? Yi Yuan smiled and said, then your aura viewing level is too lousy. Your skill is still lacking. Jian Yu's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, who the hell do you think you are to dare evaluate this young master's aura viewing art? As the Jian family's direct lineage descended, Jian Yu was extremely confident in his aura viewing art. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he was naturally greatly enraged. Yi Yuan said coolly, I naturally have the qualifications because your eyes didn't go blind. 1 tortoise LS are a traditional Chinese divination tool. Chapter 1704 Break the legs, throw out. Chapter 1704 Break the legs, throw out. Blind? Pooh. Your eyes are the ones that are blind. Jian Yu was furious when he heard that. This guy was cursing him to go blind. Yi Yuan was naturally not cursing him, but that Jian Yu's aura viewing art was indeed lacking. If it was like Jian Jintao, as long as he looked at him continuously, his eyes would definitely be blind. It was precisely because his strength was lacking that he could not see through his actual situation, making it seem like he had no rank. That little girl's father was similarly so. Yi Yuan gave him a look and waved his hand and said, this young master is getting my fortune told. If you want to get your fortunes told, queue up. Not getting it told, immediately get lost. Don't jump up and down here, repulsing people. Jian Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Brat, you have divination done here already violated this young master's ban. You dare to oppose my Jian family? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled and said, ban? What ban is here saying that I can't get divination done here? Jian Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at that young lady and said, Xiaoran, why don't you tell him what the outcome will be? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, looking at the girlie curiously. Ran'er seemed to be like a startled little bunny, her complexion ashen pale, giving people a feeling of unable to help showing tender care when one saw her seeing Yi Yuan use a probing gaze to look over. Ran'er said sobbingly, Yes, sir, sorry, it was all Ran'er who harmed you. You hurry up and go, otherwise they will break your legs. Young Master Jian Yu has warned us father and daughter, saying that if anyone has divination done here, he'll break their legs. Jian Yu said with a smug look, Heard that, kid? Don't blame this young master. Want to blame? Blame Xiaoran. Go on, break this punk's legs for this young master. Over a dozen subordinates rubbed their fists and wiped their palms and surrounded over. The surroundings, when everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them could not help revealing a look of reluctance. Sigh, this kid is also unlucky to actually provoke Jian Yu, this great demon king. Xiaoran, this lass, also has a bitter fate. Their father and daughter duo are being forced into a dead end. Who asked Jian Yu, this great demon king, to unwittingly take fancy on Xiaoran, this lass? What sin have they committed? Clearly, everyone was very apprehensive of this Jian Yu. Right at this time, a figure suddenly dashed out, flying straight for Jian Yu. Jian Yu, I, Zhang Haoyin, will fight it out with you. Even if I die, I also won't give Xiaoran to you. This was extremely sudden. Everyone did not react to it, but it gave Jian Yu a big fright. Bang! Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Jian Yu, sending Zhang Haoyin flying with one punch. Zhang Haoyin collapsed on the ground, fresh blood spewing wildly without ceasing. Zhang Haoyin was merely a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. One leg was even crippled. Jian Yu's subordinate was also first-layered Heaven Divine Lord at the very least. So how could Zhang Haoyin be a match? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The ins and outs of the matter, he had also roughly figured it out. This Jian Yu took fancy of Zhang Xiaoran's looks and wanted to have her for himself. But Zhang Haoyin and Zhang Xiaoran did not agree. Hence, even though Jian Yu forbade them father and daughter from setting up a stall, he did not make things difficult for them either. He came up with a lousy rule of beating anyone who came to get a divination. When this father and daughter, two people, had no livelihood, they would naturally give in obediently. Zhang Xiaoran was naturally unresigned to it. So taking the chance when Jianyu was not around, she pulled Yi Yuan over to get his fortunes told. She did not know that Jianyu dispatched informants around them. The moment Yi Yuan sat down, he knew. The baffled-looking Yi Yuan was swept into this farce without rhyme or reason, just like this. Zhang Haoyan, you're courting death. You all break this kid's legs for me first, then carry them father and daughter away from me. Jianyu said in a great rage. Yes. The bunch of subordinates received the orders and rushed over towards Yi Yuan, glaring like ravening tigers. Yi Yuan said coolly, Tianping, cripple all of them for me and throw them out. Yes, my lord, Ning Tianping answered, suddenly releasing the aura of a fifth-layered heaven divine lord. Everyone's faces changed. When Yi Yuan entered the city, he did not want to be too ostentatious, so he had Ning Tianping restrain his aura. Jianyu also saw that Ning Tianping's strength was not strong. That was why he was so arrogant. How could he have thought that Ning Tianping was actually a fifth-layered heaven divine lord already at a young age? These few years, Ning Tianping's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, following by Yi Yuan's side. He had long broken through to become a fifth-layered heaven divine lord. The moment he made his move, how could these initial stage Divine Lord Realm family guards be his match? It was only to hear miserable screams linger on incessantly. The entire street instantly became a chaotic mess. Ning Tianping did not kill people either. It was just that each person had their legs broken by him. These family guards lay on the ground, wailing without ceasing. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded with shock. What background does this young man have to actually bring alone a fifth-layered heaven divine lord as his follower? It's really funny. This young man's destiny doesn't even enter the ranks and is simply a trash. But there's actually a fifth-layered heaven divine lord following by his side. Probably he himself and his family clan doesn't know it all, right? Coming to Extreme Light Imperial City this time, his true colors will probably be revealed. At the same time, they were marveling at Ning Tianping's strength. Those stall owners also became curious about Yi Yuan's identity. One time, quite a few people secretly mustered up divine essence, observing Yi Yuan's destiny, and discovered that it was indeed a dried-up well without ripples, unable to even stir up a hint of a wave. Unranked. Your Excellency, what to do with this guy? Ning Tianping asked very calmly. Jianyu's face had long turned white. He completely did not expect that he actually kicked a metal plate this time. You dare to touch this young master? This young master is a member of the Jian family. If you touch me, that's climbing on top of the Jian family's heads. You have to think about the consequences. Although Jianyu was afraid, at the thought of the Jian family's strength, his back immediately straightened up. Sure enough, the moment Ning Tianping heard, he immediately revealed a look of hesitation. They came to seek help from the Jian family this time. If they offended the Jian family, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. Jianyu observed his expression and words, and immediately said to Ning Tianping smugly, Kid, your strength is pretty good. Sticking with this young master in the future is definitely much more promising than that good-for-nothing. I'll tell you very responsibly. That kid is simply a trash who can't enter the ranks. When Ning Tianping heard that, his face revealed a strange look. If His Excellency was trash, then all in this world was waste residue. He laughed in spite of himself and said, Fool, your aura viewing art is really lacking. Wait till you cultivate it entirely and then come and look at His Excellency again. You'll know why he said that your eyes didn't go blind. At this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, still waiting for what? Break his legs and throw him out. Being noisy in this place. Jianyu's expression changed greatly when he heard that and said, You really dare to make a move? You have to think of the consequences well. Those who touch my Jian family's members all don't have a good outcome. Yi Yuan said coolly, Just your bit of strength is also fit to represent the Jian family? Then the Jian family really doesn't have anyone anymore. Tianping, do it. Yes, my lord. With Yi Yuan's order, Ning Tianping no longer hesitated, directly sweeping over and breaking Jian Yu's 2 legs in no time flat. "Arg, brat, you'll regret it." Ah! On the street came Jian Yu's shrill and miserable screams. Chapter 17:05 Wait for him to come. Chapter 17:05 Wait for him to come. Well fought, beautifully done. Finally vented this foul breath. Vented this anger. But with Jian Yu's temperament, he'll definitely take revenge. His elder brother, Jian Ping, is a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion. His strength is very powerful. When everyone saw Jian Yu's legs being broken, they immediately felt very appeased, shouts of bravo linking up together. This Jian Yu, they normally did not dare to provoke at all. He had always played the tyrant on these few streets. Today, someone finally came out to take care of him. It was just that they could not help worry for Yi Yuan. After all, the Jin family's people were not to be trifled with. "Sir, it was all Sharon's fault. Sorry. You hurry up and go. That Jian Yu is very powerful. He won't let you off." Zhang Xiaoran supported Zhang Haoyan, as she said with a rueful look. Yi Yuan did not speak, but walked in front of Zhang Haoyan and took out a medicinal pill for him to take. That kick earlier was very heavy. Zhang Haoyan's injuries were not light and already could not speak. Yi Yuan looked at Xiaoran and said with a smile, "Do you want to marry Jian Yu to be a concubine or not?" Zhang Xiaoran shook her head repeatedly and said with a decisive look, "I won't marry him even if I die." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Well, we'll wait here for him to come." Zhang Xiaoran's expression changed, and she waved her hand and said, "No, no, no, sir. You hurry up and leave. Jian Yu's elder brother is a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion." Yi Yuan revealed a hint of surprise when he heard that, and said with a smile, "A member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion? Then perfect, I was just about to go to the Profound Secrets Pavilion." When the people beside heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help shaking their heads secretly. This kid was simply a hothead. He completely did not know what Profound Secrets Pavilion represented in extreme light Imperial City. "This, sir, it was all this old man who dragged you in. Truly sorry. You hurry up and go. You really can't afford to provoke the Profound Secrets Pavilion. At most, this old man will fight it out to the death with them." Zhang Haoyan suddenly said. Zhang Xiaoran got a fright. She suddenly discovered that Zhang Haoyan's complexion was ruddy, full of energy. He was actually completely recovered already. This medicinal pill was also too miraculous, right? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder, your leg should have been injured by a flatland poison wolf, right?" Zhang Haoyan froze. Already at this point, he still had time to care about his leg. However, he still nodded and said, "Yes. Back then, we husband and wife brought the newly born Shaoran back to extreme light Imperial City. Who knew that we encountered flatland poison wolves halfway?" Shaoran's mother did not hesitate to feed the wolves with her body in order to save Shaoran, exchanging for us father and daughter 2 people to escape with our lives. However, this old man's leg was still crippled. Sigh, the one who should have originally died should have been this old man. Who knew? Talking up to here, Zhang Haoyan evoked a painful memory, tears running down his old face. "Dad, don't blame yourself anymore. This isn't your fault." Zhang Xiaoran was also in tears as he said. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this father and daughter's encounter was actually so tragic. However, this was also the true portrayal of ordinary martial artists. Not everyone could possess Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent and destiny. The majority of martial artists were all struggling to survive at the bottom. The toxicity of the flatland poison wolf was very fierce and extremely hard to remove. Hence, Zhang Haoyan's body aged very quickly too, and his leg was also unable to regrow because of the toxins. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I'll treat it for you then." Zhang Haoyan smiled bitterly and said, "The reason why we father and daughter are in such a state of poverty is because of this old man's leg. These few years, this old man has sought countless medical treatments, but can't be cured at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's no big deal, just PR. I see. King, a few needles will do." After talking, Yi Yuan took out a set of silver needles and started to apply acupuncture on Zhang Haoyan's severed leg. Kid, don't show off your skill anymore. Old Zhang's leg, even masterly Xiuqing couldn't treat it with just the likes of you. Really don't come up with a draft when boasting. If it was so easy, wouldn't old Zhang's so many years of suffering be in vain? Yeah, youngster, you'd better hurry up and leave. In a while, when Jinping comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Yi Yuan said it casually. Everyone all felt that he was boasting. These few years, Zhang Haoyan spent all of his savings in order to seek medical treatment, which also barely managed to maintain the injury. Even so, his injury was still continuously deteriorating. But very soon, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. Zhang Haoyan's severed leg area started to have black blood ooze out continuously, emitting a pungent and repulsive smell. Yi Yuan's divine fire emerged, completely refining it. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Zhang Haoyan's severed limb actually started regrowing. Really cured. This kid has such formidable means. Truly a magic hand that restores life. The poison that even masterly Xiuqing couldn't cure, he treated it. I really didn't expect that this kid is actually an alchemist. No wonder he would have a fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse as a follower. All around, the people around let out a series of exclamations. Masterly Xiuqing was already a very famous alchemist in this vicinity. His strength was very powerful. Zhang Haoyan's poison wound that even he could not treat, it was basically already sentencing one to death. No one could have thought that this unknown young man really cured Zhang Haoyan in no time flat. Zhang Haoyan opened his mouth wide, looking at his own leg in disbelief. Ever since coming back from masterly Xiuqing there, he thought that he would never stand up in this lifetime. Who knew that Yi Yuan cured his leg in no time? Yi Yuan fished out another medicinal pill, said it to Zhang Haoyan, and said, "Eat this detoxification pill. The residual poison in your body will be pretty much cleared. You try standing up." Zhang Haoyan received the medicinal pill tremblingly and attempted to stand up. Tears rolled down his old face, and he said, "Yes, sir. You're really this Zhang's great benefactor. How much are these two medicinal pills, this old man? Even if this old man risks this life, I'll also pay the money." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "These medicinal pills, just take it as covering the cost of the divination just now. Who broke my younger brother's legs? Scram outside." At this time, an icy cold voice was heard. Everyone's faces changed. It's Jinping. Came so quickly. Jinping is also fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. There's a good show to watch now. I heard that Jinping's bloodline is very pure. His profound spirit chaos formula is also cultivated very solidly. The crowd divided at Das. Plussing young man with a valiant bearing walked over. This young man had some similarities with Jianyu at the Glabella. He was naturally Jinping. By the side, Jianyu was on crutches. At the sight of Yi Yuan, he roared loudly, "Big brother, it's that punk. An unranked trash actually dared to break my legs. You have to take revenge for me. Ouch, so painful." Unranked, Jinping's brows furrowed, looking at Yi Yuan rather curiously. Unable to even enter the ranks, and could actually cultivate to the Divine Lord realm? Furthermore, as long as one was a martial artist, they more or less had some destiny. Unranked. So how did this fellow survive until now? Members of the Jin family were the most curious about destiny. People who were unranked were very seldom seen. Under the urging of his curiosity, Jinping could not resist mustering up divine essence, and looked over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 1706 Transaction. Chapter 1706 Transaction, Arg. My eyes. Jinping suddenly screamed, covering his eyes with his hands, and fell to the ground in pain. This sudden turn of events made everyone stare dumbfoundedly in shock. Jinping came in a threatening manner, but who would have expected that he only took a look at Yi Yuan and then collapsed? What the I was this? Initially, Jianyu had a pleased look. Suddenly seeing Jinping fall down, his entire person was in a daze. He completely did not expect that the words he unintentionally said aroused Jian Ping's curiosity. Took a look just like that, and he went blind. "Be big brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me," Jian Yu said with a look of shock. "Pain. My eyes hurt." Jian Ping screamed tragically. Jian Yu had a petrified look, completely not knowing what had happened. All around, the people emitted a series of exclamations. What happened? Just now, Jian Ping used the aura viewing art on that young man, right? Isn't his destiny unranked? How did Jian Ping become like this with one glance? Why are we totally fine when we look at him? No, wait. I remembered that young man said previously that Jian Yu's aura viewing art is lacking. Could it be? He even said that it's because of this that Jian Yu's eyes didn't go blind. The people abruptly startled awake. Previously, Yi Yuan said that Jian Yu's eyes were not blinded, so his aura viewing art was still lacking. Now, Jian Ping took one look at Yi Yuan and his eyes went blind, which was also to say that it was not that this young man's destiny failed to enter the ranks, but because it was too strong. What kind of destiny would be so strong? That was at least imperial aura. Everyone was incomparably shocked in their hearts. This young man before their eyes. Could it be that he was in possession of the legendary imperial aura? Yi Yuan looked at Jian Yu and said with a smile, "Looks like his skill is much more profound than yours. So, he went blind. But you don't even have the qualifications to be blinded." Jian Yu's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He finally understood now what the words Yi Yuan said before meant. He also finally understood why Big Brother would suddenly be like this. You're actually of the legendary imperial aura. This is impossible. Jian Yu cried out weirdly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "I also don't know whether or not it's the imperial aura, because currently, no one can tell me yet." Regarding this, Yi Yuan was very speechless too. He also wanted to know just what destiny he was. But sadly, even Jian Jintao, such a powerful existence, directly went blind after taking a look. Imperial aura was also just Jian Jintao's guess. Jian Yu's expression changed several times. These words sounded so arrogant, but if it was the imperial aura, the profound secrets pavilion would treat him as a guest of honor. Then this guy could not be offended anymore. One had to know, people possessing imperial aura, barring no accidents, they would all be powerhouses who inspired awe in a region. This kind of people, even the Jin family had to make friends with him. After all, Extreme Light Imperial City was just an imperial city. Even though it was the Jin family's territory, the strongest here was also merely celestial deity realm only. Making friends with future powerhouses, this was also an important reason for the Jin family's power. Because they had wisdom eyes, which others were not equipped with, that they knew how to make their choice. At the same time, members of the Jin family were also SN. Oh Bish, if your destiny was lacking, they would not even be bothered to give you a glance. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Jian Ping. Jian Yu's face changed, and he said in panic, What do you want to do? I'm warning you. My big brother is a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion. If you dare to touch a single strand of hair of his, you absolutely can't leave the city alive. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to look at him. He knelt down and said to Jian Ping, You're called Jian Ping, right? How about we make a deal? Experiencing the initial most pain, Jian Ping was already much better now. But his eyes could not open, shedding the same blood tears as Jian Jintao. How could he still not understand at this time that this young man in front of him was someone with extremely exuberant destiny? But this guy blinded his eyes. Whose? H. Plus suddenly, Jian Ping launched an attack. Go to H. ELL. I want to make a deal with you. Jian Ping said with a hideous grin. This scene was too sudden, fast until everyone did not react to it. All around were cries of exclamations. Sir, be careful. Zhang Haoyan's and Zhang Xiaoran's faces turned ashen pale, crying out in shock. Bang! The floorboards cracked and debris flew everywhere. The violent attack of fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. How shocking was the commotion. Everyone's hearts sunk to rock bottom. They did not expect that Jianping was actually so despotic to actually directly deal a killing blow. Yi Yuan and Jianping were too close. Furthermore, the strength difference was enormous. Wanting to avoid was simply something impossible. Under this punch, how could Yi Yuan still be alive? Ha, what dogfart imperial aura? Isn't he still beaten to death by me with one punch? Jianping said with a savage laugh. Yi Yuan blinding his eyes was equivalent to ruining his future. So how could he not be furious? Moreover, this guy even broke his younger brother's legs. This kind of guy, even if he had an imperial aura, it would not do either. Sigh, pity this young man. The legendary imperial aura. He wanted to stand up for Zhang Haoyan father and daughter, but he also doesn't think about how powerful the profound secrets pavilion is. Someone who overestimates his own strength. A first-layered Heaven Divine Lord was actually so close to a fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. What is it if not courting death? In the crowd, some people lamented. Some people felt that Yi Yuan was too inexperienced. Zhang Xiaoran's legs turned soft, directly sitting down on the ground. This sudden turn of events made her unable to stand. Your eyes suffered the backlash of heavenly Tao. Even if cured, it's also very hard to recover to the peak. Don't you want to be cured? At this time, amidst the dust, a voice sounded out faintly. Everyone had astonished faces. This kid was not dead? How is this possible? Jianping was currently laughing loudly without ceasing. Suddenly his smile froze on his face, a look of astonishment on his face. You? How could you possibly not be dead? Jianping said in shock. Yi Yuan said coolly, you're still a bit too unskilled to want to kill me. At this time, you should be grateful that you're a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Otherwise, you're already a dead man. Enough nonsense. We better talk about our deal. I'll help you treat your eyes, but you brothers must swear a heavenly Tao oath that you're not allowed to find trouble with Zhang Haoyan father and daughter again in the future. Jianping's entire body trembled, and he said, You can cure my eyes? Yi Yuan said coolly, I can naturally cure it. In fact, I still have an objective for coming to Extreme Light Imperial City this time. It's to help Jian Jintao, Elder Jian, treat his eyes. Jianping trembled again and said in disbelief, Elder Jian's eyes, could it be because he used the aura viewing art on you? Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. This transaction, do you agree? Jianping's heart was shocked until it could not be any greater. Elder Jian answered the invitation of Riverluck Capital City the last time and went to host an auction. After coming back, his eyes went blind. Until now, it was not healed too. But Jianping never thought that Elder Jian was actually blinded by looking at Yi Yuan. Chapter 1707 Next Deal. Chapter 1707 Next Deal. Jianping naturally had no reason to say no. Even though Jianyu was extremely reluctant, he also knew that Big Brother's eyes were very important. Being helpless, he could only swear the heavenly Tao oath. Regarding this, Zhang Haoyan was extremely agitated, pulling his daughter Zhang Xiaoran. They knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud. This old man kneels in thanks to Sir's grace of rebirth. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped up Zhang Haoyan father and daughter and said with a smile, Elder is too courteous. Xiaoran is obedient and sensible. It would be a pity to be defiled by a bad guy. It's merely a matter of lifting a finger. Elder, don't need to take it to heart. However, your divination skill is indeed proficient. This actually all came true, Zhang Haoyan blushed with shame. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan's trouble was actually answered by him. Zhang Haoyan was an external surname member of the Jin family, his bloodline very thin. But his divination was indeed very accurate. Rather, Jianyu listened by the side until his face turned green. Was being defiled by a bad guy. Hey, do you know how to speak human language or not? What's with that phrase being defiled by a bad guy? Jianyu said in great rage. Yi Yuan turned to look at him and said with a smile, saying that you're a bad guy. You ask if they have objections? Jianyu's expression changed. Sweeping a glance over, he discovered that everyone all had approving looks and could not help saying in a great rage. Looking at what? Keep looking in your eye. A-L. L. S will be dug out. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, restraining themselves. Zhang Xiaoran could not hold back and immediately laughed. Blabbering on for what? Still not treating my eyes? Jian Ping said with an annoyed look. Also my legs. Jian Yu added. Ning Tianping's blow was very heavy. It was naturally impossible to let Jian Yu to recover using divine essence. Yi Yuan said coolly, your legs aren't in the deal. Jian Yu said furiously. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, this place isn't convenient. You bring me to the profound secrets pavilion. Just nice, I want to go and see Elder Jian. Jian Ping gave a cold snort and directly turned around and left. Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and followed closely behind. Before long, the few people arrived at a very magnificent palace. Profound Secrets Pavilion. These 3 words were written on it. Deacon Jian, what's wrong with you? When the guard saw the Jian Ping shedding blood tears, he could not help coming up to greet with his face pale with fright. Jian Ping waved his hand and said, nothing. Bring us to the back hall. He's going to treat my eyes. That guard hurriedly responded and brought Yi Yuan and the rest to the back hall. Entering a side hall, Jian Ping instructed, you go and guard outside. Don't let people disturb us. Yes. That guard answered and immediately went out. Quickly do it. I'm warning you. If any hidden ailment is left behind in my eyes, I'll make you die very horribly. Don't forget, this place is the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Jian Ping said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, relax. This he has never failed when making a move before. Done talking, Yi Yuan took out silver needles and stuck needles around Jian Ping's eyes. No idea how long had passed, said either. Yi Yuan said coolly, open your eyes. Jian Ping's eyelids twitched and opened both eyes rather nervously. Indeed, he could see. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. This punk's medical skills were truly extraordinary. To actually be able to cure the backlash of heavenly Tao. One had to know, Jian Jintao's eyes had already been blinded for almost 200 years, and no one could treat it. This kid was actually really able to cure it. Big brother, you can see? Jian Yu asked rather agitatedly. If Big Brother's eyes were blind, he would be bound to lose his standing in the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Then he would also lose his greatest reliance. Jian Ping nodded his head and said, can see. Finished talking, he attempted to revolve the profound spirit chaos formula and looked over toward Jian Yu. Sure enough, he saw a faint orange-colored aura. This time, he did not dare to look at Yi Yuan anymore. This kid was too sinister. However, this younger brother of his was really useless, piled on so much resources, and he was still just first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Orange Destiny. His accomplishments in his lifetime would also be like this. Can see. Jian Ping nodded his head and said. Jian Yu said with an excited look, really can see. Couldn't tell that this brat really has some capability. Jian Ping looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile. He is capable, but all come in for me. Bang! A large group of people burst open the door and entered, directly blocking Yi Yuan. 2 people in this side hall. These people were actually all middle-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouses. Jian Ping looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Punk, you wouldn't really think that I'd let you off, would you? This young master don't find trouble with those 2, but you must die. Turned out that when he entered just now, Jian Ping secretly signaled that guard and had him summon people over. When Jian Yu saw this scene, he shouted excitedly, Big brother, kill him. Kill him. This guy is 2C. OCKY. Punk, this time, you can't escape even if you grow wings, right? Yi Yuan looked at Jian Ping and said coolly, Jian Ping, if you kill me, no one will treat Elder Jian's eyes anymore. Jian Ping sneered and said, Elder Jian? Pooh, that useless old man's eyes are already blind. Do you think that he can still be the Profound Secrets Pavilion's elder? Moreover, you probably don't know, but that old Ace T-A-R-D is at odds with my eldest senior brother. I'm eagerly looking forward to seeing his eyes not get better. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Jian Jintao actually already lost power now because of that one glance. Moreover, he was even on very bad terms of Jian Ping's eldest senior brother. Looks like the struggle of power was the same everywhere. Just like the struggle between the Pill Tower's head elder and second elder back then. It lasted for as long as several tens of thousands of years. This profound secrets pavilion seemed to be a place that transcended worldliness, but also could not rise above conventions. Places with people would have conflicts. It was indeed true. Ah, kid, are you feeling despair now? Kneel down and beg me. Maybe I can still let you live. Jian Ping laughed wantonly as he said, just now, on the streets, both brothers lost a huge amount of face. Now, not gaining back any ground, where would his face be put? Ning Tianping had a mocking look on his face and did not mean to worry at all. He knew that His Excellency definitely would not be without contingencies and just come in so recklessly. Sure enough, Yi Yuan looked at Jian Ping very calmly and said coolly, "All right, I understand. Next, we can discuss another transaction." Jian Ping was taken aback. Following that, laughed loudly as he said, "Still making a deal with your father? Are you dumb? Now, what can you still use to make a deal with me?" Yi Yuan said, "Forgot to tell you, but before applying acupuncture on you, I just used it to let out Zhang Haoyan's blood. And he was afflicted with the Flatland Poison Wolf's poison many years ago. To this date, he was unable to get rid of it. Just now, I left in a hurry and forgot to clean the residual poison on the needles. It's fine, you can do it. Either way, the residual poison on the needles isn't much. You shouldn't die. At most, it will just be like Zhang Haoyan, aging a little faster, that's all. Also, although your eyes are fine right now, it will be hard to guarantee that they will be fine in the future." Yi Yuan said very calmly, but Jian Ping's expression became increasingly uglier. Chapter 17:08 How Can You Be So Strong? Chapter 17:08 How Can You Be So Strong? Humph. Do you think that you can scare me with a few words? Jian Ping said with a grim expression. No idea why. After Yi Yuan said this, his eyes actually started to itch a little. No idea whether was it a psychological effect or not. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Don't you know that the ones who can't be offended the most are alchemists? I can treat you, so naturally I can cure you to death too." By the side, Jian Yu suddenly said rather nervously, "Big brother, Zhang Haoyan was indeed poisoned by the Flatland Poison Wolf's poison. But I saw just now that his severed limb actually regrew. It should be real." Jian Ping's expression changed. His eyes were becoming even more unbearably itchy, and he could not resist rubbing it twice. Yi Yuan smiled when he saw the situation and said, "Now, can we discuss the next transaction?" Jian Ping's face fell, and he said, "What do you want?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Bring me to see Elder Jian." Jian Ping's expression was grim until it was virtually about to drip water. This kid simply drove people nuts. You clearly already cornered him, yet you had to be counterbitten by him. He actually still had to be at his mercy in his own lair. This foul breath backlog in his heart really made people uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to hold it in. The Flatland Poison Wolf's poison was famed for being bone-infesting, overwhelming people with distress. It tormented people the most. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to remove. His eye area was poisoned. In the future, he might very likely become a blind man again. Yi Yuan being able to cleanse poison, he did not doubt it at all. He could even cure Heavenly Tao backlash, so this bit of poison was naturally nothing. But bringing him to go see Jian Jintao, just like this, he was also unwilling in his heart. Really a painful decision. Finally, Jian Ping gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless." Jian Ping led Yi Yuan to a very small house and said in a solemn voice, "This is it." Yi Yuan looked at this house and could not help being somewhat stunned. A ninth-layered heaven divine lord to an imperial city, their status was very lofty. However, Jian Jintao was actually staying in such a tiny house. It was seriously shabby. Seemed like these few years, Jian Jintao probably suffered quite a bit of ostracism. Yi Yuan walked to the door, mustered up divine essence, and said in a clear voice, "Junior Yi Yuan, request an audience with Senior Jianjin Tao." Before long, an aged voice came from inside. "Who? I was wondering who it was. Turns out that it's little friend Yi Yuan. Please come in." Clearly, Jianjin Tao also thought for a long time before recalling who Yi Yuan was. What surprised Yi Yuan a little was that Jianjin Tao did not have the least bit of resentment in his voice, as if he was an old friend that he had not met for many years. One had to know, Jianjin Tao ending up in such a plight was entirely thanks to Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan did not do anything, how many in this world were truly able to let it go? If it were others, they were most likely going to blame this on them. Yi Yuan did not think that Jianjin Tao was actually so open-minded. "Now, you can get rid of the poison for me, right?" Jian Ping said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said coolly, "Take it and eat." Jian Ping received the medicinal pill and said in a cold voice, "On what basis should I trust you?" Yi Yuan said, "Do you think that everyone in this world is as shameless as you? If you don't believe, you can naturally find someone better qualified." As he said, Yi Yuan was about to push the door and enter. Right at this time, a hint of cold light flashed in Jian Ping's eyes, and he suddenly launched an attack. Another sneak attack. This palm was quick as lightning. Jian Ping erupted with his full power, wanting to kill Yi Yuan with one palm. Nirvana Seal. What answered him was a powerful seal art. Yi Yuan's back seemed to have grown eyes, suddenly hitting out a seal. Rumble. Ama. S. Civ Rumble transmitted over. Jian Ping's entire person flew out backward, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough. He looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of shock. How could a second-layered heaven divine Lord possibly send him flying with one seal mark? After so many years, Yi Yuan expended D knows how many medicinal pills and finally forcefully pushed his realm to the second-layered heaven divine vortex realm. His current strength could already rival fifth-layered heaven divine lords and not fall into a disadvantageous situation. The moment the Nirvana seal emerged, who could contend? Jian Ping's unwillingness in his heart. How could Yi Yuan not perceive it? He had long guarded against Jian Ping. The Nirvana seal against Jian Ping's ordinary palm. It was without any suspense. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Jian Ping said in disbelief. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Ping coldly and said, "I said it before, if you weren't a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion, you'd long be a dead man already. Do you think that I'd be so patient to deal with a trash like you? Get lost." Jian Ping crawled to his feet, gnashed his teeth in hatred as he looked at Yi Yuan, and said, "Punk, just you wait for me. Opposing me, Jian Ping, you'll get to know the outcome soon." Finished talking, Jian Ping clutched his wound and ran away. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Ning Tianping also frowned and said, "Your Excellency, this Jian Ping's background is deep. I'm afraid. How could Yi Yuan not know that Jian Ping had a deep background? Otherwise, with his temper, he would have long killed him. But on this trip, he was asking help from the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Unless it was a last resort, he did not wish to fall out with the other party. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. Go in." Plus, Plussing the door and entering, the house was not large. But Yi Yuan seemed to have entered a small farmyard. Inside the small yard, flowers and plants were planted everywhere. Refres. Plus ing and delightful. An old man was currently clearing the weeds. In this bustling city, there was actually a feeling of relaxing vigilance, being like clouds without a fixed abode. This old man was naturally Jianjin Tao. Not seeing for 200 years, has little friend Yi Yuan been well? Jianjin Tao put down the hoe and said to Yi Yuan with a smile. It was just that pair of eyes were still tightly shut. He was slightly astonished in his heart. He could clearly sense two people's auras. One of them was a fifth-layered heaven divine lord. The other, he actually could not see through, as if it was a stretch of chaos. The divine essence undulation outside, just now. He clearly felt it too. That was the showdown between two fifth-layered heaven divine lords. No matter how good Yi Yuan's talent was, it was also not possible to be a fifth-layered heaven divine lord's match currently. Hence, he did not pay attention either. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior hasn't been doing well. Haven't I come to request help from Senior? Jian Jintao was somewhat surprised as he said, Oh, what's the matter? Yi Yuan smiled and said, My matter isn't in a rush. Rather, Senior's otherworldly and idle days made Yi Yuan very surprised. Jian Jintao stroked his beard and smiled as he said, Do you feel that this old man should be dispirited and eking out a miserable existence right now, waiting to die? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Oh, it was Yi Yuan who judged with the yardstick of a petty man. Senior's breadth of mind is extensive. Yi Yuan admires. Jian Jintao smiled and said, What you said is right too. Our two eyes hold extraordinary meaning to our Jian family members. Losing our two eyes is equivalent to exhausting our future. But later on, this old man gradually thought things through. Hence, I lived this kind of reclusive life. Presently, I gradually understood something. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, Senior actually touched the threshold of celestial deity realm. Jian Jintao nodded and smiled as he said, These few years, I've indeed had some comprehension. But to talk about breaking through, I likely still need some more time. Chapter 1709S.H.I. plus Elding Heaven Secrets. Chapter 1709S.H.I. plus Elding Heaven Secrets. Hoo-hoo, looks like Junior came in time. Lucky that Senior hasn't broken through. Otherwise, the backlash of heavenly Tao will make your eyes more serious, and I'd be powerless to do anything as well. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Jian Jintao's entire body trembled, and he said, What do you mean? Yi Yuan said, Coming this time, it's firstly to request help from Senior. Secondly, it's naturally to help Senior treat your eyes as well. Jian Jintao said in surprise, You mean that this old man's eyes actually still have hope of restoring sight? Heavenly Tao's backlash was Heavenly Tao's punishment to martial artists. It was naturally impossible to heal easily. Jian Jintao had long given up hope, so his entire person became open-minded too. It was also because of this that his mind became illuminated and touched that layer of fleeting and ephemeral Heavenly Tao instead. Originally, with Jian Jintao's talent, it was very hard to break through to the celestial deity realm. But now, Yi Yuan told him that his eyes had hope of restoring sight again. This made his long, motionless heart stir up ripples once more. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The last time, at Riverluck Capital City, Yi Yuan did not know whether I could break through to rank 4 or not. My divine essence wasn't sufficient to support applying acupuncture, so I didn't mention it to Senior. Jian Jintao said excitedly, In that case, you already broke through now? No wonder when I felt your aura, it's somewhat different. I really didn't expect it. This old man's eyes actually still have hope of seeing the light again. Jian Jintao's strength was much stronger than Jianping, so his backlash was naturally much more severe than Jianping's. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he had to go through a great deal of trouble before he let Jian Jintao see the light anew. When Jian Jintao opened his eyes, S regained their liveliness once more. Everything returned to the past. Jian Jintao looked at Yi Yuan gratefully and said, These 200 years, this old man thought that I've long been at ease. Didn't expect. When this day arrives, this old man is still unable to keep calm. Little friend Yi Yuan, thank you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too serious. Your eyes were originally due to Yi Yuan. How can Yi Yuan look on with folded arms? Jian Jintao shook his head and said, This old man looking at you with the aura viewing art. That was this old man's problem. How can it be blamed on you? There's no such logic. Oh, right. What did you come to find this old man for? Mentioning this, Yi Yuan controlled his expression and became solemn. Yi Yuan said the purpose of his trip but Jian Jintao's brows knitted together. When Yi Yuan saw Jian Jintao's expression, he could not help having a foreboding premonition in his heart and could not resist asking, "Senior, is there any difficulty here?" Jian Jintao smiled bitterly and said, "Come, this old man will divine for you. You'll understand." Yi Yuan had a puzzled look. It was only to see Jian Jintao take out several copper coins. These copper coins were naturally not ordinary items, but made with special materials. Yi Yuan looked over. They were actually a set of divine, Lord Mystic treasure. Jian Jintao slowly mustered up the profound spirit chaos formula and injected divine essence into the copper coins. Very soon, a series of dense vapor curled upwards. The entire house was filled with a mysterious aura. Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed. Jian Jintao taking action was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Haoyan's divination was considered pretty good already, but in front of Jian Jintao, it was completely not enough to look at. However, when Yi Yuan saw this situation, he also faintly looked forward to it, hoping that Jian Jintao could help him finally hear their news. However, the results turned out contrary to his expectations. Crack! Poo work! Right at this time, a crisp sound echoed. Those few copper coins actually directly snapped, while Jian Jintao himself spewed out a large mouthful of blood, dyeing his chest red. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly went up to support Jian Jintao and said, "Senior, what's going on?" Jian Jintao waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He said with a bitter smile, "Sure enough, like I thought." Yi Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said, "Senior, what's going on?" Jian Jintao said, "The more exuberant one's destiny, the higher the requirement of the person performing the divination too. Little friend Yi Yuan, your destiny is too exuberant. It's very likely the legendary imperial aura. Everything regarding you is a mystery. Your destiny S-H-I plus Eld Heaven's secrets. There's no way of prying into it at all. Otherwise, this old man also wouldn't have received a backlash from Heavenly Tao with one glance. This divination is naturally the same principle too." Yi Yuan's heart plunged fiercely to rock bottom. If it was like this, in the sea of faces, where should he go to find people? An emotion called despair rose in Yi Yuan's heart. "Senior, could it be that there's no other way?" Yi Yuan said unwillingly. Jian Jintao said, "Your situation, there's probably only inviting the Pavilion Lord to personally take action. It's just that." Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "Senior, can the Pavilion Lord divine it?" Jian Jintao nodded and said, "Pavilion Lord's cultivation method understands the mystery of good fortune. His attainments in augury are exceedingly accomplished. If he's willing to take action, there is some hope." Yi Yuan was overjoyed and said, "As long as I can invite the Pavilion Lord to take action, Yi Yuan is willing to pay any price." Jian Jintao slowly nodded and said, "Forget it, I'll go and give it a try." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Senior. I'll help you treat your injuries first." Toward Jian Jintao, Yi Yuan was still very grateful in his heart. Just now, Jian Jintao had clearly long expected the result, but he was afraid that he would feel that he was Bruss. Plussing him off and still help him to divine. In the end, even the divine Lord Mystic treasure was broken, and he even sustained injuries. His friends, H-I plus P, Yi Yuan had no choice but to accept it. Treating Jian Jintao, he brought Yi Yuan to the profound secrets pavilion. When people saw Jian Jintao, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. Isn't this elder Jian Jintao? His eyes are actually healed. Truly inconceivable. Suffering Heavenly Tao's backlash and already became a cripple. Who is so formidable to actually be able to cure his eyes? There's something worth watching now. Elder Jian Jintao returning domineeringly. The profound secrets pavilion is going to get lively again. Because Jian Jintao's two eyes were already crippled and he was certain to become a cripple. That was why he would leave and live in seclusion. Being unable to use the aura viewing art was equivalent to a cripple in the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Jian Jintao, what did you come to the Profound Secrets Pavilion for? Amen? Your eyes can see. At this time, an old man suddenly appeared in front, blocking the three people's path. But when he saw that Jian Jintao's eyes actually regained sight, he turned pale with fright. Jian Jintao looked at the arrival and said with a cold smile, "Yeah, Jian Shaoning. You're very disappointed, right?" Clearly, the two were on very bad terms. Back then, when Jian Jintao went blind, it was Jian Shaoning who did his best to suppress and squeeze him out of the Elders' Association. Now, Jian Jintao actually returned domineeringly. How could he not be alarmed? Jian Shaoning's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "Did you forget the Profound Secrets Pavilion's rules? What's the deal with bringing two strangers here?" "Elder's senior brother." Right at this time, another voice sounded out. Yi Yuan turned his head to look. Who was it if not Jian Ping? Truly, enemies met on a narrow path. Chapter 17:10 Domineering. Chapter 17:10 Domineering. When Jian Ping saw Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, "It's you. Haha. Enemies really meet on a narrow path." Jian Shaoning's brows furrowed, and he said, "Junior brother, you know each other?" Jian Ping smiled and said, "More than knowing each other. Haha. My eyes were almost blinded by this kid. Eldest senior brother, no matter what this punk is here for, don't agree with what he wants." Jian Shaoning chuckled and said, "That's for sure. Still need junior brother to say?" Yi Yuan's face turned cold. His eyes, when looking at Jian Ping, was full of coldness. This guy was seeking death to the end. If the last trace of hope of him getting Lier's news was cut off, even if offending the entire Extreme Light Imperial City, he would also have to kill this guy. Being looked at by Yi Yuan like this, not only did Jian Ping not have the least bit of awareness, he instead had a provocative look as he said, "Brat, are you very angry right now?" "Haha, it's useless. This is the outcome of offending this young master." Jian Jintao's face fell, and he said, "Move aside. I'm going to request an audience with Pavilion Lord." Jian Shaoning sneered when he heard that and said, "Jian Jintao, don't you forget your ident. One tie, you're no longer the Profound Secrets Pavilion's elder currently. What right do you have to go and meet Pavilion Lord?" Jian Jintao's face fell, and he said, "This old man isn't an elder, but also didn't withdraw out of the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Jian Shaoning, if you dare to block my path, then you and I will have a battle today." Jian Shaoning laughed loudly and said, "Fight then. Am I scared of you?" Jian Ping smiled coldly and said, "Jian Jintao, you're my eldest senior brother's defeated foe. Raising flowers and SES for 200 years. Why? Fortified your ambition?" Jian Jintao ignored Jian Ping and looked at Jian Shaoning as he said, "Are you giving way or not?" "Not giving way. Can you do anything to me?" Jian Shaoning said with a disdainful look. Jian Jintao gave a cold snort and suddenly smacked a palm out. Jian Shaoning laughed coldly and directly met it. The two people instantly clashed together. This is also too fast. Elder Jian Jintao has just come back and already went to war with Elder Jian Shaoning. But Elder Jintao isn't Elder Shaoning's match at all. This is inviting humiliation. He's doing it for that kid, right? Wonder who he is to actually stand up for him like this. The battle between two great elders immediately attracted a lot of people to surround and watch. But everyone was not very optimistic about Jian Jintao. After all, the two people had exchanged blows in the past. Jian Jintao had fewer wins and more losses. But very soon, everyone discovered something amiss. Jian Jintao's aura was currently rising steadily. The moment they started, Jian Shaoning discovered that something was wrong. This Jian Jintao seemed to be different from in the past. Bang! Suddenly, Jian Jintao smacked a palm out, directly blasting Jian Shaoning flying out. Jian Shaoning's essence sea-churned, looking at Jian Jintao with a look of disdain as he said, "You actually touched that threshold." Jian Jintao said coolly, "I still need to thank you." If not for you kicking me out of the profound secrets pavilion, I'd probably also just be ninth layered heaven divine lord in this lifetime, right? To really talk about it, little friend Yi Yuan, the source of this matter is still on you. Thinking about it now, little friend Yi Yuan has deep fortunes. I benefited from your light. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's Senior whose fate should be so. How is there Yi Yuan's credit?" Jian Jintao shook his head and said, "Members of my Jian family believe in this kind of destiny the most. My strength is feeble and can't see through, but I can also guess some of it. All right, let's go." Jian Shouning's expression was incomparably ugly as he said angrily, "Jian Jintao, don't you dare." Jian Jintao brought Yi Yuan and walked past from his side, disinclined to even give him a glance. Without warning, a horrifying aura descended from the sky. Puwerk, Yi Yuan, three people were akin to being struck by lightning, directly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Celestial deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, clearly, this celestial deity powerhouse was not friendly. Ahead, a figure slowly walked out, gaze like lightning. The moment Jian Shouning and Jian Ping saw, they could not help saying with joy, "Master." Jian Jintao's expression similarly changed, and he exclaimed, "Grand Elder Tianhua." Jian Tianhua looked at Jian Jintao coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Jintao, you're becoming more and more unruly. Is there still me, this Grand Elder, in your eyes?" Jian Jintao's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Jintao, Jintao doesn't dare." In front of a celestial deity powerhouse, Jian Jintao had no confidence at all. Jian Tianhua gave a cold snort and said, "You don't dare? If I didn't come, were you going to tear down this profound secrets pavilion? Amen?" A calm talk, but with the words fused with the pressure of a celestial deity powerhouse. Jian Jintao spewed out another mouthful of old blood. Even if your two eyes regain sight, you still haven't regained the position of elder currently. You actually dared to attack a profound secrets pavilion's elder? Who gave you such gall? Amen? Jian Tianhua said in a cold voice. By the side, the others were silent like cicadas in winter, while Jian Shouning and Jian Ping had excited looks. With Jian Tianhua standing up for them, their waist immediately toughened up. "Master," Jian Jintao insisted on bringing this unknown brat to see the pavilion lord just now. "I stopped him, and he attacked me. Simply unbridled in his truculence." Jian Shouning reproached angrily. Jian Tianhua gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a cold snort, "Pavilion lord comprehends heaven's secrets every day, so how could he have time to meet an irrelevant kid? Jintao, you're becoming more and more absurd. Come in." Detain Jian Jintao into jail and imprisoned for 30 years, so as to punish him. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect for matters to reach such a state. In front of a celestial deity powerhouse, he did not have the slightest capital to resist at all. This Jian Tianhua was clearly intentionally suppressing Jian Jintao in order to stand up for his disciples. But he was a celestial deity powerhouse, and none of them had the capital to rebut at all. "Senior, this doesn't concern Senior Jintao. It was this Yi who made him bring me to go request an audience with the pavilion lord with treating his eyes as the condition. If Senior wants to punish, just let it fall on this Yi." Yi Yuan blocked in front of Jian Jintao and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. If not for the sake of meeting the pavilion lord, Yi Yuan would have long fallen out now. But in order to get Lier's news, he had to endure. If he even offended a celestial deity powerhouse, he would likely really have no chance anymore. Jian Tianhua looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This is my profound secrets pavilion's internal affair. Who the H.E.L. are you to dare intervene in this seat's affairs? Also, you arbitrarily barged into the profound secrets pavilion. Could it be that you still want to escape this seat's punishment? None of you three can escape." Finished talking, Jian Tianhua's body gave off a peerlessly powerful world power and crushed over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's complexion turned deathly pale all at once. This was the world power belonging to a third-layered heaven celestial deity. How powerful was it? Yi Yuan secretly revolved chaos divine essence, forcefully resisting this pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Jian Tianhua was slightly surprised in his heart, not expecting that a measly little second-layered heaven divine lord could actually withstand his pressure. He sneered inwardly and was just about to make a move to take Yi Yuan down when a nonchalant voice suddenly echoed in the profound secrets pavilion. Tianhua, let him come up. Jian Tianhua's expression changed, his eyes full of doubt, as he said unwillingly, "Yes, Pavilion Lord." Chapter 17, 11 Aura of Emperor, Surmounting the World. Chapter 17, 11 Aura of Emperor, Surmounting the World. It's Pavilion Lord. He actually wants to meet this kid. Who on earth is he? Pavilion Lord actually wants to meet a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. I didn't hear wrongly, right? This is shooting down Grand Elder Tianhua's face in public. This kid has such incredible face to actually be worthy of Pavilion Lord personally standing up for him. For some time, everyone used astonished gazes to look over toward Yi Yuan, trying to guess his ident. One time, the Pavilion Lord was not what anyone could meet. Even if one was a celestial deity powerhouse, wanting to meet the Pavilion Lord was also not an easy thing, let alone a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. But today, he actually made an exception. It was very hard for the members of Profound Secrets Pavilion to not guess, especially Jian Tianhua. The expression on his face was very ugly. He also rarely showed face. Today, he finally showed face to suppress Jian Jintao. But he did not expect that he had his face personally slapped by the Pavilion Lord. So many people looking, this Grand Elder, felt a huge loss in face. But the Pavilion Lord's order, he had no choice but to follow. Jian Shaoning and Jian Ping, two people, were currently being pleased with themselves, but then they were thrown into bewilderment by the Pavilion Lord's one sentence. What capability did this kid have to actually be able to have Pavilion Lord personally stand up for him? Soon, my Profound Secrets Pavilion will welcome another celestial deity realm powerhouse. It's to be congratulated. Today, I'll confer Jintao the Tlea of Grand Elder. You have to work hard and strive to break through as soon as possible. At this time, the Pavilion Lord's voice sounded out once again, making everyone's faces change color with fright again. No way, right? Elder Jintao is going to be promoted to become a Grand Elder? Doesn't that mean that he's going to break through very soon? I even thought that Elder Jintao will have no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. I didn't expect that he actually gained a new lease on life. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise, indeed not false. His eyes went blind. Everyone thought that he's crippled in this life. Who could have thought that not only did he regain sight, but he will even break through to the celestial deity realm? Elder Shaoning and he fought for more than half their lives. Who could have expected Elder Jintao to break through first? This is really ironic. Jian Shaoning's expression was ugly to the extreme. This painting style changed too quickly. A moment ago, he even trampled Jian Jintao into the mud. Who knew that in the next instant, Jian Jintao gained a new lease on life, directly trampling him into the ground with one foot. Since the Pavilion Lord said so, he definitely divined it long ago. No one had ever doubted what the Pavilion Lord said. If he said that Jian Jintao would break through, he would definitely break through. Upon entering Celestial Deity Realm, that was a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, soaring to the sky in one move. He would be in a completely different world from him, a mere ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, fighting for more than half their lives. Who could have expected that it was actually such an outcome? Jian Jintao himself also had a look of shock, bowing to thank as he said, "Thank you, Pavilion Lord." Jintao will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to break through soon. However, the Pavilion Lord's voice did not sound out again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, senior." Jian Jintao said joyfully, "Little friend Yi Yuan, speaking of it, this is really thanks to you. Come, I'll bring you to go see Pavilion Lord." Yi Yuan nodded and followed after. Jian Tianhua's expression changed, snorted coldly, and disappeared. Jian Jintao brought Yi Yuan and arrived in front of the stairs leading to the third floor. "Going up from here is the Pavilion Lord's dwelling place. You go up yourself. This old man will bring Tian Ping to wait for you below," Jian Jintao said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and went up the stairs himself. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt like he said through a layer of membrane, arriving at another P-A-C. This was a simple and crude hidden chamber, revealing a mysterious ambience all over the place. A serene-looking old man was currently brewing a pot of spirit tea, the aroma delighting people. The old man opened his mouth and said with a laugh, "Ho-ho, I didn't expect that this old man can actually meet a young man with the aura of Emperor surmounting aura in my lifetime. Truly an unexpected surprise." Yi Yuan looked over toward the old man, but discovered that the other party seemed to be entirely covered by a veil of mist, unable to see through it all. This old man seemed to have fused into one with the surroundings, clearly in front of his eyes, but seemed to be extremely far away. Emperor surmounting aura? Yi Yuan had some doubts. Could it be that this Emperor surmounting aura was a kind of destiny, too? Except, didn't Jian Jintao say that he was some imperial aura? How did it become Emperor surmounting aura? The old man did an inviting gesture, indicating for Yi Yuan to sit down opposite him, and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Aura of Emperor surmounting the world. Name Emperor surmounting aura. Those who possess the Emperor surmounting aura, their destiny is exceedingly vibrant. Barring no accidents, stepping into the realm of Heavenly Emperor isn't a big problem." Yi Yuan sat down opposite the old man and said with uncertainty, "Pavilion Lord doesn't seem to have used the aura viewing art, right? How do you know that I am in possession of the Emperor surmounting aura?" The old man smiled and said, "Although Imperial aura is strong, how can it make my Jian clan members suffer Heavenly Tao's backlash? Only Emperor surmounting aura, the darling of heaven, can make ordinary Jian clan members suffer this disaster." Actually, when Jintao returned from Riverluck capital city, this old man already knew. Moreover, even if this old man doesn't employ the aura viewing art, I can also see through a thing or two. Yi Yuan was surprised in his heart. No wonder Jian Jintao said that with the Pavilion Lord's cultivation method, he understood the mysteries of good fortune. Seemed like this old man's strength was indeed unimaginable. Seeing this, Yi Yuan had some more hope in his heart. If it was this old man taking action, he might really be able to find their whereabouts. Since Pavilion Lord is already aware long ago, why did you still allow Senior Jian Jintao to be bullied by people? Even if he can't see, he's also a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord expert. It's not to the extent of letting him go and raise flowers and grow GRASS, right? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. The old man smiled and said, "The mystery of heaven's secrets is incredibly profound. Even if my Jian family can divine heaven's secrets, we also can't change anything. Forcefully meddling in the trajectory of Heavenly Tao will meet with Heavenly Tao's backlash. If minor, severe injuries and vomiting blood, cultivating falling drastically. If severe, Paris, H.I. plus Ing and Tao dissipating, never to reincarnate. The people of my Jian family who died due to this are goodness knows how many. Therefore, even if we can see each person's fate clearly, we're unable to change anything too. Jintao was tainted by your Emperor surmounting aura. Breaking through is something sooner or later. These blows are also Heavenly Tao's tempering to him. Not experiencing this calamity, he will be unable to break through." Yi Yuan listened until he was secretly alarmed. He did not expect that there were still so much things revolving around this simple incident. Yi Yuan said curiously, "In that case, the Jian family's members performing divinations for other martial artists every day predicting good or bad fortune. Wouldn't they suffer the wrath of heaven every day? The old man smiled and said, "Ordinary martial artists, their destinies are very weak and won't affect the fate of this world. Moreover, members of the jinn family have their own rules when performing divinations, only saying 20 to 30%, appearing right but is really wrong. Under most circumstances, there's no problem. But when a person's destiny is too strong, members of the jinn family won't easily help them perform augury. It was very easy to meet with a backlash if their cultivation is lacking." Yi Yuan's expression changed, his expression becoming ugly. He was the emperor's surmounting aura, which was even more terrifying than the imperial aura. Didn't that mean that it could not be divine at all? Yi Yuan said anxiously, "Senior, the old man suddenly handed over a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Drink a cup of tea, don't be anxious." How could Yi Yuan not be anxious? In the end, he downed a cup of tea in a single act. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Pavilion Lord, this junior's loved one's fates are unknown. Coming here, I only wish to know their situation. Hope that Pavilion Lord can make an exception. For this, Yi Yuan is willing to pay any price." Chapter 17, 1200 Battles Arena. Chapter 17, 1200 Battles Arena. The old man drank a mouthful of tea and said calmly, letting a youth with emperor surmounting aura, "Oh, this old man a big favor. This old man is naturally willing. It's just too bad that this old man's strength falls short of my wishes." Yi Yuan had a look of despair. He did not expect that it was actually such a result in the end. "Pavilion Lord, could it be that there's no way at all?" Yi Yuan said unwillingly. The old man set another cup of tea over and said with a smile, "Slowly drink, don't be in a rush." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, discovering that he somewhat lost composure. "Thank you, Pavilion Lord." He received the tea and took a light sip. A bitter and astringent to the extreme harshness taste instantly filled his mouth. But very soon, faint sweetness revealed in the bitterness, penetrating into the abdomen, transmitting into all four limbs and the bones. In an instant, his divine essence seemed to have increased quite a bit. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he praised, "Good tea, good tea." This junior was a little impulsive. Hope that senior doesn't blame. That mouthful, just now, Yi Yuan did not savor the splendid taste of this spirit tea at all. Calming down now, he immediately felt the extraordinariness of this tea. A hint of approval flashed across the old man's eyes, secretly thinking that indeed well-deserving of being a youth who possessed the emperor surmounting aura, calming down so quickly. The old man smiled and said, "This tea is called empty cicada skydew tea. 1 cup can match a peak rank for divine pill. You already ate 2 just now. If it were others, they would have long had to enter closed seclusion to refine it. But you didn't have any reaction at all. Indeed worthy of being the emperor surmounting aura." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart, not expecting that this tea was actually so precious. One had to know, ordinary second firmament divine lord martial artists who consumed a peak rank 4 divine pills had to enter closed seclusion for quite a few days too. Consuming 2 in a row, the meridians within the body would be somewhat unable to withstand it. There would definitely be a feeling of bloatedness within the body. But Yi Yuan drank 2 cups in a row and was completely fine. It was not unexpected that the profound secrets Pavilion Lord would not be astonished. But he did not know that Yi Yuan ate medicinal pills like eating jelly beans. It would not do if the pills were only a few. Yi Yuan had to expend no idea how many divine-grade medicinal pills to break through one minor realm currently. It was simply a bottomless pit. Forget about double the spirit tea, even 10 cups, he would not bat an eyelid to. 2 cups entering the stomach. Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence also could not grow by much. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "It turns out that it's the empty cicada skydew tea. No wonder, no wonder. It's just that, it's somewhat a pity." The old man said doubtfully, "Oh, what's a pity?" This empty cicada skydew was carefully nurtured by him. He had expended G. Oh, He knows how much effort. Hearing Yi Yuan's meaning, there seemed to even be some shortcomings. Yi Yuan said, Empty Cicada Sky Dew is a rank 5 spirit tea, but Pavilion Lord only has a rank 4 effect. Isn't it a shame? The old man smiled bitterly and said, Empty Cicada Sky Dew is the most finicky and is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Being able to nurture peak rank 4, this old man has already spent goodness knows how much the price. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's Senior's cultivation method being wrong. Empty Cicada Sky Dew tea. The hardest thing to preserve is its spiritual energy. A single misstep and the spiritual energy will leak out, dropping ranks. The old man trembled all over and said, You have the Empty Cicada Sky Dew's nurturing method? Empty Cicada Sky Dew is extremely rare. The nurturing methods pious, set down are also extremely few. This old man exhausted all means, but also didn't find a method to cultivate it. The significance of rank 4 spirit teas and rank 5 spirit teas was different to the old man. Rank 4 spirit teas were really just spirit tea to him. It was only a drink. But rank 5 spirit teas were very helpful to his cultivation. Moreover, the function of spirit teas was not just increasing cultivation. It also had tremendous benefits to the body. Hence, that was why he would rack his brains to go and cultivate them. It was just a pity that it was all for naught. Yi Yuan nodded and said, The nurturing method for Empty Cicada Sky Dew lies in the word Sky Dew. Every morning when dew forms, it's the time when the spirit tea absorbs spiritual energy most vigorously. At this time, one should add more fertilizer, while at other times, it should be reduced according to one's discretion. Moreover, the 4 seasons, each season's fertilizer amount is also different. It's indeed extremely difficult to cultivate. For Senior to be able to cultivate to peak rank 4, you've clearly expended considerable effort too. The moment the old man heard what Yi Yuan said, he immediately had a sudden realization and said, No wonder. No wonder. So that's how it is. Little friend Yi Yuan, this Empty Cicada Sky Dew's nurturing method, can it be imparted to this old man? Spirit tea was a type of spirit medicine too. Nurturing, it was extremely meticulous and could not be clearly stated in a few sentences. Yi Yuan knew because Immortal Grove was an enthusiast of tea ceremony too. He had collected many spirit teas' nurturing methods. This Empty Cicada Sky Dew was one of them. The Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord was extremely agitated at this time. The demeanor of an expert was all lost, looking at Yi Yuan eagerly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That is of course. As he said, Yi Yuan took out a jade slip and imprinted the nurturing method for the Empty Cicada Sky Dew and gave it to the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord. The Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's divine sense swept through it, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter, an appearance akin to having obtained a priceless treasure. Turns out that it's like this. Why didn't I think of it? The old man had an appearance of being suddenly enlightened and was actually itching to give it a try. Yi Yuan was not in a rush either, waiting quietly. With this look, it was more than an hour. The old man put away the jade slip, only then abruptly startled awake, and said rather embarrassed, said Li, Hu, I have incurred little friend Yi Yuan's ridicule. You don't know how much effort this old man put into this Empty Cicada Sky Dew. Now that I'm burning with eagerness, I became immersed in it and was unable to extricate myself for some time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior is an alchemist too and naturally understands Pavilion Lord's mood. The old man laughed and said, Talking about this tea for half a day, I almost forgot proper business. Little friend Yi Yuan, you have the Emperor surmounting aura. Performing divination for you, I have to expend considerable longevity. It isn't convenient for this old man to frequently take action due to some reasons. Hence, this old man set the rule of taking action once every 300 years. Yi Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. He did not expect that his destiny actually became the greatest obstacle to finding Liu they all. Senior, I wonder how long is there still from this 300 years? Yi Yuan asked. The old man said, "The 300-year date is only left with 7 years." Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "Senior, I want this chance for you to take action. I won't hesitate to pay any price." But the old man shook his head and said, "This opportunity, you have to fight for it yourself." Yi Yuan said doubtfully, "Fight for it myself?" Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord nodded and said, "After 7 years, Extreme Light Imperial City will set up the 100 Battles Arena. At that time, all geniuses will gather here and compete for a chance to have this old man view their aura and perform a divination. If you want to have this old man take action, only by winning the 100 Battles Arena will it work." Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he said, "This, if Junior encounters late-stage Divine Lord Realm, wouldn't it be impossible to win?" It was true that Yi Yuan was strong, but he was not strong to the extent where he could defeat a late-stage Divine Lord yet. Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. The rule that this old man said is that all those whose skeletal age exceeds 2,000 years are not allowed to join the 100 Battles Arena. Your opponents are all your peers. From now on, first layered heaven will be changed to first firmament, second layered heaven to second firmament, so on and so forth." Chapter 17:13 Sword Pointing at First Place. Chapter 17:13 Sword Pointing at First Place. Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately came to a realization. An opportunity to have the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord personally view their aura and give pointers. How rare was that? Those whose bone age Serpa said 2,000 years, their strengths were basically fixed already. The development room also would not be too great. Having them accept the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's aura viewing, wouldn't it be a waste? A 10,000 years old Fifth Firmament Divine Lord. What was there to look at one? No matter how he looked, it was also impossible for him to break through to the celestial deity realm. Extreme Light Imperial City, hosting this 100 Battles Arena, was to find geniuses with potential and let those forces emphasis on grooming them. This way, Extreme Light Imperial City would also have excellent network relations. When these geniuses grow up, they would also be grateful to Extreme Light Imperial City. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan had no choice but to admire Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's shrewdness and farsightedness. This move could let Extreme Light Imperial City establish great prestige, and could also let Extreme Light Imperial City get many allies. It was truly experienced and vicious to the extreme. No wonder the Jian family's power and influence were so great. This was not without reason. The level of pinnacle geniuses in an imperial city at around 2,000 years old, their strength was roughly also just the likes of middle-stage Divine Lord Realm. It was around Ning Tianping's strength. This way, Ning Tianping was already at the level of a top genius in an imperial city unknowingly. Even though that Jianping was also Fifth Firmament Divine Lord, his skeletal age already Serpa said 2,000 years old. It was completely incomparable to Ning Tianping. One had to know Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was just low-grade among imperial cities. The chances of giving birth to such geniuses were extremely, extremely low. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan understands. Pavilion Lord Rest assured. Yi Yuan will definitely get this spot. Yi Yuan said with a firm gaze. No matter how powerful his opponent was, Yi Yuan would also defeat the other party and get this spot. He absolutely did not allow failure. But Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord laughed and said, "Oh, little friend, Yi Yuan mustn't be too confident. The 100 Battles Arena isn't as easy as you think. When the time comes, there will be large batches of young geniuses emerging. Several hundreds of imperial cities around Extreme Light Imperial City will also act without delay upon hearing it. Also, some reclusive young prodigies will also take advantage of this opportunity to rise to prominence. At that time, Sixth Firmament Divine Lord powerhouses might appear. Your opponents are very strong." This 100 Battles Arena had already been hosted for many sessions. Presently, the impact of the influence was so widespread that even imperial cities under other heavenly emperors' command would go into action without delay too. The wider the area covered, the greater the probability of young geniuses appearing. Furthermore, some reclusive geniuses also wanted to prove their potential and all wanted to take a look at their potential. Hence, they would all come to Extreme Light Imperial City. Every 300 years, Extreme Light Imperial City would become a melting pot, becoming the place where all young geniuses competed. Yi Yuan's eyes were full of determination as he said in a solemn voice, "This junior can't afford to lose and also won't lose." Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord laughed and said, "Ho, Emperor Surmounting Aura, this old man is really very curious to what extent you can accomplish. H. Plus, Yi Yuan suddenly looked at the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord, eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "Pavilion Lord, you only take action once every 300 years. Could it be that you've suffered serious injuries before?" Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's pupils constricted when he heard that and said in shock, "You punk, what discerning eyes." Haha, that's right, this old man rashly judged heaven's secrets back then, resulting in suffering heavenly Tao's backlash, causing my realm to drop drastically. That's how I ended up in this plight. Taking action once every 300 years, this old man is barely able to recover my vitality. But this time, if you really get first place, the next 100 battles arena will probably have to be postponed. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said with clasped hands, "For Pavilion Lord to be willing to take action to help me. This grace, Yi Yuan will definitely remember it." Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord chuckled and said, "This old man being seriously injured wants to exchange for an emperor surmounting Aura's favor. It's very worthwhile. But, still that sentence, your opponents are very strong. You can only receive this old man divination if you get first place." What? You still going to take part in the 100 battles arena in the end? The reason why Jian Jintao brought Yi Yuan to go find the Pavilion Lord was in order to not let him partake. 1. P. 8 in the 100 battles arena. In his view, with Yi Yuan's strength, it was totally impossible to get the 100 battles arena's first place. That battle outside the door, Jian Jintao still thought that it was Ning Tianping taking action until now. For a second Firmament Divine Lord to want to overpower all heroes on the 100 battles arena, this was simply a fool's talk. Yi Yuan nodded and said yes. Pavilion Lord said that as long as I can get first place, he'll perform a divination for me. Jian Jintao waved his hand and said, "That's the reward that the first place should get. If you can get first place, what did I work so hard to bring you to go find him for?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You're mistaken. If it's others, that's the reward that the first place should get. But for me, he can refuse." Jian Jintao froze and said, "Why?" Yi Yuan said, "Because he says that I'm of the Emperor surmounting Aura. Even if it's him, performing divination for me will also greatly harm his vitality." This, Jian Jintao's pupils constricted, sucking in a cold breath, using eyes as if looking at a monster and staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Emperor surmounting Aura. The shock on Jian Jintao's face could not be any greater. Extreme Light Imperial City. Forget about Extreme Light Imperial City. Even in the entire Heavenspan world, one also could not find more than a few. It was hard to produce a heavenly emperor powerhouse in several million years too. Emperor surmounting Aura had only ever existed in the legends. He actually met a live one today. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Pavilion Lord even said that if I really get first place, the next 100 battles arena will probably have to be postponed. This shows that the divination this time is a huge burden on him." Jian Jintao was thunderstruck by this news until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Imperial Aura was already his bold guess. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's destiny was not an Imperial Aura, but actually an Emperor surmounting Aura. He suddenly somewhat understood why he would break through. This was getting tainted by immortal Qi too. Only after a long time did Jian Jintao recover from his shock. He said with a solemn look, "Yi Yuan, you must stay tight-lipped about this matter and mustn't let people know. Otherwise, you'll have countless troubles. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior rest assured. Yi Yuan naturally knows. A future heavenly emperor powerhouse. This news was too explosive. His rise was bound to shake the existing structure. Maybe after some heavenly emperors get this news, they would send people to come and kill him. It was not that this kind of thing did not happen before. Jian Jintao continued, but I'm still unable to believe that you can get first place. Ning Tianping smiled when he heard that and said, Senior rest assured. His Excellency's strength absolutely doesn't pale in comparison to those geniuses. At least, I'm not His Excellency's match. Although getting the first place is hard, His Excellency won't give up. Jian Jintao laughed in spite of himself and said, Are you joking with me? A second firmament divine lord. Even you are not a match? Ning Tianping smiled and said, That battle in front of Senior's house was His Excellency personally taking action. If facing the enemy head-on, His Excellency has confidence in killing Jianping. It's just that His Excellency didn't wish to offend the profound secrets pavilion. That's why he forcefully endured and did not make a move. Jian Jintao looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Was this guy a freak? 1. Reminder, X-layered heaven has been changed to X-firmament from now on. 2. Doesn't actually mean immortal. Chapter 1714, Third Firmament Spatial Laws. Chapter 1714, Third Firmament Spatial Laws. Inside extreme light Imperial City, young geniuses gradually increased. In the streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns, there were young faces everywhere. These young geniuses came in different shapes and sizes, but the pride on their being could not be concealed no matter what. I heard that currently, there are already 3 sixth firmament divine lords who signed up for the 100 Battles Arena. How on earth did this bunch of freaks cultivate? I never delayed my cultivation all the way, and I'm also just a 4th firmament divine lord up until now. Isn't that so? Realm is secondary. The terrifying thing is that their law's comprehension is even high. I heard that Jiangnan fused 3 powers of law, his strength immensely formidable. Yeah, also that freak called Xiahou Yun heard that he comprehended destruction law. None are his match in the same rank. In the city, discussions had already long begun. Some powerful opponents had also long been picked out, becoming everyone's target of heated discussion. 100 Battles Arena was divided into a total of 8 groups. Each group's first place could get the Profound Secrets Pavilion's 7 Grand Elders' guidance. And in the end, these 8 groups' first place will undergo the final showdown to determine the champion of the 100 Battles Arena this time. This champion would obtain the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's personal guidance. This was unparalleled glory. So those powerful geniuses all cracked their heads wanting to fight for this first place. Although it was all aura viewing art, different people executing it, the effect was naturally different. Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord studied the mysteries of good fortune. The geniuses that he personally guided before all became notable figures of a region later. At this time, inside Phoenix Immortal Restaurant's top-floor luxury private room, Jian Ping was currently raising his wine cup and chatting away with a young man. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan going to Partic 1 P 8 in the 100 Battles Arena, he was immediately overjoyed. Yi Yuan was personally received by the Pavilion Lord. He had no way of directly acting. But if Yi Yuan was accidentally beaten to death by people during the combat 1 time, then he could not blame anyone. Life and death were uncontrollable on the 100 Battles Arena, although one was allowed to admit defeat. Under normal circumstances, there would not be deaths on the 100 Battles Arena. After all, the geniuses who came to take part in the 100 Battles Arena mostly had significant backgrounds. Behind each person might have a celestial deity powerhouse. Really killing the other party, there would be no end to future troubles. However, each 100 Battles Arena would also have situations where casualties appeared. With Jinping's ident 1 Tai wanted to find Yi Yuan's group was naturally not a difficult thing. When he knew that Yi Yuan and Xiahou Yun were grouped together, He was immediately overjoyed. This grouping, extreme light Imperial City, would naturally make some considerations in advance and have the powerful contestants avoid each other. And Xiahou Yun was naturally this group's #1 seed. We learned that Yi Yuan was only second firmament divine lord. He said with a disdainful look, "Brother Jianping is looking down on Xiahou Yun too much. Killing a second firmament divine lord also needs to have me take action." Jianping said with a solemn look, "Brother, Xiahou mustn't underestimate him. Even though this kid is just second firmament divine lord, his combat power is a stonies. H.I. plusing. His strength isn't beneath mine." The moment these words came out, Xiahou Yun's face revealed a look of surprise. Although Jianping's combat strength was not considered strong, he was at any rate a fifth firmament divine lord powerhouse too. A second firmament divine lord could actually cross 3 minor realms to face his enemy. Xiahou Yun's face revealed an amused look as he said with a smile, "Oh, such an interesting opponent. This Xiahou Yun have to experience it. However, junior sister Meng Qing's matter will be entrusted to brother Jianping." Jianping patted his chest and said, "Relax, master still pays a lot of attention to me, this disciple. This bit of request is naturally nothing difficult." Jianping sneered in his heart, "Yi Yuan, I'll see if you still don't die this time." Xiahou Yun was 6th firmament divine lord. Destruction Law had tremendous destructive powers. With Yi Yuan's strength, it was totally impossible to win. Inside the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan's sweat was like rain, currently fighting to the death with his projection. The projection was still as strong as ever. It was just too bad that he never won once. Looking closely, these two people actually had their eyes closed. The two people entered the selfless realm at the same time. During these 7 years, Yi Yuan threw himself into frenzied cultivation. The battle this time was different from in the past. He must get first place. Hence, he also devoted more effort. His cultivation intensity, normal people were completely unable to imagine. Even though he pledged a profound Secrets Pavilion Lord in sincerity and solemnness that he would definitely get first place, he did not look down on the geniuses this time. If Yi Yuan's current strength reached 4th firmament divine vortex, he could naturally sweep across those in the same rank. Whatever 5th firmament, 6th firmament divine lord, if he smacked a palm over, they would be completely annihilated. It was just too bad that he was just 2nd firmament divine lord currently. The spiritual energy that Yi Yuan needed to break through a minor realm currently could be rated as terrifying. He could not break through during the short period. But these few years of bitter cultivation coupled with the supplementation of medicinal pills, his realm already reached peak 2nd firmament divine lord. Yi Yuan knew that the opponents this time were very strong. Just the 6th firmament divine lords were quite a few. Furthermore, their combat strengths were all uncommon. Among peers, they all had no opponents. Furthermore, among 5th firmament divine lords, it was also hard to guarantee that some powerful existence would not pop out. Since the profound Secrets Pavilion Lord warned him many times, it clearly showed that the geniuses in these several hundred cities were not that simple. With Yi Yuan's present strength, facing off against 6th firmament divine lords was still somewhat taxing. Hence, he was seeking breakthroughs in the power of laws. In these 7 years, Yi Yuan already cultivated Sword Dao laws to the realm of 4th firmament grand completion inside the world suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. It was too bad that spatial laws did not break through. 3rd firmament spatial laws were too fleeting and ephemeral. Even with Yi Yuan's talent, he still had no clues after fumbling about for several hundred years. Hence, he entered the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. time and again, attempting to break through. Jeej, you want to comprehend spatial laws? Dream on. Come one day, you'll die at my... The projection laughed strangely, but suddenly stopped. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's sword drew a cutting edge, breaching his defenses, directly cutting him in half. Carrying intense unwillingness, the clone died once more. "I am possible. Dustless said with joy, "Heaven rewards the faithful. You finally comprehended third firmament spatial laws." Yi Yuan panted for a while and said, "Yeah, it's too hard. Those able to comprehend spatial laws are all amazingly talented people." Dustless said, "That's of course. Since ancient times, anyone who comprehended spatial laws, those were all people whose name shakes a region, their reputation extremely ill. U.S. Trias." Yi Yuan said with joy, "Spatial laws are indeed powerful. This third firmament cultivating to the realm of grand completion should be able to tear apart S.P.A.C., right? The misty sword art that fused third firmament spatial laws, in terms of power, it shouldn't lose to the Nirvana seal anymore. Heh, I'm somewhat looking forward to the 100 Battles arena. Wonder if any opponent who can excite me will appear." Chapter 17:15, First Blood. Chapter 17:15, First Blood. In the enormous martial arts arena, it was overcrowded. Extreme Light Imperial City specially constructed a large-scale martial arts arena in order to host the once every 300 years 100 Battles arena. In the center of the martial arts arena, 8 large-scale rings were built. At this time, the 8 rings were all divided into 4 small arenas. The contestants were all raring to have a go. The ones who signed up for the compet. 1. Time this time were a total of 3,600 over people, dividing into 8 groups, each group's compet. 1. Time was carried out independently. Yi Yuan was placed in the 6th group. Ning Tianping was placed in the 8th group. The moment Yi Yuan entered the field, he attracted a wave of ridicule. Are my eyes failing me? A second firmament divine lord actually dares to come and take part in the 100 Battles arena too? Ha ha, he's a genius. Geniuses naturally want to obtain the profound secrets pavilion's recognition, truly overestimating his own ability. TSK. If I can run into him in the first round, how good would it be? In many people's eyes, Yi Yuan already became a piece of fatty meat. Whether they could enter the next round or not, it depended on whether they could encounter suckers like Yi Yuan. Among the geniuses who signed up, the vast majority of the realms were concentrated from 3rd Firmament Divine Lord to 5th Firmament Divine Lord. 2nd Firmament Divine Lords and 6th Firmament Divine Lords were extremely few. Encountering a 2nd Firmament Divine Lord, it was tantamount to being sent into the 2nd round. Of course, those who had this kind of thinking were mostly those 3rd Firmament and 4th Firmament Divine Lords. Truly reaching 5th Firmament Divine Lord, one was naturally disdainful to take advantage of this kind of bargain. This bunch of guys is truly reckless and blind. Ning Tianping said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, no need to bother with them. These people are merely accompanying the crown prince to study. You go ahead, do your best, and strive to get the first place." Ning Tianping's luck was better. The group he was put in did not have 6 Firmament Divine Lord powerhouses. If Ning Tianping performed splendidly, he might be able to get the first place in his group. After all, what Ning Tianping obtained was a true G.O.D. inheritance, while these geniuses, the vast majority, did not have true G.O.D. inheritances. Ning Tianping chuckled and said, "Being grilled by your excellency all day, I was abused until I even doubted life. No idea what extent I can achieve this time either." These few years, Ning Tianping's only opponent was Yi Yuan. Fighting with Yi Yuan, that was really an extremely painful experience. That was an existence that could not be defeated no matter how he fought. But it was also precisely because of Yi Yuan's existence that Ning Tianping could give it his all and go all out each time. It was also because of this that his martial techniques and laws comprehension advanced by leaps and bounds. Even Mo Li Fei was also amazed by this disciple's improvement speed. However, he also witnessed Yi Yuan's might even more. No wonder Yi Yuan looked down on his inheritance. Very soon, the first round arena match began. The first round compet. 1. Tie-in. The strength of the contestants who took the field had a wide disparity. The fights also progressed very quickly. Yi Yuan's group had 400 over people, which was also 200 over battles. It progressed faster than expected. Some people were directly finished in a few breaths on the fiend. Next round, Yi Yuan versus Li Kuan. The judge said in a clear voice. When Yi Yuan heard his own name being called, he leaped onto the ring. It's that second firmament, Divine Lord. Li Kuan, you really picked up a treasure. Lying down, and you can even enter the second round. Dog S. H. I plus T luck. Absolutely dog S. H. I plus T luck. Why don't I have such good luck? When a person gets lucky, even immortals can't stop it. Li Kuan, in my view, your destiny must be very booming. The contestants by the side all used extremely envious eyes to look at Li Kuan. Li Kuan burst into laughter and said, Thanks for giving way. Thanks for giving way. Finished talking, he leaped and also got onto the field. Li Kuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Brat, your strength is still considered not bad among peers. But you came too early. If you come for the next 100 battles arena, you might still have some hope. Admit defeat. The moment I make my move, you'll inevitably get hurt. Yi Yuan delayed for 300 years in between. The speed of breaking through the divine vortex realm was a little slow. His current realm was slightly better than ordinary martial artists, but it was also not considered very amazing. Among these geniuses, it was not conspicuous. Li Kuan was peak third firmament Divine Lord. He was just missing a step. If he could progress a step further, he could break through to become a fourth firmament Divine Lord. His strength dealing with a second firmament Divine Lord, it was naturally a cinch. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Never fight before, who knows? Li Kuan chuckled and said, Looks like you won't shed tears if you don't see the coffin. Forget it. Then this young master will send you down. Violent shadow storm sword. Li Kuan's sword attacked like the wind, his entire person turning into an afterimage. Russ. H. I. Plussing toward Yi Yuan. Such swift speed. A wave of exclamations came from below. Clearly, they were greatly surprised by Li Kuan's speed. Below the ring, Xiahou Yun stood with his hands behind his back, looking careless, but his attention never left Yi Yuan's body before. Regarding Jian Ping's narrative, he actually did not believe it. How could a second firmament Divine Lord possibly cross 3 minor realms to battle? Divine Lord realms' minor realms were not some cabbages, able to be crossed casually. Moreover, it was even separated by a minor stage in the middle. Even a genius like him, when at the second firmament Divine Lord, he could only defeat some of the third firmament Divine Lords. Swaz. H. Plus a sword directly pa s. Said through the chest. A series of exclamations came from below once more. A death occurred in the first round? This Yi Yuan's strength was too weak, right? Li Kuan himself also jumped in fright, but his figure had yet to stabilize when he suddenly felt someone push from behind. Down! Li Kuan wanted to stabilize his figure very much, but his push was not simple, directly stripping him of all his strength, making him unable to muster up strength at all. Plop! It was only to see Li Kuan's figure involuntarily fly out of the arena, directly falling onto the ground. Xiahou Yun's gaze turned intent, and he cried out, Spatial law. Although it elapsed in a flash, his strength was far from what others could compare to, and he caught it very keenly. Youch! My old waist. Li Kuan supported his waist and stood up. Focusing his eyes and looking, Yi Yuan was still standing on the ring perfectly well, and he immediately had a dazed look. He completely had no idea how he was defeated. He clearly stabbed Yi Yuan just now. Why was the one who lost him instead? The judge said, Yi Yuan wins. Li Kuan loses. Yi Yuan enters the second round. Seeing this result, there was an uproar below. What happened just now? I clearly saw Li Kuan stab Yi Yuan. Why was he defeated without rhyme or reason? Don't know. Completely couldn't see clearly. A fifth firmament Divine Lord said with a laugh, It's spatial law. Yi Yuan made use of spatial law to avoid Li Kuan's sword, then gave him a push from behind, and he went out. Heh. Rather interesting. A fifth firmament Divine Lord. Regardless of whether strength or vision, it was all a notch higher. He was naturally able to see through Yi Yuan's actual situation. However, he was not worried. His strength was 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. Even if it was spatial law, it was also unable to change the final outcome. Except, he could no longer regard Yi Yuan as an ordinary second firmament divine lord. Chapter 1716, Yi Yuan's Fighting Spy Rai. Chapter 1716, Yi Yuan's Fighting Spy Rai as Spatial Law. This Yi Yuan, he actually comprehended spatial law. My G. Oh, D. No wonder he dares to go up the ring. Turns out that he's also a monster-like existence. Indeed, those who dare to come to the 100 Battles arena, not one of them is mediocre. Li Kuan underestimated the enemy too much. Otherwise, with his strength, it's impossible to lose so quickly. That fifth firmament, Divine Lord's one sentence immediately caused a stir among the contestants. Spatial law was virtually a power of law in the legends. One suddenly appearing. How could everyone not be surprised? However, Yi Yuan's realm was obvious to everyone. Even if spatial law was powerful, being able to defeat Li Kuan was already the limit. Moreover, Li Kuan's strength was not weak. If he took it seriously, the outcome was hard to predict. In the end, they all felt that Yi Yuan exploited a loophole and only won so easily by a fluke. The battles continued. The sixth group's powerhouses also revealed their true faces one by one. But the first round opponents, it was very hard to really gauge these experts' true strength. Although everyone was a genius, there was also a disparity between geniuses. Similarly, fourth firmament, Divine Lords. Because of the difference in law's comprehension, the strength difference might be very great. I feel that Gao Shun's strength is definitely very strong. He only used one move and finished off his opponent. Also, that Song Tianxiang didn't even draw his weapon and took care of his opponent with one hand. Xiahou Yun hasn't made his move yet. I wonder what his strength is like. Everyone discussed animatedly, all guessing those strong players' strengths. But the things that could be seen in the first round were really too few. They could only slowly judge it based on the speed of the fight. But this group's several powerful existences also had the tip of the iceberg revealed. Next group, Xiahou Yun versus Zhang Feng. Right then, the judge finally called Xiahou Yun's name. Everyone's expressions turned austere, looking toward Xiahou Yun's figure. The two people leaped and arrived in the ring. Zhang Feng's expression was ugly to the extreme. He did not expect that he was actually so unlucky, running into Xiahou Yun in the first round. There was no way to compete at all. Give you 3 breaths of time to concede. If this young master makes a move, you won't have the chance to concede anymore. 1. Xiahou Yun was incomparably domineering, directly starting the countdown. Zhang Feng's expression was incredibly ugly. Large bean-sized sweat seeping out of his forehead, immediately feeling a powerful sense of oppression. But Xiahou Yun did not even release his divine essence at all. He just stood there calmly. I admit defeat. With extreme unwillingness, Zhang Feng admitted defeat and surrendered. He did not even have the courage to attack. Xiahou Yun's overbearingness gave all of the contestants tremendous psychological pressure. Everyone all knew that what he cultivated was destruction law. His combat power was extremely strong. Those who had no confidence, who dared to go up and try. One punch, and your entire person would be gone without even a chance to admit defeat. If it was other people saying this was a joke. But Xiahou Yun, he had this confidence. Sixth firmament, Divine Lord's absolute realm coupled with destruction law. This kind of powerful law, who dared to easily challenge him? This was a true powerhouse, an existence who crushed their peers. Xiahou Yun's aura is too strong. I even felt tremendous pressure below. For Zhang Feng to not kneel down is already very impressive. Yeah, really too strong. One sentence broke down his opponent's willpower. This kind of person has no way of competing at all. It's just I don't know who can let him make a move. Or will he get first place without staining his weapon with blood, just like this? It's really hard to say. I reckon that only those few fifth firmament divine lords dare to have a go with him. At least, there's a chance to concede. At this time, even those few fifth firmament divine lords' expressions were also rather ugly. The sense of oppression that Xiahou Yun gave them was too strong. But Yi Yuan's eyes shone as if seeing a long-awaited prey. This Xiahou Yun similarly gave him a powerful sense of oppression. But this sense of oppression actually made him have a feeling of his blood boiling with excitement. And right at this time, Xiahou Yun's gaze actually looked over toward him. 4 eyes met. Xiahou Yun was first stunned, then immediately sneered in his heart. This punk actually wants to fight with me. Really don't know how to die. Is this brat provoking Xiahou Yun? My eyesight isn't failing, right? He wouldn't have trained until his brain is spoiled, right? Think that comprehending spatial law. He's invincible under the heavens? Win over. Xiahou Yun actually walked over toward Yi Yuan. Haha, there's a good show to watch. The fighting spirit on Yi Yuan's body was not concealed at all. Landing in other people's eyes, it simply became a joke. A second firmament divine lord provoking a sixth firmament divine lord, and it was even a powerful existence among sixth firmament divine lords. This looked like a death-seeking action no matter what. Spatial law could not make up for the enormous difference in realm. This was common knowledge, something that everyone knew. Clearly, this fool did not know. Xiahou Yun slowly came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You want to challenge me?" Yi Yuan did not know that Jianping and Xiahou Yun had long made an agreement. He only instinctively wanted to fight with the strong. Hearing that, he smiled and said, "You're very strong, but I must defeat you." No matter how strong the opponent was, he must win. But these words were simply the most hilarious joke in the world when it landed in other people's ears. Ha ha ha, truly a fool who overestimates his own ability. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think that by comprehending spatial law, you're invincible under the heavens? Brat, do you know what's called hitting a rock with an egg? By the side, a series of taunts came over. This declaration sounded so powerless. Xiahou Yun grinned and said, "Haha, spatial law. This young master is looking forward to it very much as well. Want to challenge this young master? Work hard to stand before me first." Yi Yuan smiled very casually and said, "Don't you worry, I will." A smile hung on his face, but Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. He had cultivated the slaughter supreme true intent before and was very sensitive to killing intent. This Xiahou Yun actually had murderous intent towards him. Even though Xiahou Yun hid it extremely well, Yi Yuan still detected it. It's my first time meeting him. Why would he have killing intent towards me? Could it be Jianping? Yi Yuan thought of Jianping very quickly in his heart. An extreme light imperial city. Apart from Jianping, he could not think of anyone else who had a conflict with him before. Although Xiahou Yun was overbearing, it was absolutely impossible to produce killing intent toward him the first time they met. Then there was only one possibility. Jianping requested Xiahou Yun to do it. Yi Yuan smiled coldly inside. This Jianping really lingered on like a ghost. Very soon, the second round started. The second round's opponents were clearly going to be a great deal stronger. The battles also started to become intense. But to Yi Yuan, there was not much difference. It was still taking down the enemy in one move. Chapter 17, Fierce Battle with Song Tianxiang. Chapter 17, Fierce Battle with Song Tianxiang. This time, Yi Yuan's opponent was a fourth firmament divine lord. However, he was still sent flying in one move. After that fourth firmament divine lord crashed onto the ground, he still had a blank look, completely oblivious of what happened. Yi Yuan had comprehended spatial laws for a long time and gradually became well-versed and ingenious in the application of the law. Fourth firmament divine lords were already not opponents who could last one exchange with him long ago. This Yi Yuan is actually so strong. No wonder he dared to provoke Xiahou Yun. Looks like he indeed still has some skill. A second firmament divine lord could actually defeat middle stage divine lord realm. Spatial laws are indeed powerful. But no matter how strong he is, it's also impossible to be Xiahou Yun's match. Yi Yuan being able to defeat a fourth firmament divine lord made everyone's jaws drop. From initial stage divine lord realm to middle stage was a huge hurdle. Third firmament divine lords, If they did not have heaven-defying means, it was basically impossible to defeat Fourth Firmament Divine Lords. But Yi Yuan was just a second Firmament Divine Lord and accomplished it. This also made everyone finally realize that Yi Yuan was not to be trifled with. But to say that Yi Yuan could defeat Xiahou Yun, they still did not believe it. After all, Xiahou Yun was too strong. The second round did not have the least bit of suspense. The opponent directly admitted defeat again. The aura that he burst forth was too strong. Body had the courage to go and receive a move from him at all. Third round, Yi Yuan continued the winning streak, defeating a Fourth Firmament Divine Lord once more. Xiahou Yun's opponent directly admitted defeat once again. 3 rounds of battle done, and yet no one could force Xiahou Yun to take action. After the third round ended, the judge announced, "Cease battle for a day. Tomorrow, carry out the fourth round." 3 consecutive rounds. Some people's stamina already almost could not hold out anymore. Hearing this, they immediately heaved a sigh in relief. After dispersing, Ning Tianping also came over to find him and said with an excited look, "Your Excellency, I said 3 rounds in a row." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you can't even S 3 rounds, I'll kick you back to Heavenly Eagle with 1 foot." Ning Tianping chortled and said, "Your Excellency, I really have a feeling like I'm dreaming right now, to actually be able to exchange moves with so many experts. Most importantly, I could actually crush them. Ha ha, it's really great." Ning Tianping's loud laughter immediately attracted a series of sidelong glances. Quite a few people cast over hostile gazes. This guy was too arrogant. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your current strength is indeed considered at the upper-level standard of imperial cities, this level already. But I think that you'll shake them off further and further behind." Ning Tianping said excitedly, "Hey, Your Excellency is Tianping's benefactor, utterly changing my life." After resting for a day, the 100 Battles arena continued. This time, the people on the grandstands were clearly much more. Because starting from the third round, the battle situation clearly became more intense. Each group's head count was roughly over 400 people. After 3 rounds of battle, more than half were already eliminated. Only 50-plus people were left. These people were all experts among experts. Apart from Yi Yuan, 1 second Firmament Divine Lord. The rest were all middle-stage Divine Lord Realm experts. But now, no one dared to look down on Yi Yuan anymore. The judge said, starting the 4th round, first match, Yi Yuan versus Song Tianxiang. Yi Yuan was stunned, not expecting that this round was actually him taking the field first. The arrangement of the sequence was arranged by Extreme Light Imperial City. Extreme Light Imperial City had hosted so many 100 Battles arenas and was naturally very experienced. They would arrange the order according to the strength of the martial artists, saving the strong players for the last to the best of their ability. Clearly, in their view, for Yi Yuan's strength to be able to defeat 4th Firmament Divine Lords was already pretty good. 5th Firmament Divine Lords, he absolutely did not have chances of victory. That was why his matchup was arranged. Yi Yuan versus Song Tianxiang. There's a good show to watch now. Haha, this punk is unbelievably arrogant. I want to see just where his limits lie. Song Tianxiang's strength is absolutely a very formidable existence among 5th Firmament Divine Lords. Yi Yuan's myth ends here. Everyone also did not expect that the first battle that would get much attention would be about Yi Yuan. They very much wanted to see now just where Yi Yuan's limits lay. Clearly, Song Tianxiang was the best litmus test. It was just that no one thought that Yi Yuan would win. Yi Yuan jumping realms to defeat 3rd Firmament Divine Lords. This was very easy to understand. Yi Yuan crossing realms to defeat 4th Firmament Divine Lords. They could also accept it. If Yi Yuan could even win 5th Firmament Divine Lords, this was also too perverse. Song Tianxiang looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You're very good. If you can break through to be a 4th Firmament Divine Lord, I probably won't be your match anymore. But now admit defeat. You have no hope." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why do you all have the same pattern? Don't you know how to change to something else? Haven't fought yet. Who knows the result?" Song Tianqiang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Since that's the case, then this young master will let you know that spatial law can't surpa S everything." It went without saying that Yi Yuan already possessed fourth firmament divine Lord combat strength. But there was similarly a Ma.S. Civ gulf between fourth firmament divine lord and fifth firmament divine lord. Moreover, Song Tianxiang was even one of the best among them. Hearing Moon, sacred martial fist. Song Tianxiang's fist rumbled over, bringing along the world power of fifth firmament divine lord, virtually going to shatter the ring. When everyone saw this scene, each of them, their countenance changed visibly. Previously, Song Tianxiang had always vanquished the enemy with one move. No one could force him to use his full strength at all. Now, they finally witnessed Song Tianxiang's might. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. What is he going to do? Clash head-on with Song Tianxiang? My G.O.D. Isn't he going to use spatial law to avoid this punch? Hang on. This guy is even a body cultivator, middle stage, fourth transformation, golden body. This guy concealed his strength so deeply. In the crowd, cries of exclamation sounded out, because they discovered that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, but he was also a middle stage, fourth transformation, golden body cultivator. Middle stage, fourth transformation, golden body was equivalent to a fourth firmament to sixth firmament divine Lord martial artist. Yi Yuan had just entered the middle stage, fourth transformation, golden body. His strength was roughly equivalent to fourth firmament divine lord. These people all thought that Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was spatial law. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's physical body strength was even stronger than his martial arts. Universe Dragon Claw. Bang. Ma.S. Civ rumble transmitted over. The two people each retreated several dozen steps. Song Tianxiang's expression changed slightly. He was a fifth firmament divine lord and actually fought to a draw with a newly advanced middle stage fourth transformation Yi Yuan. This humiliation, he was unable to accept it. Song Tianxiang's figure moved, slamming another punch over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not give way in the slightest to, executing the Universe Dragon Claw class. H.I. Plussing together with Song Tianxiang. Golden light flashed on Yi Yuan's body, dragon aura overflowing. He actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Below the stage, the contestants were long dumbfounded with shock. How could they know that Yi Yuan's true strength would actually be so appalling? Previously, they were even mocking Yi Yuan for his low realm. It was simply coming to add to the head count. Only now did they realize that they were the cannon fodders. Their strength could not even accomplish forcing out Yi Yuan's true strength at all. Chapter 17:18 Divine Dragon, Trampling Heaven. Chapter 17:18 Divine Dragon, Trampling Heaven. Ha! This is your reliance? If you only have this bit of strength, you're dead for sure. Below the stage, Xiahou Yun sneered coldly. In other people's eyes, Yi Yuan's strength was naturally powerful enough to be able to fight Song Tianxiang fiercely until now. His strength had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. But in Xiahou Yun's eyes, it was still not enough to look at. This Yi Yuan has such powerful fighting talent. Yeah, his strength is still a notch weaker in the end. But by relying on the ingenious utilization of spatial law, he can actually fight on par with Song Tianxiang. Newly advanced to middle stage fourth transformation golden body, and he can fight to this extent. This situation is also one of a kind. Below the stage, the contestants all had solemn looks. Yi Yuan's strength far exceeded their imaginations. The originally most unpromising actually became a large dark horse now. Even Song Tianxiang could not take him down. In the ring, Song Tianxiang failed to win the drawn-out battle and became somewhat anxious in his heart. My opponent is Xiahou Yun. How can I possibly lose to this brat? Forget it. That move was originally left for Xiahou Yun, but I can only expose it in advance now. Song Tianxiang made use of the countershock and pulled apart a certain distance from Yi Yuan. All of a sudden, Song Tianxiang's aura skyrocketed, his entire person becoming a bent bow. Everyone's faces changed. This move of Song Tianxiang's had yet to release, but already ACCU. Mulat sufficient momentum. One could imagine that the next attack would be a lightning-like blow. What a powerful attack. Dormant like a thunderbolt, this punch is incredible. Looks like this is Song Tianxiang's killing move. I'm afraid Yi Yuan is in danger. That move of Yi Yuan's, the power is sufficient to rival Fifth Firmament Divine Lords. It's probably his limit already, right? The victor has already been decided. Song Tianxiang's punch had yet to execute, but everyone could feel that this attack would be more than 10 times the previous. This kind of attack virtually stood at the apex of Fifth Firmament Divine Lord. It was also not far from a Sixth Firmament Divine Lord. With Yi Yuan's present strength, it was totally impossible to achieve it. On the grandstands, when Jinping saw this scene, he was immediately greatly excited. He had been staring at the 6 groups ring all along. Seeing this as Stoney's plussing attack at this time, he immediately saw hope. If Song Tianxiang could directly kill Yi Yuan, it would also be a wonderful thing. Finish him off! Finish him off! Jinping shouted in his heart. Yi Yuan, it's you who forced me. This punch, I'll see how you receive it. Galaxy falling heavenly fist. Song Tianxiang shouted loudly. A punch rumbled out like a cannonball. The violent world power turned into a white stream, akin to a galaxy dipping down. That commotion was incomparably shocking. But right at this time, an even stronger aura surged to the sky. It was only to see blue patterns flash. Plussing in the midst of golden light on Yi Yuan's body. A dragon roar met it head-on, directly facing off with Song Tianxiang's galaxy falling heavenly fist. Everyone's faces changed, their eyes revealing terror. How is this possible? What a powerful attack. It actually doesn't lose to Song Tianxiang's move. This kid was actually still hiding such a powerful trump card. How'd he do it? Such a powerful move had a tremendous burden on the physical body of body cultivators. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's present fleshy body strength, it was completely insufficient to support such a powerful move. However, Yi Yuan still managed it. They did not know that with the blue patterns enhancement, Yi Yuan's physical body was far stronger than it looked on the surface. Universe Dragon Claw's second stance, Divine Dragon trampling heaven. Everyone could see an incomparably solid azure dragon Brandis. Plussing its dragon claws, directly clawing toward that white stream. Head-on confrontation. Rumble. The 2 attacks tussled in the air, neither giving in to the other, shaking until SPAC was shuddering. That powerful pressure even made all of the martial artists visibly change countenance. Song Tianxiang's complexion turned deathly pale and actually had a feeling of exhaustion. Crack, crack, boom. Finally, the Azure Dragon was so overwhelming that it could affect heaven and earth. Cruise. Plussing the white stream, emitting a heaven-shocking loud bang. The Azure Dragon dissipated. Song Tianxiang's body shot out backward, flying out of the ring powerlessly. Yi Yuan won. Everyone was rendered speechless with shock. This outcome was seriously too out of their expectations. Even if Yi Yuan's physical body possessed strength, rivaling a 4th Firmament Divine Lord, Song Tianxiang was a peak 5th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouse. Facing 4th Firmament Divine Lords, he practically had the strength to insta-kill. But such a powerful Song Tianxiang was actually defeated. Are my eyes failing me? I thought that in our group, the only one with the qualifications to challenge Xiahou Yun was Song Tianxiang. I didn't expect that. He was actually defeated. No wonder Yi Yuan dared to provoke Xiahou Yun. Turns out that he's really impressive. Below the stage, the contestants all did not quite dare to believe such a result. On the grandstands, Jinping's expression was unbelievably ugly, gritting his teeth as he said, Turns out that this is his true strength. At the same time, his back broke out into cold sweat. He finally recalled, back then when Yi Yuan warned him, he said that if he was not a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion, he would long be a dead man. Turned out that it was not Yi Yuan talking big, but that he really had this strength. Just based on this divine dragon trampling heaven move, it was sufficient for Yi Yuan to kill him. In Xiahou Yun's eyes, a look of surprise similarly appeared, but it was merely a surprise. This kind of strength could not threaten him yet. The corners of Xiahou Yun's mouth curled slightly as he said, "Ha, a little interesting. Seems even stronger than Jian Ping said. But if it's merely like this, it's still not enough." Fourth round started, but no one could have thought that the battle situation would actually be so fierce. Yi Yuan and Song Tianxiang's fight could be said to be the sixth group's pinnacle battle already. Of course, apart from Xiahou Yun. If Xiahou Yun did not come out, who could contend? This round, Xiahou Yun's opponent still admitted defeat. In the fifth round, the opponent still admitted defeat. Xiahou Yun's might virtually made people despair. Fourth Firmament Divine Lords could not give rise to the desire to attack in front of him at all, while Fifth Firmament Divine Lords were just those few. Xiahou Yun had not encountered one up until now. Similar scenes were playing out in the second arena. Jiang Nan, who had very loud cheers from people previously, no one similarly dared to make a move against him. Different from Xiahou Yun's overbearingness, Jiang Nan standing there gave people a feeling of Una's saleableness. Martial artists would find the other party's flaws when fighting. Each person would more or less have some flaws, but they completely could not find Jiang Nan's flaw. This kind of might was all round, not giving you the least bit of chance at all. Jiang Nan had a helpless look and thought to himself, so boring. Wonder when it can end and start the finals. What can excite me is also just Xiahou Yun, right? Destruction Law? Haha. Really want to experience it. Sixth round begins, Xiahou Yun versus Gao Shan. The judge's voice came over, immediately making everyone look forward to it a little. Gao Shan's strength was not weaker than Song Tianxiang. If anyone could force Xiahou Yun to take action, it would be none other than him. Of course, now, there was an additional Yi Yuan. Xiahou Yun still had that calm expression. Looking at Gao Shan, he said, "You want to attack?" Gao Shan nodded and said, "I know that I'm not your match, but I want to seek advice from your Destruction Law." Chapter 17-19 Murderers will be killed eventually. Chapter 17-19 Murderers will be killed eventually. The corners of Xiahou Yun's mouth curled slightly, revealing an evil smile as he said coolly, "Then, bring it on." No idea why, Gao Shan's heart suddenly clenched. He was frightened by this evil smile. In it, I'm merely a minor realm away from him. Furthermore, my strength also stands out among the rest among Fifth Firmament Divine Lords. Could be that I don't even have the courage to make a move? No way. Since I came, how can I retreat without a fight? At most, just admit defeat. Gao Shan's long sword swung, his figure rust. Plussing out. G-O-D-E Heavenly Thunder Sword. Gao Shan's figure became erratic, his speed extremely fast. Lightning flashed around him, his aura incomparably daunting. Sword Dao laws fused with Thunder Law. Gao Shan is indeed powerful. Looks like he doesn't dare to be the least bit sloppy when facing Xiahou Yun. The moment he made his move, it's a big move. Looks like Gao Shan's strength isn't weaker than Song Tianxiang. Even if he can't win Xiahou Yun, he also has the strength to have a fight. Seeing Gao Shan's strength, everyone also became filled with shock. Previously, no one could force out Gao Shan's strength at all. Clearly, he was also a very formidable existence among Fifth Firmament Divine Lords. At this time, Gao Shan already rushed to 1,000 feet in front of Xiahou Yun. He flagrantly stabbed a sword out. Sword energy wrapped with electricity, the commotion incomparably shocking, shooting straight for Xiahou Yun. A hint of a disdainful smile revealed at the corners of Xiahou Yun's mouth. Only at this time did he slowly squat into a horse stance and assumed a punching posture, looking incomparably clumsy. What's he doing? Also taking it too lightly, right? This Xiahou Yun is also looking down on Gao Shun too much, right? Can this punch kill people? Xiahou Yun's move, even mortals could execute it. Furthermore, his surroundings did not have the slightest divine essence and world power undulations. It looked like fighting with mortals. At this time, everyone could not help but somewhat doubt Xiahou Yun. Could it be that this guy did not live up to his reputation? Then didn't everyone who forfeited previously all fell into the pit? But below the stage, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, instantly feeling suffocated. This guy is so strong. Gao Shun is in danger. Yi Yuan was startled. Everyone's thoughts did not last long, because at this time, Xiahou Yun already made his move. A punch rumbled out, everyone's countenance suddenly changed. A force that was horrifying until it made people's hearts palpitate burst forth from Xiahou Yun's fist. Everyone below seemed to have their throats clutched, complexion instantly turning ashen pale. Bang! A loud noise came over. Gao Shun's attack was instantly annihilated. However, the momentum of Xiahou Yun's punch did not reduce, heading straight for Gao Shun. Gao Shun's pupils constricted, wanting to escape. However, it was already too late. Ark! Gao Shun screamed, directly exploding in a SCR. APS. Xiahou Yun pulled back his fist and stood there, saying disdainfully, too weak, couldn't even receive a punch. Below the stage, quite a number of people were transfixed like wooden chickens, looking at this scene blankly. They did not come back to their senses for a long while. That judge's expression also changed slightly, and he announced, Xiahou Yun wins. Gao Shun defeated and dead. As so strong. I is this destruction law. Destruction law is known as the law with the strongest offensive power. But this is also unbelievably strong, right? Gao Shun actually didn't even have the chance to concede. Those contestants all turned deathly pale. They were scared silly by Xiahou Yun's punch. Some people were even shaking. The impact that this punch brought to them was too strong. If Gao Shun was just some unknown person, he's dead, then he's dead. But Gao Shun was a very powerful existence among Fifth Firmament Divine Lords. One could say that apart from Xiahou Yun, he was virtually a top 3 existence in this group. However, it still could not change anything. Killed in one punch. On the grandstands, Jinping was excited until he was practically about to yell out. He completely did not expect that Xiahou Yun's strength was actually so strong. However, his expression suddenly changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "This punk is too arrogant." Yi Yuan saw that his strength is so strong. So how can he possibly still have a head-on confrontation with him? What Jinping was worried about was that if Yi Yuan directly admitted defeat, then his plan would be dashed to pieces. Xiahou Yun walked down the ring and went straight for Yi Yuan, saying with a faint smile, "Now, still want to challenge me?" Yi Yuan did not answer, but he answered with a question, "You want to kill me?" Xiahou Yun froze slightly and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Somewhat interesting. Looks like you're scared." Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's Jinping, right?" Xiahou Yun's gaze turned intent, finally becoming a little shocked. How did this kid know? Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned and said, "Originally, I only wanted to have a battle with him. But I changed my mind." Xiahou Yun said, "Oh, looks like you're planning on directly admitting defeat?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Murderers will be killed eventually. You should be prepared." The moment Xiahou Yun heard, he immediately laughed and said, "Hoo-hoo, are you joking with me? Do you think that by defeating Song Tianxiang, that trash, you have the qualifications to pick a fight with me? You'll never know how great the disparity between you and me is." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "You're thinking too highly of yourself." Xiahou Yun smiled and said, "Brat, your mouth is very tough. I want to see what you'll use to come and kill me. The day after tomorrow, hope that you don't directly run away." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Relax, even the Jade Emperor can't make me run away too." The two people, chiming in one after another, stunned everyone. Yi Yuan actually threatened that he was going to kill Xiahou Yun. This kid is crazy, right? Didn't he see Xiahou Yun's punch just now? His strength is strong, but it's also merely that fine thread higher than Song Tianxiang, right? Really courageous. Xiahou Yun obliterated Gao Shun with one punch, and yet he actually still dared to provoke him. TSK, looks like the day after tomorrow, another genius is going to fall. Regarding Yi Yuan's actions that were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, it naturally aroused everyone's ridicule. Yi Yuan and Song Tianxiang's fight clearly already reached the limit, while Xiahou Yun's strength was clearly much higher than Yi Yuan's limit. Someone who was able to challenge Xiahou Yun was only the second arena's Jiangnan, right? Old rules, 3 rounds of battle and ceasing, resting for a day's time. Over there, Ning Tianping similarly made it through 6 rounds. Now, he was already a favorite to win the champions. I+P. After the match, Jianping went to find Xiahou Yun straight away and said somewhat reproachfully, "You were too impulsive. This way, Yi Yuan will definitely avoid you and not fight." Xiahou Yun smiled and said, "Brother Jianping, he already knows." Jianping's expression changed and he said, What does he know? Knows everything. This punk is rather interesting. I've never revealed killing intent in front of him before, but he detected it. Furthermore, he even guessed that you were behind it, Xiahou Yun said coolly. Jianping's pupils constricted, and he said in disbelief, Are you kidding me? Xiahou Yun said coolly, "Relax, brother Jianping. Not only does he not have the intention of avoiding the battle, he even threatened to kill me. Haha, this young master is looking forward to it greatly." Chapter 17:20 Vanished Sword. 17:20 Vanished Sword. Haha, the guy who's courting death is here. TSK. I really admire his courage to actually threaten to kill Xiahou Yun. This guy seems to have broken through. It's true, his aura is indeed much stronger. However, it's useless. His greatest reliance is his fleshy body. Martial arts breakthrough can't change any outcome. When Yi Yuan came to the vicinity of the 6th ring, he immediately attracted a wave of ridicule. 6 rounds said, and only 8 people remained currently. These 8 people would battle to determine the final, first place. At the 100 battles arena, the second place did not have any meaning. Only the person who got the first place could get the Profound Secrets Pavilion's Grand Elder's guidance. Sing by Xiahou Yun. He smiled scornfully and said, "This is your final reliance? Hoo, what can a third firmament divine lord change?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's sufficient to kill you." Xiahou Yun burst into laughter and said, "Fine, then this young master will wait for you to come and kill me." 7th round, 8-4. Yi Yuan's opponent was a 5th firmament divine lord. "Yipas," said the round effortlessly. Of course, Xiahou Yun was even more relaxed than he was. His opponent directly forfeited, with Gao Shun's lesson, who still dared to find him to try their hand, unless they were tired of living. The 8th round was similarly like so. Yi Yuan's strength was already the number 1 person apart from Xiahou Yun. Extreme Light Imperial City naturally had to put their fight at the last. In the 9th round, Xiahou Yun and Yi Yuan finally faced off. On the grandstands, Jianping was excited until his face flushed red. He seemed to have already seen the spectacle of Yi Yuan being blown up by Xiahou Yun with one punch. Standing on the ring, Xiahou Yun smiled faintly and said, "Brat, I'm very curious how you're going to receive my punch." Done talking, Xiahou Yun performed a stance, exactly identical to when killing Gao Shun back then. The atmosphere below the ring immediately became different. A strange aura practically made people suffocate. Before this, the shock that this punch gave them was too intense. What was different was that the punch before this, Xiahou Yun struck only after the enemy had struck. But this time, he struck first to gain the initiative. The moment was already formed. What followed was a destructive blow. Bang! A punch slammed out. The entire SPAC seemed to be shattered. An invisible force rumbled over towards Yi Yuan like blotting out the skies and covering the earth. The speed incomparably fast. Bang! The grand array behind Yi Yuan gave off intense shaking. The entire ring seemingly started to quake. Xiahou Yun's expression changed, and he cried out in shock. Spatial law. Third firmament. Yi Yuan had never truly displayed the power of spatial law before in front of people. Most people thought that Yi Yuan merely comprehended some superficial knowledge. But in reality, he already comprehended third firmament spatial law. This was a remarkable achievement. Although destruction law was powerful compared to spatial law, it was still a notch inferior. The geniuses on the grandstands were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. They actually avoided it. How? How'd he do it? Truly unimaginable. Is this the true power of spatial law? Yi Yuan looked at Xiahou Yun and said coolly, Destruction law is nothing more than this. Xiahou Yun's gaze turned intent, anger immediately rising in his heart. He was actually looked down upon. Comprehending destruction law, he grew up amidst praises and envious voices. Today, he was actually despised by another person. He gritted his teeth and said, Stop posturing. Just now it was merely an appetizer. Now it's the real deal. Xiahou Yun's figure moved, floating over toward Yi Yuan, swift as lightning. On the grandstands, someone cried out in shock, Law of Wind. Turns out that Xiahou Yun even comprehended rank 4 wind law. This guy is truly a freak. Law of Wind, in conjunction with destruction law, is simply sweeping forth ever victorious. Yi Yuan is in danger. He shouldn't have gone to provoke Xiahou Yun. Xiahou Yun's figure was extremely fast, punches throwing like the wind. Waves of explosion sound emitted within the array formation. S, P, A. C seemed to be smashed until it warped, while Yi Yuan's entire figure disappeared. People knew that Yi Yuan activated spatial law, but the undulations coming from Xiahou Yun's attacks made each and every one of them turn deathly pale. Such concentrated attacks, the ripples were much stronger than when killing Gao Shun back then. Under the cooperation of wind law, Xiahou Yun's attacks virtually had no dead angles, covering all over the ring. In everyone's view, Yi Yuan had nowhere to hide at all. Suddenly, Xiahou Yun's attack stopped. The entire ring returned to tranquility. Xiahou Yun panted a little. Such fierce attacks likewise had a considerable burden on him. Humph. So what of spatial law? See if you don't die still. Xiahou Yun said with a cold snort. On the ring, Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. Sure enough, Yi Yuan still died. Under such horrifying attacks, how can he possibly survive? Xiahou Yun is really too strong. In everyone's view, Yi Yuan had long been blasted to SCR-A-PS already. Under such concentrated attacks, it was completely impossible for anyone to survive. Rather interesting. It's just too bad that it's still too weak. A voice sounded out in thin air. Xiahou Yun's expression changed drastically. Who was this if not Yi Yuan's voice? This guy actually was not dead yet, only to see a hint of ripple surface in S-P-A-C. Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out. Everyone burst into an uproar. Couldn't even die like this? Was spatial law really overwhelmingly powerful? Yi Yuan looked at Xiahou Yun and said coolly, Wind law acting in concert with destruction law, indeed pretty good. It's just a pity that you can't even accomplish fusing laws. Xiahou Yun's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, Stop pretending. Destruction is an ultimate level law. How can wanting to fuse it be that easy? 2 independent laws and fusing laws, that power was completely different. How could Xiahou Yun possibly not understand this point? He had once attempted to fuse these 2 kinds of power of laws countless times. It was just a pity that he could not do it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Is it really that difficult? Why don't you say that you're too dumb? Xiahou Yun sneered and said, I'm dumb? Haha, this is really the funniest joke that I've heard before. These 3,000 over people, who dares to say that their talent is greater than mine? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, Can't even achieve fusing laws. Aren't you dumb? Xiahou Yun spat. Stop making sarcastic remarks. Do you think that you're superior to others for comprehending spatial law? Or is it that you think that my strength merely stops here? Yi Yuan said coolly. Bring it on then. This time I'm going to attack too. You have to receive it well. Xiahou Yun said indifferently. A trash who only knows how to use spatial law to dodge. Do you think that this young master will really be scared of you? While talking, Xiahou Yun slowly put on a white glove. It was shockingly a peak divine Lord mystic treasure. Immediately after, Xiahou Yun's aura skyrocketed. An aura that was even more horrifying than before spread out. Annihilation divine fist. Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the Junyi sword, his entire person becoming illusory. Hang on, where's Yi Yuan's sword? Yeah, I clearly saw him holding a sword in his hand just now. Why is it gone? This. Do you feel that Yi Yuan's entire person is somewhat surreal? Chapter 1721, I admit defeat. 1721, I admit defeat. Xiahou Yun's expression changed. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. But the arrow was notched on the bow and already had no choice but to release. Die! World power turned into an invisible fist force, striking until S.P.A.C. distorted. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved as well. Misty sword art. Spirit concealing sword. This sword move was Yi Yuan's strongest move after he comprehended third firmament spatial law and merged sword Dao laws. It was only to see his figure move, turning into an afterimage and pouncing straight for Xiahou Yun. Swiss. H. Plus no earth-shattering collision sound. People only heard a subtle noise. The battle came to an abrupt end, quicker than words could tell. Actually, it was just that blink of an eye. The two people separated upon contact. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there. The Junyi sword revealed itself once more. This? Who won? Don't know too fast. I didn't see clearly. What a strange fight. Everyone looked at the two motionless people on the ring. All of them were struck senseless. The judge had a shocked look and did not come back to his senses for a long while. The sword earlier was too stunning. Those geniuses were all very weak. Not perceiving it was very normal. But he, an eighth firmament divine Lord Powerhouse, naturally saw clearly at a glance. The beauty of Yi Yuan's sword was fleeting. Sing quickly in an instant, but gorgeous and eternal. One sword emerging, directly breached Xiahou Yun's fist force, and kill it old Xiahou Yun. The judge said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan wins. Xiahou Yun is defeated and dead. What? Dead? On the grandstands, a series of exclamations immediately came over. Right then, Xiahou Yun's body suddenly split into two from the center, toppling onto the ground stiffly. Xiahou Yun was actually cleaved into two. But because Yi Yuan's sword was too fast, he maintained a standing posture all along. Others simply could not discover it. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Sixth firmament divine lord. The Xiahou Yun who comprehended the law of wind and destruction law was actually killed by Yi Yuan with one sword. Those people who were still mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his ability previously all opened their mouths wide right now. Only now did they understand that he was not posturing. He was actually really amazing. A third firmament divine lord actually killed the sixth firmament divine Lord Xiahou Yun with one sword. This achievement was too dazzling. Not far away, two figures coincidentally ped into each other. You came too? Looks like you pay a lot of attention to Xiahou Yun. Jiangnan looked at Mo Fei, who walked over from the fourth arena, as he said with a lazy look. Mo Fei was the other sixth firmament divine Lord Genius. Mo Fei gave Jiangnan a glance and said, Aren't you the same too? Jiangnan smiled and said, You're a little weak. The 100 battles arena this time, the one who can arouse my interest is also just Xiahou Yun. Mo Fei's expression turned cold. Jiangnan laughed and waved his hand as he said, if you have the strength, use it in the ring. It's boring to hit me right now. Since we ran into each other, go and take a look together. Mo Fei shot Jiangnan a glare, snorted coldly, and walked over towards the sixth arena. Already ended? Looks like Xiahou Yun indeed did not encounter any decent opponent. Jiangnan's words were said halfway when his expression suddenly changed. That lazy manner was swept clean, because he saw the corpse that was currently being dragged away by people on the ring. Mo. Fei similarly trembled all over and said in disbelief, "D dead? The 100 battles arena this time. There's actually someone who can kill Xiahou Yin? Ha. Looks like a remarkable fellow appeared this time," Jiangnan said. Mo. Fei looked towards Jiangnan and said doubtfully, "Could it be that a powerful fifth firmament divine lord appeared this time? But I didn't hear about it." At this time, Jiangnan returned to that lazy manner and said with a smile, "We will know who it is tomorrow." On the second day, all seats were occupied at the martial arts field. Compared to the group stage previously, today's final battle was the highlight. Not just because those selected were experts among experts, but also because this session determined who would get the profound secrets Pavilion Lord's guidance. The 8 winners lined up on the first arena, but the other 6 people's gazes looked over towards that young man in the 6th position. There was still one person left who had an expression like it was logical and natural. That person was naturally Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping finally surmounted numerous difficulties and still obtained a spot in the end. At that moment, he was filled with lofty sentiments. It was not long before that he was also a genius. However, he was merely a bottom-most-tier genius, even though still part of the Imperial City's level. But now, he could already stand out among the geniuses of several hundred Imperial cities and become a winner. As for Yi Yuan obtaining a seat, that was something that went without saying. So what if the opponent is a 6th firmament divine lord? It was not enough to look it in front of his excellency at all. But in other people's view, it was totally not the case. Especially Jiangnan and Mo. Fei. When they saw Yi Yuan, they were shocked until their jaws almost fell off. A 3rd firmament divine lord. The one who killed Xiahou Yin was actually a 3rd firmament divine lord. Yesterday, they had thought of countless possibilities, but never could have they thought that it was a 3rd firmament divine lord. If Xiahou Yin was defeated, they would not be so shocked either. But Xiahou Yin was dead. Experts exchanging blows, defeating and killing were 2 completely different concepts. Especially on the ring, the difficulty of killing the other party was even greater, because the other party could concede, want to kill the other party, unless the other party did not have time to admit defeat at all, just like Xiahou Yin versus Gao Shun previously. A 3rd firmament divine lord could actually make Xiahou Yin not even have the time to admit defeat. This was simply too inconceivable. Gone were Jiangnan's old laziness. Shock was written all over his face. Experts like them, there were only that 1 or 2 opponents in their eyes. How could they pay attention to others? Even though Yi Yuan caused quite a considerable stir in the 6th group, before battling with Xiahou Yin, no one was optimistic about it all. Therefore, Jiangnan did not know Yi Yuan at all. At this time, the Profound Secrets Pavilion's head elder said a bunch, then said to these 8 people, 3 days later, the 8 of you come to the Profound Secrets Pavilion. There will naturally be the Grand Elder to give you all guidance. Now, the 8 of you each face off and decide the final winner. At that time, Profound Secrets Pavilion will personally view your aura and perform divination for you. The other 5 people were very happy at this time. But Jiangnan and Mo. Fei could not become happy no matter what. They came here aiming for the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord. But now it seemed a little tricky. The 2 people looked at Yi Yuan without prior agreement, revealing solemn looks. Speaking of which was coincidental too, the final 8, Yi Yuan's opponent was actually Ning Tianping. The 2 people had yet to go up the ring, and Ning Tianping directly forfeited. Got to be joking, fighting with his excellency. Wasn't it looking for abuse? He was abused like H-E-L, even at 2nd firmament divine lord. Now that he was 3rd firmament divine lord, it was sufficient to one-shot 5th firmament divine lords. At home, no matter how he was abused, it was fine. Outside, he still wanted face. The final 4 was born. But the opponent that Yi Yuan ran into this time was Jiangnan. On the grandstands, the audience was incomparably excited because they could see another great battle. Jiangnan became that lazy Bli young master again. He stared at Yi Yuan, sizing him up for a while, and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I admit defeat." Chapter 1722, this was a difficult problem. Chapter 1722, this was a difficult problem. What did Jiang Nan say? Admit defeat? Is there a mistake? A favorite to win the champions. I plus P. He actually conceded. This actually withdrew without a fight. This guy is so timid. Everyone originally thought that they could see an exciting showdown. Who knew that Jiang Nan directly admitted defeat the moment he came up? This made everyone's jaws drop. Everyone thought that this final 8 showdown would startle heaven and earth and make G-O-D-S and go sweep. Who knew that the first round, Ning Tianping directly forfeited. In the second round, Jiang Nan directly admitted defeat. Could it be funnier or not? If it were others, forget it. But Jiang Nan was a favorite to win the champions. I plus P. Although Xiahou Yun was very strong, no one felt that Jiang Nan was worse than him. He was even a notch stronger. Now, he actually directly admitted defeat without even fighting. You could kill Xiahou Yun, but I can't do it. So, there's nothing to fight about. You're stronger than me. Things that waste strength better not do it. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively and went straight down the ring. Yi Yuan was stunned too, not expecting that this guy was actually so shameless. Reaching his level, even if he clearly knew that there was no hope, he would always struggle. But this guy did not seem to have any interest in anything. But being able to win without fighting, Yi Yuan naturally had nothing to complain about. On the other side, Mo Fei also defeated his opponent neatly and tidily. This way, the final showdown was between Yi Yuan and Mo Fei. During the break, Mo Fei went to find Jiang Nan and said with an unhappy look, "Do you still want face or not?" To actually directly admit defeat. Jiang Nan said with a nonchalant look, "Clearly no, that can't beat. Still waste that strength for what? What if he cleaves me into 2 with 1 sword? That death state is too disgusting. I don't wish to become like Xiahou Yun." Mo Fei's expression could not help changing when he heard that. Recalling Xiahou Yun's death state, a chill immediately welled up in his heart. Jiang Nan said it lightly. Actually, he was the same as him, scared. If they really exchanged blows, life and death were hard to say. Just how strong Yi Yuan was, they did not see it with their own eyes. No one could say for sure. Moreover, if Yi Yuan was a bloodthirsty person, then the consequence could only be being split in half. Thinking up to here, Mo Fei's face fell, and he said angrily, "Jiang Nan, you despicable villain." Jiang Nan shrugged his shoulders and said with a lazy look, "Don't you malign a good person. I only don't want to make a fearless sacrifice." Mo Fei was angered until his expression turned livid, and he said, "Don't you want to see how he killed Xiahou Yun?" Jiang Nan smiled lazily and said, "Of course I want, but I don't want to use my life to go and see." Mo Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "So, you intentionally conceded to let me go and test his depths?" Jiang Nan smiled and said, "You could decide not to test him. I'm not forcing you." Mo Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred, but was helpless about it. This guy's curiosity was absolutely not less than his. Reaching their realm, it was already very hard to encounter a match in the same rank. But now, an incredible third firmament divine lord suddenly popped out, jumping 3 minor realms to kill Xiahou Yun. How could they not be curious? But curiosity kills the cat. Sometimes, wanting to satisfy one's curiosity had to pay with one's life as the price. Very unfortunately, Jiang Nan ran into Yi Yuan first. Then he admitted defeat very shamelessly. He looked at Yi Yuan on the stage for a long time and finally said those 3 words. It could be seen that he had also experienced a struggle in his heart. In the end, this Civ difficult problem was thrown to him. Then, was he admitting defeat or not? This was a difficult problem. It was also precisely because so that Mo Fei would curse Jiang Nan for being despicable. Mo Fei immediately felt a headache come on. He really wanted to see just what Yi Yuan relied on to kill Xiahou Yun. However, if his outcome was the same as Xiahou Yun, then it would be really fun. The final showdown begins. Yi Yuan versus Mo Fei. Right at this time, the judge's voice sounded out, making Mo Fei's heart tighten. Yi Yuan slowly walked up the stage. Mo Fei's expression changed again and again, but he did not move his feet. Jiangnan saw him not moving and reminded him nonchalantly, "Hey, your turn." Mo Fei was currently struggling fiercely in his heart. His feet seemed to have taken root. At this time, everyone's gazes were focused on Mo Fei. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Mo Fei moved his feet. It just appeared rather heavy. Arriving on the ring and meeting eyes with Yi Yuan, Mo Fei felt like he was dreaming. Because taking part in the 100 Battles arena, he never thought that his last opponent was actually this young man in front of him. He had thought before that his opponent would be Xiahou Yun or Jiangnan. He even thought of the possibility of facing some very formidable Fifth Firmament Divine Lords. But a Third Firmament Divine Lord, he would not even think about it. The pressure that this Third Firmament Divine Lord in front of him brought to him was too great. Test the sword with his life or not. What's with Mo Fei? He wasn't like this before. Isn't that so? His aura that showed disdain on all under the heavens went on the ring. Who can block it? What's going on now? He wouldn't be the same as Jiangnan. Also, directly admitting defeat, right? On the grandstands, there were still many people who did not know the truth. Even in the match before this, Mo Fei still had the air of an expert, cold and fierce. But now his temperament changed drastically, making quite a few people feel extremely puzzled. Yi Yuan looked at Mo Fei and also had a blank expression. Did fighting with him have so much pressure? Can beat, then fight. Can't beat, then admit defeat. What's the big deal? Yi Yuan completely did not know how great the psychological impact of him killing Xiahou Yun with one sword had on these two. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yuan would not kill so viciously either. But he had no grudge nor enmity with Xiahou Yun, and the other party actually wanted to kill him in the ring. This was intolerable. Actually, killing Xiahou Yun, it was not easy for Yi Yuan at all, too. His ease was only in the eyes of outsiders. Right at this moment, Mo Fei seemingly made a huge resolve. Sucking in a deep breath, he stared intently at Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, I wish to witness that move you killed Xiahou Yun with." Yi Yuan's brows raised up, immediately understanding something, and said with a nod, "Okay." Below the stage, when Jiangnan heard Mo Fei's words, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile like his wicked scheme succeeded. In the ring, Mo Fei was akin to facing a great adversary, waiting in full battle array. Yi Yuan slowly drew the Junyi sword. The aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming fleeting and ephemeral. Just like last time, Yi Yuan's sword vanished. When Mo Fei and Jiangnan saw this sword, their expressions immediately changed drastically. Sword Dao law fused with spatial law. Jiangnan's expression changed greatly as he said, "Supreme laws, wanting to fuse them was as hard as ascending to heaven." At this moment, they finally understood why Xiahou Yun would be killed. This or move, who could block? A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart, and Mo Fei opened his mouth and was about to throw in the towel. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Yi Yuan already moved. Mo Fei's words were directly stuck in his throat. "Whose?" H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Chapter 17:23 Pavilion Lord appears. Chapter 17:23 Pavilion Lord appears. Cries of exclamations came from the grandstands. The two people separated upon contact. When he appeared again, Yi Yuan was already at Mo Fei there. Jiangnan retreated several steps in a row. It was as if this sword was unleashed against him. As so strong. Xiahou Yun died under this sword. Then Mo Fei. Jiangnan broke out in cold sweat, incomparably rejoicing in his heart that, luckily, he did not test the sword himself. Otherwise, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Even though the sword was not directed at Jiangnan, he felt like it was. If it were him, he would not be much better than Mo Fei. No wonder Xiahou Yun died under Yi Yuan's sword. Yi Yuan put away the Junyi sword, slowly turned around, and said coolly, "Done." Mo Fei seemed to have had a paralyzing hex cast on him. Hearing Yi Yuan's word, Mo Fei's soul finally came back. It was only to see his pupils constricted as if he saw some horrifying thing, gasping heavily for air. The sweat on his body was like he was dragged out of the water. Thank you for showing mercy," Mo Fei panted and said. At this time, Mo Fei seemed to have made a trip to and back from the gates of Hell. He knew that if not for Yi Yuan showing mercy, his outcome would be the same as Xiahou Yan's. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You and I have no grievances, so what would I kill you for? I lost." Mo Fei directly admitted defeat. Jiang Nan could not help being a little surprised that Mo Fei did not die. He even thought that Mo Fei was already killed. That sword just now was too bizarre. He could not see the reality of it at all. The sword move that merged spatial law and sword Dao law was too horrifying. Someone as strong as Mo Fei is actually without the slightest strength to retaliate in front of him. No wonder Jiang Nin directly admitted defeat. Looks like he knew that he was not Yi Yuan's match. I really didn't expect that the champion of the 100 Battles Arena this time is actually a third firmament divine lord. It's still the first time in history, right? I'm really somewhat curious now. Just what color is this Yi Yuan's destiny? On the grandstands, cries of exclamations linked up. Before this 100 Battles Arena, no one could have thought that the final winner would actually be a third firmament divine lord. The judge looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and announced, "This season's 100 Battles Arena, the winner is Yi Yuan." Now, the final 8 all step up to the ring. The other 6 people were uncertain what it meant, but still went up the ring. Suddenly, a CLUS tur of powerful auras emerged from the void, immediately causing a stir. 7 powerful figures stepped out. They were actually all celestial deity realm powerhouses. Even Yi Yuan's countenance changed slightly too. 7 celestial deity powerhouses appearing together. This commotion was truly astonies. I+ing. More importantly, among these 7 great celestial deities, each person's strength was not inferior to Jiang Jade Hall's. Yi Yuan could not see through them at all. One had to know Jiang Jade Hall was a 4th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. This was Extreme Light Imperial City's strength. Similar to an Imperial City, a casual Grand Elder from Extreme Light Imperial City coming out could easily destroy Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. However, this was not over yet. After the 7 people, another figure stepped out of the void. Ever since after those 7 great celestial deity powerhouses retreated behind the old man, they bowed slightly to show respect. On the grandstands, a clever person immediately reacted. That's Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord, Jian Hongxiao. My God. The Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord is mysterious and unfathomable. No one has ever seen his true face before. I didn't expect that this time he actually appeared. TSK. Looks like Extreme Light Imperial City Attache's great importance to the 100 Battles Arena this time. Really very curious just what kind of destiny that Yi Yuan has. Below was seething with excitement. Even the geniuses on the stage all felt honored seeing Jian Hongxiao's appearance. They came here to compete in martial arts from afar, even risking their lives. Wasn't it for the sake of getting Jian Hongxiao's guidance? This was a like figure. The young geniuses that he gave guidance to all became an overlord of a region. The talk of destiny was fleeting and ephemeral. Even though they all used the aura viewing art, different cultivation, different understanding of Tao, the things seen were completely different. Similarly seeing 7 colors, but this aura viewing art was clearly not what 7 colors could summarize. Just like Jian Ping, he could only see a blurry color when he looked at Xiahou Yan. But if it were his master, Jian Shaoning, looking, he would be able to see the divination contained within the color. If it was Jian Hongxiao, it would be another scenery. The stronger the strength, the clearer the divination seen. the guidance given would naturally be greatly different. These grand elders' strength had long mastered the profound already. But compared to Jian Hongxiao, it was more than a level inferior. Therefore, each time the 100 Battles Arena was hosted, these geniuses still came without hesitation, even though they knew that this trip was dangerous. But Yi Yuan did not have much reaction towards this, because he knew that his life path, even Jian Hongxiao could not discern it too. Moreover, he had already seen Jian Hongxiao. Jian Hongxiao was also not that mysterious in front of him anymore. The current Jian Hongxiao looked just like an amiable grandfather and did not have much air. Different from the powerful pressure emitting off the other grand elders' bodies, the feeling that he gave people was somewhat vague and mysterious, extremely profound. Perhaps this was the difference in realm. Jian Hongxiao's face carried a faint smile as he said, "The 100 Battles Arena this time seems to have produced quite a number of prodigious figures. Not bad, not bad. Among these final 8, there's actually a purple destiny and 2 blue destiny. Looks like a great era is coming." "What? There's actually a purple destiny. Who is it?" "You fool. Who else can the purple destiny be still? Of course it's that Yi Yuan." "Goodness gracious, truly remarkable. Purple destiny. If lucky, that's an existence who can achieve the celestial deity realm." Jian Hongxiao's words immediately caused an uproar. With him speaking, naturally no one would doubt it. Jian Hongxiao smiled slightly and said, "The few of you don't employ the aura viewing art. Your eyes will go blind." These words were clearly said to the 7 great celestial deity powerhouses behind him. Hearing Jian Hongxiao's words, everyone naturally became curious and wanted to use the aura viewing art, but was immediately frightened by Jian Hongxiao's words. Below, everyone was extremely puzzled. Using the aura viewing art could blind the eyes? This is simply unheard of. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "Everyone must be very curious why this old man will show up this time." Hearing this, everyone all nodded their heads. Indeed, normally after the 100 Battles Arena ended, it was all the grand elders coming out to summarize it. Jian Hongxiao would never show up, but this time, he made an exception. Jian Hongxiao continued and said, "This old man showing up this time is to announce 2 things. Everyone must think that Yi Yuan has purple destiny. Actually, it isn't him. The one who has the purple destiny is that young man called Ning Tianping. As for the 2 blue destinies, it's Jiang Nan and Mo Fei.